Hey, welcome or welcome back. It is as always good to see you today. Hopefully you guys can hear me because I'm just using the microphone on my laptop. Merry Christmas. I hope you all are having or have had a wonderful, wonderful holiday. Um, I hope you got to spend time with family or loved ones at some point this week. If not, then that's what we're here today for. You can hang out here and we can just chill and just hang out. So it is 70 degrees here in Missouri today. Hello, Zenith Black. Merry Christmas. Um, yeah, it's warm. It's warm here today in Missouri. Um, so you are getting a different view of my house today because I'm in the dining room. So you are looking out my deck doors. Um, I probably should have hung up my vertical blinds, but I need to paint the trim again around the blinds. But so I was going to start building the Rivendell Lego set today. Um, but so I bought a lighting kit to go with the Rivendell Lego set, but the website is down, so I can't get the instructions for how to install the lights on the Rivendell. Um, but yeah, there's this really cool website where um, you can buy lighting kits for your Lego sets. Um, but I can't access the website right now. And I did see a message this morning about about a bunch of websites being down because of an Amazon site issue or something. Um, so we're not going to build the Rivendell set today, but I do have the Shire. So we're gonna build the Shire. And if y'all want, we can also throw up some Rosie and watch some Rosie if y'all want, because we do still need to finish her lasagna. Whatever y'all want to do. Today is your day. I am just here to provide company. So that's that. So I opened my Christmas presents for my friends this morning. I got some fun gifts. I got a little stuffed giraffe that I can also track a real giraffe. Very cute, very soft. But you may hear my Discord going off. I apologize. But so yeah, let's get started on our Shire set, because I don't have a lighting kit for it. Maybe I should have bought one. I do have a display case for it. It's in the living room. I'll put that together later. So I haven't taken any of the bags. Oh, and why are you all nice and folded and messed up? What do we got here? We have Happy Birthday Bilbo Baggins. Okay, so we have a little cape and a Happy Birthday Bilbo Baggins sign and another like banner type thing. Oh, it goes on top of um a pavilion. So we will put these aside until we need them. I may need to get up and plug in my phone. I may also take a break to have lunch with you all because um yeah, I've just had breakfast. I haven't had lunch yet. So get all of our pieces out. Bag 3. This is the manual. It's in a bag for some reason. Probably because they didn't want it to get damaged, maybe. Maybe that's why. So I know Lego is switching to paper packaging. Okay, we have why do we have so many books? Oh, because there's multiple parts. Oh, I see. I see. I see. So this is bag 13. This starts at bag 13. It builds this piece over here. And where do we start at bag 1? This is bag 7. Okay, this is going to be the first one. I love Lord of the Rings. I love The Hobbit. It brings me joy. Okay, this starts at bag 1. So, this is going to build this piece. So this is going to be big. This is going to be a big set. So, let me getting these bags out of here. We may not finish this. We may not finish this today, or at least in this first sitting. We may have to come back. So, for bag 1. I definitely need to get my basement finished in my house because I need more space to store Legos. I'm running out of space upstairs. Okay, oh, found bag 1. Bag 1 has been found. Bag 2. Bag 7, bag 4. All right. I'm going to put the box over here. The floor. We're going to try to organize these bags a little bit. This is the one we need to keep out. Well, this is very noisy. I am very sorry. 13, 15. 8 by 4. All right. Okay. That was an adventure. All right. So we're going to get started with bag 1. And let it back you up a little bit, get a little bit more space. Let you see what I'm doing here a little bit better. So we start with a pony. Little Lego pony. I don't have anywhere to put trash. We're going to put it in the box for right now. Hey, Mars. Merry Christmas, Mars. I'm glad you're here to hang out. That out of there. If y'all want to watch some Rosie or anything else, let me know and I can pull it up. And we can do that while we're doing this too. Just watching me build a Lego set might get pretty boring. So, all right, we're going to start with bag 1. But first, we have the story of the Lego set. A long-expected party. J.R.R. Tolkien's beloved The Lord of the Rings universe unfolds in the enchanting world of Middle-earth. A mythical land rich in history, tales of heroic characters, and the power of friendship. The first movie, The Fellowship of the Ring, 2001, begins in the Shire, Home of the Hobbits. The serene setting is bustling with excitement as Bilbo Baggins prepares for his 111st birthday. Bilbo's joyful celebration is a party of special magnificence, filled with feast, magical fireworks, and the arrival of Gandalf the Grey. Soon the Shire's harmony and quaint beauty contrast with the looming darkness. When Bilbo mysteriously vanishes from the party, he leaves behind an ancient artifact with ominous powers, the One Ring. His actions set in motion an eventful journey that will shape the fate of Middle-earth. This Lego The Lord of the Rings The Shire set is a highly detailed diorama of Bilbo's cozy house under the hill. Step inside, enjoy the warmth, hospitality, and a nice cup of tea before the road goes ever on. Welcome to the lush and cheerful setting of Hobbiton. To help us stay true to the movie scenes, our partners at Warner Brothers Discovery provided extensive reference materials, including a detailed floor plan of Bag End. You will discover and build lots of story moments from the Fellowship of the Ring, some only featured in the extended movie version. Our textile and graphics teams helped recreate the party scene with two brand new printed textile elements for the birthday banner and party pavilion. We hope you will feel right at home among the Shire's beautiful rolling hills, find comfort in Bag End, and enjoy the festivities. Aww. They have little scenes created here in the book. But yes, all right. Let's get started. We're going to start by putting together Gandalf. My neighbors across the road are getting home. I can't tell what direction the car is going. What y'all doing? I'm going to be the nosy neighbor. What you doing? You going somewhere? Hmm. The car is just idling in their driveway. I think they're leaving because I would have heard them earlier. Yes, they're leaving. Okay, we're putting together Gandalf. Where's your beard, Gandalf? Is this Gandalf's head? No, that is not Gandalf's head. Where's Gandalf's head? Oh, pony fell over. So what are you all up to today? Have you already had your Christmas celebrations? Or are you just chilling at home by yourself? What are you all doing? Where's your hair, Gandalf? We need Gandalf's long, luscious locks. Hello, Ruby Rose. Merry Christmas. All right. Where's your staff? We need your staff, Gandalf. Here is Gandalf. Boop, boop, boop. You got spoiled hanging out with family and watching movies. Well, that sounds fun. Sounds like a wonderful, wonderful day. What is my phone making noise? Oh, because my friends are texting me. Because I messaged them thanking them for their Christmas presents. Sorry, just messaging my best friend back again. So, I hope you all have had a wonderful day. Oh, they left. Okay. All right. So we have our pony. And so we can either put a person in here, but we are going to put nothing. We're going to close up the hole in the pony's back. And I am shedding hair horribly. So we are going to put that in there. And we're going to put together Bilbo now. No, not Bilbo, Frodo. This is Frodo, my bad. Where's your legs, Frodo? There they are. And they're so tiny. I love that the Hobbit legs. I love that the Hobbit legs are shorter than other Lego legs, than other Lego man legs. Look, I love it. Look at the itty bitty little legs on Frodo compared to the legs on Gandalf. You put them here beside each other. So cute. You've been chilling today, eating too much chocolate. Well, that sounds like a lovely idea. Eating too much chocolate. Okay, the first thing we're going to start building is a carriage. Coffee. Of course, I'm starting to get hungry as soon as I start playing with Legos. All right, first piece, that. And then we're going to put 5 more of these on there. So, I imagine y'all might get bored just watching me. I hadn't planned on watching any quirky today, but let me pull up some quirky here. And we can finish her red sauce video and maybe start the lasagna. So she did upload a video today. Well, which one do you all want to watch? Do you want to finish watching her making the red sauce for the lasagna? Because we still need to finish that. Or do you want to watch the video she uploaded today? There's only a few of you here. There's only 4 of you here. But which do you want to watch her new upload? It should be a short video. Okay, and then we're going to put this piece here and this piece here. So we got that. I'm going to pull you guys a little bit closer. Oh, like that a little bit more. You're not looking at my face, you're looking more at the Lego. All right. That's a good plan. Thank you, Mars. We can do the new one. And her stupid face. I'm sorry, that was mean. It's a Quirky Christmas, part 1. All right, let me share this tab. All right, we're going to share this tab. It's a Quirky Christmas, part 1. Dinner rolls, Christmas memories, and a special appearance featuring Bird Bro. And she's supposed to upload more videos as well for Christmas. So yeah.
Hi, welcome to me.
Oh, Hi, welcome to me. All right. hold on. Let me do a split screen so I can watch. So I can see my chat over here as well. I like that we can do split screens now in our tabs. Well, that doesn't help me now, does it? All right. We're going to share. There we go. All right. Hi, welcome to me. Quirkmas time. That's right. Quirkmas. Merry Quirkmas. I need to plug in my cell phone.
Hi, welcome to me and Merry Christmas. It's like 1 a.m. on Christmas Day.
While watching, feel free to leave comments and I'll do my best to respond.
I wanted this to go a little differently than it's going to need to go now, but you know, I am not going to spend time talking about recent events on any real topics, any controversial topics in this video. This is going to be some Christmas fun. That is what we're doing. That is the only focus. And we're here to have fun and try to find some joy in the face of a lot of adversity and difficult times and depression and just general struggle. But I'm just trying to, you know, get myself in the Christmas spirit. I spent some time listening to music yesterday. I've been preparing this Christmas stuff. I did struggle with sleeping really bad on the 23rd. So I woke up at like 9 p.m. today, slept through Christmas Eve, basically. After I finally went to therapy and stuff. It was a whole thing. I am just trying to find joy, and there's a few things I want to update you guys first before we get into what this first video is going to be, which is me making these traditional rolls that my mom made growing up. My brother hasn't had them in years, neither have I.
Are you going to actually follow your mom's recipe, or are you going to fuck this up too?
My mom hasn't been able to make them in a long time. I wanted to first show you this cookbook. It's a couple years older than me. I believe my mother got it gifted from my granddie. And it was kind of funny because I have a lot of like sentimental memories attached to this specific cookbook. And I was talking with my mom about everything, you know, with this and just trying to like.
I think everybody had that Better Homes and Gardens cookbook. My mom had the red version of it. I don't know where it is now. I don't know if my brother has it or if it went to my sister or what.
Get her take on some stuff, and I said, hey mom, can I ask you a morbid question? And because like we were having kind of a sentimental conversation, and she laughed and she was like, yes you can, but the answer is yes. Because I was like, there's not many things that my parents own that like I would think that like I would really have a hardcore attachment to, that I would want to like inherit. This book is that for me. I was just glad when I didn't even have to ask her. But it's this Better Homes and Gardens new cookbook, 65th anniversary edition. It was like page 50, I think. We're going to be making, they're called clove rolls. Those are specifically the ones that like my brother really loved, and because you can make them in multiple forms, but it's like the dinner roll recipe, and it's this version. So it's like a
when is this? This is today, Aaron. This is brand new. Hello, Aaron. Merry Christmas. Yeah, this is today's video. We're watching it.
Yeasty milk dough, essentially. So I've never tried to make these before. You do have to like scald the milk, my mom said. So it's gonna be a bit of a doozy for sure, but I'm excited. I've got everything set up, but I wanted to show you guys first. Let me transition real quick and then we'll get into it.
Look at that editing magic. Look at her doing all this editing. Look at her. I don't know how much of me you all can see. Mars, oh, I was on the naughty list, so just coal for me. I know. Look at her putting in transitions. Look at her putting in effort.
A new snazzy chair! And the arms come up.
Oh my god. This is one of the new one of the desk chairs. Well, no, I don't think this is one that she had on her list. I think this is a different one, and my nose is driving me nuts today. I am so sorry, y'all. I'm gonna be blowing my nose all frickin' day. I took some Mucinex this morning, hoping that might help kind of dry up. But yeah, this looks like this is her new chair. It has arms that move up. They can be out of her way. Oh, good grief. Sorry, I'm texting my best friend Beth.
Up and down. So let's try that. Oh, okay. Yeah, T. All right, these are, because I don't want really big arms.
Why is everything T, Rosie? Not everything is T.
These will probably be up a lot of the time. I am a little concerned. I didn't, like, the color is so cute. Shout out to you know who you are, and you know I'm not saying your name, but you know who you are, and I thank you and I appreciate you.
I'm not gonna say her name because you're probably a Fifi. But thank you for buying me a new chair. Yeah, it's gonna get so stained. I'm gonna go wash my hands.
And also to the second person who bought a warranty for this chair. I got a 3-year warranty on this bad boy.
I don't know if
so I'm excited to test it out today, see how it goes. So far, you know, it feels a little low to the ground, so I might play around with that a little bit. I'm probably gonna stain the fuck out of this thing though. I didn't think about that when I picked this color. I mean, it's a kitchen chair. Food is gonna, you guys see, I'm a mess. She's gorgeous. She's Gorgina. We love, we live, we laugh. So now, before we get started, one of you guys sent my brother a birthday gift, which obviously it arrived like not long after what happened. So I very kindly asked him to wait until I made more content or I went live again to wait to open it. It's Christmas Day, so I thought, you know, this could just be a double birthday / Christmas gift. Works out kind of well that way. So let's get him.
Yeah. Merry Christmas to you all. Hope you have a good time with your family, friends, and loved ones. Well, I'm just here, got a bit of a box, a gift from one of you guys, and I'm just here to get it all opened up.
Scissors are behind you. There you go.
Sorry, just how fucking selfish of her to withhold a birthday gift from somebody to Levi because of her own issues. Now I understand, yeah, what Cam did was shitty. But to withhold a birthday gift from Levi because of your own fucking issues just seems so fucking selfish to me. Maybe I have the wrong take on it, but it just seems so selfish.
And steady.
Yeah, thank you, enabler.
Do it. Ooh, it's a good one there. Nice. I was a fan of Tyrannosaurus Rex, but to get this burger is amazing. Magnificent. Definitely a good one to put with the rest of the other Pokemon I got. That is nice. I've been needing something of a good thing today. Servers at Night Rain were down, so I couldn't play any more Night Rain. Let's see here. Yes, happy birthday, Levi, from Miss M. I'm a lurker. Okay, to read my name out loud. Well, thank you there, Miss M.
Levi is 32. I think he just turned 32. I think Rosie is 2 years older than he is.
Thank you very much.
She treats him like a child.
Really is very nice. I can't wait to rip this apart and then just rip out the package. I mean, and then put it with the rest of the stuff. Thank you very much to you all. And I'll just be taking this with me. Hope you all have yourselves a very good day, time of night, and a happy new year if I don't see you guys around that time. Good times to all.
Good times to all. I like how it sounds British when he talks sometimes. Yeah. Levi's a hoot.
Holy crap. That was so nice of her. She sent me some stuff too.
Oh, she sent me some stuff too.
Oh my god. Merry Christmas, bud.
Oh, are we going to cry?
Thank you, Miss M.
Are we going to cry, Rosie?
I know you're
Thank you for making my brother feel so special. Thank you. I'm gonna fake cry. He's not a fucking child, Rosie.
the one that sent me the tea kettle and the book and the tea. And thank you for spoiling my brother. Thank you so much. And to all the people who have sent me so much love and support, and my brother so much love and support. Thank you so much. You guys are the reason I'm making this video. You guys are the reason that I have not abandoned all my platforms. I'm going to take a second to collect myself. Thank you so much. Thank you for your generosity. Okay, so I wanted to show you guys this because when I went to go get the cookbook, my mom had sat this picture in front of me.
So, Sparkle Fairy just said in Discord, "Good morning, Jessica. Merry Christmas." They said that they think that she's fully exposing Lefty, and the only thing saving us is the apron, and that could be true.
And all my platforms.
Yeah, right over here.
I'm going to take a second to collect myself. Thank you so much. Thank you.
It just seems so fucking fake to me. I don't know why. Maybe she's sincere. Yeah, same Mars. It just feels so fake. I'm gonna take a minute to collect myself. Just think. It seems very performative, putting on the tears and all of that, instead of just being like a sincere "thank you guys so much" kind of a thing. It's the tears just seem fake and performative to me.
Thank you for your generosity. Okay, so I wanted to show you guys this because when I went to go get the cookbook, my mom had sat this picture in front of it. And this is a picture of my granddie at one of my relatives' weddings. And there's another picture. At first I was like, this like looks slightly different than I remember it. And then I remembered there was like two photos taken about the same time. One where she's like a really big smile. If I remember to locate the digital version, I'll just insert it here. Because that's the one that's like my mom's favorite picture of my granddie. And my granddie is my mom's mom. And so it was just kind of, I don't know, it felt very, because, you know, as I live about my day in the house, I just kind of block out a lot of my surroundings. I don't really pay much attention. I hadn't really noticed this picture in a very, very long time, if ever. And when I went and saw it, I think the timing of it and the memories it brought up with, you know, this cookbook also having the like sugar cookie recipes we used when I was a kid. different bread recipes and stuff. There was a few pages that had lots of stains on them and stuff. And, you know, in the holiday season, my Grandy was the heart of Christmas. My Grandy was.
Right, Erin, she could have edited this out. She wants people to see her cry or hold it back. Girl, bye. Yeah, it's just now this seems sincere, you know, talking about the memories of her grandma.
Christmas, and she passed away when I was 15, and it wasn't until the birth of my first niece that Christmas revived in my family. Christmas died when my Grandy died for a long time, and that was hard as a kid, you know. But like, you know, as an adult, I get it. Like I get the grief that I
Sorry, I was hearing noise outside. Like either a lot of car doors shutting or something. That could be what it is. It could be neighbors loading up their cars or something. I don't know.
I get as much as I can of the kind of grief my mom experienced, but even more so just like how it impacted her. And when I think of Christmas, I think of Grandy. When I think of Christmas, I think of her love and her joy. She is such a unique human being. She had an embroidery business with my mom. She was so creative. She was a visionary, and anyone who got the opportunity to know my Grandy was blessed to have been in her presence. And I just wanted to share a little tidbit before we launch into Christmas, because I felt her spirit so much these past couple weeks, and I've felt her pride for me and my growth and
She was
who I've become.
Right.
And
same. Yeah.
I just wanted to share that because I think a lot of us grieve people during the holidays.
Of course we
And
do.
it is something.
Of course we do. I mean, we're going to miss our loved ones. I mean, it's that time of year where you're not with everybody, right? I mean, like my sister passed away right before Christmas in 2023, and her birthday would be December 27th, right after Christmas. So, you know, it's always a hard time of year for a lot of people for a variety of reasons. I mean, I also don't have either one of my parents anymore. You know, it's always a rough time of year for a lot of people, you know.
Sometimes really difficult to choose.
He wasn't obese. Yeah, no, her grandma looks average size. Oh, thank you, Erin.
Joy in the face of that grief, and that grief can come from a myriad of things, whether that's trauma, anniversaries,
You learned to spell
the loss of people we've loved, just the economic difficulties that really come to fruition throughout the holiday season. I know that there's a lot of heavy emotions during the holidays, and if all you could muster this year was just to watch a Christmas movie or eat a plate someone gave you, and you just weren't really able to find the Christmas spirit, just know that I see you and you're valid. And my goal this year is to choose joy and choose celebrating Christmas. So with that in mind, throughout this video, I am going to be playing Christmas music in the background because
I don't want reaction channels to react to this, so I'm going to play copyrighted music. I don't know how much of the Christmas music is copyrighted still. I think some of it may be in the, what is it, open domain, free domain? I forget what it's called. But yes.
I'm not making this content for the financial benefit. I'm making it because I want to, and I want to share my Christmas with you guys. And you know, I wanted to have already had a bunch of stuff prepped and made by this point, but that just wasn't what happened, and I'm not going to beat myself up about it. So without further ado, let's get cooking.
They were playing Peanuts. And look at Rosie move. You know, we can do the Peanuts dance. You know, where they're.
So, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take my mom's advice and I'm going to read through this recipe twice. I'm going to go gather all the ingredients. We're going to get started with the dough. And then I'm going to also do some prep work because we have a little plan. So let me tell you the plan.
What's the plan, Rosie?
I'm going to prep ahead of time the sweet potato casserole and the green bean casserole. And I'm just obviously not going to add the crunchy onions until
we have new legs for Bilbo.
When it's like closer to the time that my brother and I are actually going to want to eat, I'm going to obviously bake off the spiral ham. Honestly, one year I tried to do like a whole pineapple situation with like pineapple juice and stuff, and I did not love it. But then last year, I think it was when I just made the ham as directed with it comes with like a brown sugar glaze. We live, we laugh, we love.
Oh my God.
So I am pre-prepping the homemade rolls. Yeah, obviously they're amazing fresh, but I just stress-wise, not. So I'm going to make the homemade rolls now. While the ham is making, I'm going to be making instant mashed potatoes and instant gravy and boxed stuff.
I should actually listen to her mom for once. It's a miracle. Sorry, I have to redo Gandalf. Why did you have me put Gandalf and Frodo together if I was just going to have to take them apart again to put them inside of the wagon? And I'm struggling to get a hold of Gandalf's head because it's a little slippery.
Stuffing, nothing special there. And I'm going to pre-prep sweet potato casserole, and then I have formulated my own green bean casserole recipe. I'm literally calling it Rosie's green bean casserole.
Oh God!
Because it is.
Oh no! No, Rosie. Have you learned nothing from trying to make up your own recipes? No. Oh. It never ends well for you, girlfriend. Where's Gandalf's hair? Oh God. I'm literally calling it Rosie's green bean casserole. Oh my God.
It's not going to be traditional. Last year I discovered something that I love that I've talked about before, but I'm experimenting with my green bean casserole based on some suggestions I read online of something people do, and I tweaked it for my own
sake. It's going to be like shit.
And I have a feeling that it's going to be incredible. And even if I end up thinking maybe I did this too much or whatever, it'll still be delicious. Like just because of the tweaks we'll make. So that'll be in the next video because this video is just about the rolls, and then the next video is going to be our prep video, and then I'm going to do a final like dinner video where everything kind of comes together, and all that stuff.
Gandalf's hair on when he's in the wagon because his hair gets in the wagon.
I also have my brother is not going to fuck with the candy cranberry sauce at all. But that's the Christmas plan. I'm not making a dessert this year. The sweet potato casserole is dessert enough, in my opinion. I know it's not technically a dessert, but I don't have more in me this year. I'll just leave it at that. I'm just trying to
get by.
Leave some normalcy for my bro.
Damn it.
But anyhow, yeah, let me go ahead and read this up, and I'll check back with you later.
Oh God, stop it, Rosie.
All right, so we're gonna get started. Basically, I need to put 2 cups of flour and some yeast in the mixing bowl, and then we're gonna scald milk. I'm gonna walk through the steps.
Rosie is an natural chef.
Lovely
That,
Celine
right?
Christmas song. Yeah, we're just.
Yeah, she needs.
This is just gonna be like a relaxed, cook with me, spend Christmas with me kind of vibe. These are gonna be probably pretty long videos. Okay. I'm really struggling with feeling overwhelmed, but it'll be okay.
Overwhelmed. We're building our little fireworks. The single right. I just want Levi to have a special day. We don't need Christmas karaoke from you, Rosie. He's so annoying. That's the macking right there, yeah.
This is a 1/2 cup measuring cup. I need to get some more 1 cup measuring cups like this because the red one I had broke. The metal one for this one is missing. I don't know where it is.
New measuring cups. All right.
And then also the 1 cup measuring cup for this set this is the only 2 I have left of this set. So these red ones were gifted to me and I love them, but it broke. I didn't even have them that long. Okay, 3.
Oh.
Another year's gone by.
Stop it.
By your side. Everything has gone by. Say goodbye. Another year has gone by.
You don't know the words, don't fucking sing, Rosie. All right. We have the little wagon. I don't know if you guys can see this. The little horse-drawn carriage where Gandalf arrives is done. It says, "A wizard is never late, Frodo Baggins, nor is he early. He arrives exactly when he means to." Gandalf the Grey. So that is done. We have a bunch of little extra pieces here. Okay, bag 2 is next, but I'm going to heat up my lunch. My little Christmas lunch that I ordered from Deerberg's. So I'm feeling a little peckish. Hey, Cashew, Merry Christmas. So we're going to let Rosie play while I heat up my lunch. Do you still have your fart filter? What, brother? Oh. My brother sent me a message. Probably not. So you can get those gag boxes to put gifts in. He got me a box one year that said fart filter. And he just asked me if I still had it. And no, I do not, brother. All right. Let's turn Rosie back on. What's for lunch today? It is a dinner that I ordered from Deerberg's. It's going to have some mashed sweet potato, some mashed potatoes, some turkey, and some stuffing. It has a little cup of cranberry sauce that I'm going to toss because I don't want it. And I also ordered some pasta. So I may have some of the pasta too. So I'm going to go heat that up and we're gonna let Rosie play. And you may hear me shouting from the kitchen. We'll see. Come on. Stop singing. Don't need to hear me fucking sing.
Come on. That's 4 cups. Why can't I find you? Why can't you go away? World is changing. I'm rearranging 1 1/4 teaspoons of yeast. Got it. Teaspoons. Let's do a 1/4 teaspoon real quick. So carefree. It's easy. Did Christmas change? Try to not waste too much. This yeast was spilling out pretty bad. Try not to waste too much of it. Okay. 1, 2.
All right, you chipmunks. Ready to sing a song? Okay, Simon?
I have very strong opinions about new age country Christmas music. Like, I hate it. It's kind of my general stance. There's very few exceptions to that rule. Christmas, like, and I think, like, even before it became so overplayed, like, I know everybody loves that Mariah Carey song. Shoot me. I can't. No offense to Mariah Carey. But, like, I'm so sick of that song. You'll not ever catch me listening to that voluntarily. And, like, all the pop.
Going to call some family. Well, that sounds wonderful. I found something I actually like that Rosie does. She keeps her flour and baking stuff in containers and Ziploc bags. That is a good thing, actually. I have containers that I put my stuff into. So after my mom passed away, we went through her records, and I think I have the Chipmunks Christmas album. I think I took that album when we were going through my mom's records. So I think I have I think I have the Chipmunks Christmas album.
Like, current artist remixes. I do have some pentatonics on here, and like a couple select songs. Like, there's a Trixie Mattel country song, and one by Peach PRC. I don't know if I actually added that one. I found it and was like, ooh, and I listened to it and I was like, eh. So.
Make up coffee here too.
So this is at half the flour, because the total amount of flour is between 4 1/4 and 4 3/4 cup of all-purpose flour.
Okay, fellas. Let's get ready.
And then 1 packet of dry yeast equals to 1 1/4 or 2 1/4 teaspoons of yeast.
Watch it.
So. So it's actually perfect because I need 1/3 cup for oh no, it's not perfect, Rosie. You don't have to do math. Okay, so
No, that's enough. Let's not overdo it. Now, wait a minute.
so this is a 1/3 cup of butter. And this hat, I'll look just like Saint Nick. You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. You really are neat. You're as cuddly as a cactus, as charming as an eel, Mr. Grinch. You're quite banana with a greasy black pea. Okay. So 1 cup is 2 of these bad boys of milk. Mr. Grinch, yes you are. Your heart's an empty heart. Just for the spiders, you got garlic in your soul, Mr. Grinch. Wouldn't touch you with a 9.5 a paw. Okay. And then 1/2 teaspoon of salt.
Gandalf, you fell off.
Tonight's in your smile. Okay. 1/3 cup of granulated sugar. Seasick crocodile, Mr. Grinch. Just between you and the fire. Seasick crocodile. Motherfucker, get in there. There we go. 1/3 cup of sugar. And then the process of scalding milk is simple but not. You have to kind of basically keep an eye on it and watch it, and you don't want it to get too warm. My mom says if you accidentally make it too warm, you just have to sit and wait for it to cool before you do anything else. Okay. And so we're just not even going to bother with the lid. Just going to gently mix this together. Okay. All right, we are using the back burner. I'm putting it between low and medium. And a shout out to the person that got me this. Thank you. Hi. I think this one might work. Okay, it might not. I'm trying here, okay? I'm trying. Okay, no, I don't want to touch the bottom. It's not touching the bottom. Okay. Perfect. Okay, so this pot will work. I think the other one was too shallow. Okay, yeah, so it's 60 Fahrenheit, perfect. So I'm just gonna gently stir this, and it's falling over. Damn it!
What domain? That's what I was thinking of earlier.
I'm in.
What domain?
All right, so I'm going to wait for this because at this point, once we get the milk hot, in this mixture, and it says and shortening is almost melted. So the shortening, or which this says shortening, margarine, or butter. I called my mom and I was like, which do you prefer? Because I found shortening in the pantry, and she was like, oh, I always use butter. And I was like, okay, bet. And I found a dough hook too, so I'm using that on the electric mixer. It says add flour mixture along with eggs at that point. Beat with an electric mixer on low for 30 seconds, scraping bowl constantly. Beat on high speed for 3 minutes. Use a spoon. Stir in as much.
Would you have my Christmas lunch? So this is what I ordered from Dearbirds, if you all can see that. It is turkey with stuffing, mashed potatoes, mashed potatoes. Then I also got some pasta. So it is my little Christmas lunch. And I'm going to try to angle the camera up or something. I don't know if I can. Can I just turn my camera off? So you all don't see me, but can you still hear me? I think, yeah, you can still hear me. But I think you can still see me too. Well, I don't want you to see me. There we go. But you can still hear me. All right. Because you don't need to watch me eat. We don't do that over here. Hey, Blue Hoodie, Merry Christmas. All right. Gonna turn Rosie back on.
As much remaining flour as you can. And then it says to turn dough out on a lightly floured surface. Knead in enough remaining flour to make a moderately stiff dough that is smooth and elastic. 6 to 8 minutes total. I'll be doing that over there. Shape dough into a ball. Place dough into a greased bowl. Turn once to grease surface. Cover and let rise in a warm place till double, about 1 hour. While hour is going on, I'm going to be prepping stuff for the green bean casserole. And then after the hour, punch dough down, turn out onto a lightly floured surface. Divide dough in half. Cover and let rest for 10 minutes. Shape the dough into desired rolls, which I'll show you how we do that. Cover and let rise in a warm place till nearly double, about 30 minutes. Bake at 375. Bake in a 375 oven for 12 to 15 minutes or until golden brown. Makes 24 to 32 rolls, depending on which method you use. So that is these dinner rolls, and I'm very excited. We haven't had these in years. Hi. These have not been used in a hot minute, so I'm just taking a wet rag to
Screw them up.
wipe them out because they were clean. They were with the other stuff under the oven, but it's been a very long time since I've used muffin tins, and I just feel more comfortable doing it this way. So
Oh my god, why is jumping out?
that's what we're doing. I just turned the stovetop off because it hit 122. So we are going to add the eggs and mixture to the flour and yeast.
And of course, we're not going to wash our hands
And I just buttered this large bowl.
after cracking
I wasn't
the egg.
sure if using Pam would be a good idea or not. It probably realistically doesn't matter, but okay. And then we're just gonna
Can we wash our hands to get rid of the egg from our hands, please?
stir that together.
And Blue Hoodie, no mukbangs on this channel.
Rinse this pot out with water to the side, and then Let me rinse out this milk from the half-cup measuring cup, and then dry. And then we're gonna grab the flour. Bum, 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 bum. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Right, no content for the Phoebe's and Libby's world.
And then I do this just one at a time. Let's get sweeter. Bum, 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 bum.
Was she trying to sing The Little Drummer Boy? Because that didn't sound right.
Okay. This stuff's gonna take some time. So I'm basically just gonna spoon more flour in and take this very wet dough and turn it into a dough. So and my legs hurt. I was just standing for a while doing that part. Oh, okay.
Oh no. She had to stand for a little bit. How horrible. I'm sure that fan blowing directly at the flour didn't help either. I'm sure you saw that flour kind of blow off the cup.
All right. Let me get situated. All right. Do this one more time. Okay, so basically I put like there's like the remaining about half cup. I could add another fourth cup into this.
Remaining? Is that like drowning?
And it says to turn dough out onto lightly floured surface. Kneading enough remaining flour to make a moderately stiff dough that is smooth and elastic. About 8 to 10 minutes. Shape dough into ball. Place dough in greased bowl. Turn once to grease surface and cover and let rise in a warm place till double about 1 hour. So, oh, Rosie, no. Okay. My head's cut off. It's fine.
It is fine, yes.
Oh, shit, Rosie. Smooth.
I bet she never washed her hands before rubbing all over this dough. Best time of the year. There certainly is no snow in my area. Right, Mars? Doing something that looks 10 times harder sitting down than it would be standing up, yeah? No snow in your area, Mars? It was so sunny you had to wear sunglasses walking your dog, but it was cold. It's kind of sunny here, but it's like 20 degrees here today.
Also, I used the dough hook on the KitchenAid.
Whether it's going to be 70. Right now it's 57 degrees Fahrenheit. Whoops. What are we doing? What did I click on? Oh.
And I feel like that needed this a lot for me. This feels ready. I'm worried that I'm going to overwork this. This feels like it's ready. This feels like it's done. And I used the dough hook on the KitchenAid, so I did a lot of kneading already. This feels very elastic.
Stop touching it.
This feels right. Like, I'm going to go with my gut and stop here, I think. So.
Stop fondling it. Wash your goddamn hands.
So I used butter to grease this, simply because I felt like
her hands are huge. She just palmed that dough ball like it was nothing.
I was worried, like Pam, I didn't know if oil would cause a problem. Probably not, but just to be safe. So I'm just gonna
just use some oil and coat it and rub it around.
Greased bowl. Set this here. This can go in the sink. This needs to be covered for an hour. So I'm gonna take this dish towel, cover.
Hopefully it's a clean dish towel.
I'm gonna put it in the back corner over there where I had the burner on because it's a little more warm over there. And we're gonna set this for an hour. I'll check back in with you guys later, and I'm gonna start the second video at this point in the game. So I'll see you later. Hi, I'm getting increasingly tired. So this next part, I just have to punch the dough down, assuming it rose. We're about to find out together. Turn it onto a lightly floured surface, divide dough in half, cover, and rest for 10 minutes. And then I have to shape the dough into rolls. I just finished that little part, so I'm gonna get set up for finishing the green bean casserole. I'm exhausted, but I think we've reached like the halfway point. So I'm gonna go ahead and preheat the oven here for 375 as well. But let's cross our fingers. Okay, it definitely rose. This bowl is huge. This was like a lot smaller. So you punch it. Oh yeah, it's deflated a bit. I wonder, maybe I might need new yeast because I don't know if it was supposed to rise more than that. Okay, let me
just follow the recipe, Rosie. Babe, I bet she hasn't washed her. Sorry, I'm chewing food.
So we're gonna take these two.
What do you want to bet she hasn't washed her hands? Oh my. So sorry. Looked like she was fondling a couple of boobs there.
Separate them a bit. All right. And then, all right. So yeah, and then after this, it's gonna be putting them in the muffin tins. I'm gonna preheat the oven right now to 375 and get to the green bean casserole. All right, next step on the rolls. First, I gotta butter both tins, grease them. I'm just gonna use this. I use this to grease the bowl. So
is washing our hands anywhere in here?
Do this. You could all. I think for this, like, it's really fine if you just use ham, but I have this. And my fingers I've already grubbed it, so we're just gonna.
So you might as well keep the dirtiness going on. If your fingers have already touched it.
Honestly, it's probably gonna make it taste a little better, right? Right.
I don't know about that with your grubby little paws.
I'm all again on Christmas Day.
Oh my God.
And what your heart is saying. Here's a melody that's playing. There's no time to waste. There's so much to celebrate. Believe in what you feel inside. Give your dreams the wings to fly.
Your Rosie singing is going to make the.
Hopefully, remember to say this in the beginning of the videos. If you guys want to leave comments, like as you're watching, to talk to me, I'll respond in the comments because I think that's the closest I can get to chatting with you guys while I do this. But if you're still watching up to this point, thank you for hanging out with me. Oven's preheated.
So welcome, Rosie. Sorry, across the kitchen.
Destination where we begin again. Chance small. Across the sea. Find ourselves again on Christmas Day. This feels great. All right. Melody that's playing. There's no time to waste. So let's see. What this? I feel like something's wrong. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Oh, because it's gonna need. Okay, you are overthinking it, girlfriend. Okay. You have everything you need. 1, 2, 3.
For the second half, I figured out a better way to evenly divide the dough. Lol. All right. Are we back? I think you can see me again. Oh, well, I just blew my nose and my nose is running horribly again. I'm so sorry. So, what do you want to bet she hasn't washed her hands a single fucking time?
This is not even, Rosie.
It's okay. It'll be okay, I promise. I'm more worried about your dirty hands.
2.
So I guess if you're making a full batch, this makes like what, 24 rolls, and it's just her and her brother. What did I get on my pants? Did I get potatoes on my pants? I got potatoes on myself. Jesus
1, 2,
Christ.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's probably not perfect, but there's something there. So
had to go clean myself off. Jesus, I can't even eat without making a mess on myself.
So basically, you just take the little pieces of dough and pinch them to have a smooth top. Like that.
Let's just fondle and
You
touch
3 times.
the rolls. Oh, ew.
These are literally like my brother's favorite thing about the holidays. So I'm glad I'm finally challenging myself to do this.
Oh, your nasty hands. Gross. I need bag number 2. Just watching her touch those balls, the rolls,
so then
just grosses me out.
Don't knock your cookbook into the
Because I know
sink.
she doesn't
That's a
wash
bad
her
move.
hands.
Rookie mistake. Don't recommend doing that. Okay. So, seam side down, you basically place the 3 little balls in a little collection like that inside the muffin tin, and then they're gonna raise in here. And they'll proof up a little bit, and then they'll cook. And I think they might raise a little bit when you cook them too. So I have to do this process 24 times. This is a labor of love. This is why I haven't tried doing this before. I think I'll make a few of these with you guys, and then I'll stop the camera because these videos are going to be hours long at this point.
A lot of handling, yes. Ugh. Ugh. Hey, Lizzie. You just was born so I get presents. That's right. Merry Christmas, Lizzie. Yeah, she just fondles them so much. Ugh.
I feel kind of bad because I feel like I haven't been talking a lot while I've been cooking.
I'm okay with that. No snow in LA either, but we have flood warnings. You do have flood warnings. I hope you all are safe out there. I saw that the weather in like Sacramento and LA and Southern California is not great. Hope you all are safe. And I think Heather up in Minnesota, I think they have a bunch of snow right now. So it's just all over the place this year. I think I need to tighten the bolts on my bench. On my little storage kitchen bench here. Are you all enjoying the different view instead of my office? you can watch the house behind me. Maybe they'll let the dogs out. I don't see the dogs out right now, but maybe they may not be home. But maybe they'll let the dogs out while we're sitting here. Why am I wet? I must have splashed myself when I was rinsing off my plate. Jesus Christ. I can't do anything and not make a mess. What dogs do they have? I don't know. They just have 2 dogs. I don't remember the names. Maybe we can go out on the deck. You guys want to go out on the deck? You're in Laurel Canyon, if y'all know where. I don't know where that is, but you're going to have bad weather, I think. Your brother said they have no snow in Niagara Falls, Canada either. Really? Y'all want to go outside? We'll take a little field trip. I'll play Rosie out there because I don't need my neighbors hearing. But I could just open my screen. I forgot I have a working patio doors now. Possibly. Go on a field trip. Magic school bus. You're in the city, so flooding isn't an issue for you. Let me unplug the power cord. Let me see what y'all can see here. You're probably looking at my nose right now. Okay, let's remove Rosie for right now. That was a horrible view. I'm so sorry. Ooh, it's gonna be bright. It's gonna be bright. Ooh. There is where I live. The houses behind me are the big houses. My house is tiny. My house isn't that big. Now, don't y'all be trying to find where I live on Google Maps. Is oh, my cover is ripped. haven't even had a chance to really sit out here. Are you dirty? You're covered. Nope. Here we go. We're outside. I can't see. I can't see my screen. You always forget we have the same initials. Yeah. Yeah, it is a quiet street. Usually, we do have a guy that lives a couple of roads over that likes to rev his engine and drive a car up and down the road at like 10 p.m. I don't think the tortoise is outside next door, but maybe she'll be let out. My attached neighbors have two basset hounds. My neighbor on this side has a little dog named Vito that hates everybody. The mean little thing. Yeah, nice and quiet. You know, I've barely sat on my deck since I had it built a year ago. I had my deck replaced, and I've barely used it because I've been working so much. And there's been rain. It rained a lot this spring. So I haven't really used my deck much. But get a little bit of sunshine for a few minutes here. It's really nice today. It's 58 degrees according to my temperature on my laptop. Here's something. A house about a block away from me just sold for like $520,000. It's not what my house is worth. My house is about half that. Hey, Liz. Merry Christmas, Liz. I hope you're having a good Christmas. We're taking a field trip outside. We're outside my house. We're on my deck. Y'all can sun, the sky. It's actually pretty clear. So go back inside in a second and finish watching Rosie's Christmas upload. I need to get my deck railing stained and sealed, but I need it to be warm and um not rain. So outside. Nope. None of the critters are outside today. At least not at the moment. But all right. Well, this was our outdoors field trip. We can go back inside. Let me put the cover back on my chair. Rip it even more. How's that? Oh my gosh. Stairs on it. That's not good. All right. Inside we go. I think I will leave the glass door open though, now that I have working deck doors. I'm just going to close the screen. We'll get some fresh air. What does that sound? It's fresh air. Power cord again. It's on the opposite side of the laptop. Where my plug is. God. Get in there. Button. Yeah, how are you doing with the flood warnings, Liz? Right. Well, that was our field trip. We I also got a pie. I got a little 6-inch cherry pie as dessert. And I made some vanilla ice cream, protein ice cream, for my Ninja Creamy. So later today, I'm going to have me a little piece of pie and some ice cream. All right, here we go. Back to Rosie. Okay. As she's fondling these rolls with her dirty, nasty hands.
I have shared some stories, some positive memories, you know, just had some moments, I guess, but I'm mentally, emotionally, and spiritually exhausted. And I just don't want
all right.
I want to have a good Christmas, you know.
We're gonna build bag end.
So
I just want to have
that's
a
what
good
I'm working on
Christmas.
right now.
Here, Papa Bell's cannon.
I'm liking this chair. I do think I need to adjust the height, and I just haven't cared enough to figure it out yet.
I haven't cared enough to figure it out.
This sucks. Like, my hand-wise, I might need to teach Levi this step in the future. Be like, hey, would you do this part? Like, once I get it all divided, and because this affects my fine motor hand pain stuff.
Are you going to teach Levi to wash his hands?
Yeah.
That'd be nice. Well,
you know what? I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to just make all the little balls and then put them in the tin for this half, and then I'll repeat that instead of constantly picking up and putting down the muffin tin.
How do we go from wildfires to flooding in 1 year?
I'm exhausted, so I'm going to focus on this step, and
global
then
warming.
I just have to put the green bean casserole in the dish and put foil on it, and then make the sweet potato casserole.
You could have ordered a sweet potato
and then I get to
casserole
rest and move
from
on
Dearburg.
to
would have been delicious.
Or take an extended break. Hopefully, let's fingers crossed I get a nap in. And then because I might be really tired in part 3. We'll see, but
oh yeah, we're gonna
just
have a
want Levi to enjoy
series.
Christmas, and because he has to go to work tomorrow, I'm pretty sure. So I want him to enjoy Christmas on Christmas Day. So we're gonna persevere. All right, guys, I will check back in. Basically, because I mean, this is what it looks like. So I'll check back in once they've risen for 30 minutes, and then after they've baked, and I'll show them to you fresh. Hi. So let me show you. My kitchen's a disaster. I haven't cleaned it yet. Don't yell at me. But we have these rising on the warm oven. It's 5:15 in the morning. I've been going since I think before 2 a.m.
15 in the
So
morning.
we're like over 3 hours in.
Hopefully Levi has been able to sleep with her in here in the kitchen with music playing and probably banging around. I hope Levi has been able to sleep.
I think it's been 30 minutes. I forgot to set a fucking what's the word? Alarm timer. L on my part. But this is the one that's been raising a lot longer because these took forever.
This so far.
Okay, this is pretty good.
Okay, they've
This one
doubled.
didn't pinch that great. Oh shit, where is he? Don't touch his.
Stop touching
Some of
things
them I didn't perfectly place the pinch sides
with
down.
your gross hands.
Oh. Okay, well these definitely rose. Okay, I think these are ready. They go in at 375 for 12 to 15 minutes. I'm going to set a 14-minute timer. Okay. And throw them in. I'm exhausted, guys.
I tried to order some rolls to make, but they got me Hawaiian rolls, which I don't care for as much.
I'm gonna get back to the sweet potato casserole. I'll check back in when they're done. Great, so I'm gonna check the rolls. They smell like childhood. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, turn off the oven. They're ready.
This one is not in public domain, so we're going to try to talk over it.
Oh.
This song.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Oh.
It actually came out looking okay. Unfortunately, I just wish they'd wash her goddamn hands.
On top. So we'll see how soft they are on the inside. I like the size of that one.
Look how messy she gets. My
Oh,
God.
you guys. I'm proud of myself.
You're always proud of
I'm gonna
yourself.
set a 10-minute.
I mean, she followed a fucking recipe for once. Hey, Rosie. What's up? They're yelling at us, telling us not to make our plates yet, so I'm checking in briefly. They're making you wait to make your food? Unacceptable. I hope it's good food. Hello, Sammy. Merry Christmas to you all. I hope you get to eat soon, Ruthie. So the rolls turned out looking okay. The rolls look good. I just wish she would wash her goddamn hands. I'm hoping the heat from the oven killed whatever Rosie germs are all over them.
Timer, I think. Just because I want to try these hot with some butter.
So you get to try.
But I'm about to.
So you get to try a roll hot with some butter, but Levi doesn't. He has to wait because he's asleep because it's like 5 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning.
Finish off the sweet potato casserole. I'm like on the last step, so what a time to be alive. Once I'm done here, I'm gonna throw this and this in the washing machine for the next part of filming tomorrow.
Yeah, because your
Today
apron's nasty.
it's late at 6 a.m. so I'll have to get a good nap in.
We need to talk over this song. I'm not monetized. We're gonna get a copyright claim.
All right. I can't tell. These smell so nostalgic.
Mozzarella
I
sticks and spring rolls. That sounds pretty tasty. I do love some spring rolls.
I did it.
Because you
I
followed
might
a
have
recipe
overbaked
for
them by
one.
like a minute. All right, this is the final dinner.
Why do we end at the I want to wish you a Merry Christmas? Why do we end? Sorry, let me get this piece on here. All right, so this is step number, I don't know, 12. Step 12. Liz, I'm making garlic cheesy pull-apart bread. Took it to Christmas Eve. It was a hit. And my cranberry brie bites. Man, Liz, I wish I lived near you. You make the best fucking food. I'm moving to California. Oh, the dinner roll installment.
Installment. I'm so ready to be done. Since I'm done filming here, I'm gonna do a little cleanup. It's not gonna be a perfect cleanup, but enough for me to be less pissed off about it tomorrow.
Making rolls is such a tasking chore. Sitting down and cooking is such hard work. I've had to move my arms a little
one
bit.
that really stuck out to me. You come to mama.
I'm gonna try a warm dinner
So
roll.
these are like basically like little mini pull apart rolls. I have some room temp butter here.
Doesn't look like she cleans her oven mitts. No, I don't think she does. She may throw them in the wash. She's getting ready to wash her apron. She's very messy.
All right, it's still pretty warm. Oh yeah, these are not too.
Why are we breathing so hard? And now you're fondling the cooked roll. So whatever germs the oven killed are now being put right back on there because you never wash your fucking hands. And you're just fondling. Why does she have to fondle all of the fucking food? Liz, I'm worried that you're going to say something to Maggie about the spatula and my family is going to hear and think it's me. Oh, do you have us turned up where your family can hear? And I'm over here swearing about her not washing her hands. I'm so sorry. No, Maggie isn't watching right now. Hello, Liz's family. Merry Christmas to you from the Dainty Bush Club.
Too hot, but oh, look at that.
Her hands are huge. Is it just me, or her hands massive? I mean, the way she palmed that fucking dough ball. Maybe I just have small hands. I do have smaller hands. She just just palmed that fucking dough ball. I will say the rolls turned out looking good. The rolls look good because she actually followed the recipe. I just wish she would wash her hands. I hope my neighbors can't hear me over here yelling at somebody to wash their hands. I don't think they can.
Very much the texture of a milk bread. Oh, you shut your whore mouth. Let me tell you.
Oh my.
Ugh. So we're just gonna put a little bit.
I will
say
say
sides here.
Fresh bread with butter, so fucking good, like right out of the oven. One of these days over my break here, I will go live in the kitchen once I get my bread maker set up, and you all can watch me attempt to make bread. How does that sound? We can make bread together.
Set that down to use for the remaining roll.
Remaining? She does actually say remaining. I thought maybe she just had a slip of the tongue earlier, but she does actually say remaining instead of remaining. Like the drowning.
Cheers.
Beauty bite.
It tastes really good. It's like, the flavor is incredible. It's still soft.
You know what's not
But like, there's
incredible?
something
You're
about
freaking
it that I
chewy.
think I might have overworked the dough, possibly. Oh my god. Wow. This is so good. Oh yeah. There was like 2 or 3 minutes left on the timer for it to cool, but I was like, I think it's ready, and it was.
Is Levi gonna get a piece?
Oh my god. But overall, phenomenal. Phenomenal. These are. I miss my mom.
Oh, she's gonna cry. Do I hear? Okay, that's what I hear outside.
I really miss my mom.
You know what? I miss my mom too, Rosie, but my mom is dead. Yours is at least still alive.
Levi will really like these.
Are you going to save any for him? Or are you
Thank you
going
guys
to
for hanging out with me. I hope that you have a wonderful day, a wonderful evening wherever you are, and stay true. See you in part 2 soon. Bye, guys.
Stay true. I can hear neighbors outside somewhere. Let me get this one last piece over here. All right. So here's where we are on our bag end. All right. So that was Rosie's first video for Patreon for Christmas. Yeah, I do hear neighbors. So we don't have a part 2 yet. What neighbors am I hearing? Close my sliding glass door a little ways. I don't know which neighbors I'm hearing. Okay. So yeah, Sammy, we're in my dining room. You missed our field trip outside a while ago. Yeah, I am home. I'm not at an Airbnb. I am home. This is my dining room. All right. You know, have you all I don't think you guys have listened to Ghosties. So the Ghosties podcast uploaded a Christmas special this morning. They normally upload on Thursdays anyway. But I thought maybe let's listen to their Christmas Miracles episode. How's that sound? Let me try to get this to open up here. Sorry about that. I was on the wrong tab and I left. Merry Christmas, Bossy. Merry Christmas. Okay, let's listen to the Ghosties podcast. We are going to share.
Merry Christmas, Ghosties. I'm Macy.
And I'm Natalie.
In keeping with our theme of heartfelt tales this holiday season, I wanted to tell stories of Christmas miracles.
Something sweet to end the season.
Yes. So I've put together several stories of good deeds at opportune times by strangers these people have never seen before or since in their small towns. Coincidental moments where our writers get exactly what they needed in that very moment. And even a few incredible listener stories of ghostly interventions just when our listeners needed them most.
Oh, I'm excited.
So I hope you all can enjoy this time with us and maybe even experience a Christmas miracle of your own this season. Our tea today is Harney and Sons' White Christmas.
It is very fitting. Let's go.
Wait. Also,
Pause.
I found these at Michael's and I'm obsessed. Look at this.
Aw.
It's Santa.
Look, Chris. Oh, sorry. I want to see your cups. Oh, yeah, the paranormal channel that you mentioned before. This is the channel that my hoodie with the ghost on it, it's their merch.
So
let me see your mug. Oh, it's a Santa. And that one's a Santa. Aw. So this is Macy on the left and Natalie on the right.
We have several stories, some from the internet, some from our listeners. But they all just have a good feeling.
Give you a good Christmas feeling.
Yes. Many years ago, when I was making 75 cents an hour, my 3 children asked for bicycles for Christmas, but I couldn't afford them. So that January, I put 3 bikes on layaway. I paid all through the year, but a week before Christmas, I still owed $14.50. The Saturday before Christmas, my son Ricky asked how much I needed. When I told him, he asked if he could pour the pennies out of the penny jug we kept.
Aww.
I said, "Son, I don't care, but I know there's not $14.50 worth of pennies in there." Ricky poured them out, counted them, and said, "Mom, there's $15.50 worth of pennies." Ecstatic, I told him to count out $1 for gas so I could go get the bikes. I've always thought of this as our little Christmas miracle. It was as blessed a Christmas as anyone could ever have.
Oh, no.
That's so sweet. I love that. Natalie might cry. Natalie cries at sweet stories. That's so sweet. I love that.
Sweet.
Oh, no. We cannot do this.
Now, maybe there isn't
Yeah, Natalie's going to cry. Poor Natalie.
Paranormal intervention in that one, but I kept
Divine
it in because
intervention.
It's beautiful.
Something. Universal intervention. Whatever you want to call it. Whatever you believe in. I love that
like
so
just
much.
enough for gas and to get the bikes.
I also wish gas was $1.
That would be nice.
But that is so beautiful.
Well, if she was making 75 cents an hour, gas would have been pretty cheap.
Oh, I'm like, we talked about on Loose Leaves before this, how I'm already emotional. By the way, guys, this is the last episode you're going to see in this set.
Yeah.
In this house. I just moved.
Probably.
Officially. Probably. Hopefully. If I lied. No, I didn't. But yeah, hopefully we're moving the set this week and setting up a whole new thing. So next week we may look different.
Oh, Natalie's buying a house. I don't think I've listened to that episode yet where she announced that. Or it may be on Patreon. I do follow. I am a member of their Patreon as well. But I'm so freaking busy. I don't have a lot of time to pop over there. And Natalie also just got engaged a few weeks ago. So congrats to Natalie.
Yes.
God willing.
So enjoy with us.
But so I'm already emotional. Like the pod started here. Oh, stop. I gotta quit.
I didn't say anything.
No, my eye just like, I felt a
twinge
I'm
of a
gonna
tear.
cry. Yeah.
Okay,
but,
let's move on.
So I'm already feeling emo. This is not good.
Oh, this is
I love
you're gonna get tears.
I love stories of like kids getting what they wanted. Because even though it's like, okay, it's like shallow things, like, just like gifts and stuff, like,
But when you're a kid,
kids,
a bike
like,
means the world.
they deserve
you know?
everything. They do nothing wrong. Okay.
All right, you ready?
No, but yes.
Okay. Ice and snow pelted the window of the office where I was working. As the wind howled, I wondered how I would get home. The 12-mile route took me up and down steep hills and around treacherous turns. I whispered a prayer for safety. My old green blazer was doing well over the ice-crusted roadway, dodging the snowdrifts, but as I ascended one of the steepest and scariest hills, I noticed the tires were slipping, and my trusty SUV was having difficulty climbing the grade. I decided it was time to switch to four-wheel drive. I pulled the lever back, just like my husband had taught me, and slowly the tires gripped the road and the top of the hill came within sight. But at the crest, the vehicle just stopped. I pushed and pulled the lever, nothing happened. I was stuck with snow and ice pellets swirling. Now what? Even though I had met no one on this lonely stretch of road, I silently asked that someone might come to help. After a few minutes, I spied an old, rattling pickup truck. A smiling young man I'd never seen before in our small rural community rolled down his window and asked if I needed help. I assured him that I did. He stepped into the wintry madness and showed me how to maneuver the four-wheel drive shifting gear, locking it into place. In no time, I had the blazer moving toward home. When I thanked the stranger and asked if he lived around the area, he just said, "Oh, over yonder." Do I believe in angels? You betcha.
Oh.
Isn't that
Is that
cute?
the end?
Yeah.
Oh, that is so sweet. I
That was
got
like a little Christmas angel.
I got really nervous when you were talking about the snow thing, because you know that show I Survived?
Oh, yeah.
There's that episode
Yeah.
where this man was, stuck in his car in the snow, and it like came down, and people were driving by looking for him, and they couldn't find
I've seen that episode actually. I've seen that episode of I Survived. I think I have.
him because his
Yeah,
car was covered
buried.
in snow.
Yeah.
Oh, that is like a fear of mine, and we don't even have snow here. But
Yeah.
that is so sweet. Over
got their
yonder.
They live in Texas.
Little person.
Our
Yeah,
grandpa says
just like
that.
over yonder.
Yonder.
During the hustle and bustle of Christmas time, 1958, we told our children ages 3 and 4 about the beautiful Christmas tree we would have in a few days. On Christmas Eve at the bakery we had recently purchased, we counted the receipts, cleaned the shop, and headed for home with our 2 sleepy children. Suddenly, we remembered we had not gotten a tree. We looked for a vendor who might have a tree left, to no avail. About a mile from home, we stopped for a red light. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew and something hit the front of our truck. My husband went out to investigate. The next thing I knew, my husband was throwing a good-sized evergreen into the back of the truck. He went into the mom and pop store at the corner where we were and asked the proprietor how much he wanted for the tree. He said he wasn't selling Christmas trees that year. It was a Christmas miracle. We never did find out how the tree got in the middle of the road, but somehow we feel we know.
We need a tree. Thunk. Hey, we got one.
Incidentally, it was the most beautiful tree we have ever had.
That is beautiful. That is so. But
Unless someone lost their family Christmas tree.
I was just
Yeah,
about
there
to
you go.
say someone lost their
Oh, that is. What if somebody lost a tree out of their vehicle and this family? Oh no.
tree, but you got one. I don't want to believe that. I want to believe that maybe it fell off like a truck full of Christmas trees
Or
going
something, yeah.
somewhere. I don't want to think someone lost their tree and
I
didn't
mean, it
realize.
just like they were stopped at a red light. It just blew over and hit their car. Like, hey, you want a tree?
That's-
Here you go.
That's really sweet.
Okay. This one, I cried.
Oh no.
So beware. This was from a blog.
Oh no.
Okay.
They start their story off with, quote, "This happened to me on December 24th, 1997. I have to tell you that first because I wouldn't believe this story myself had I not lived it. It was like God was trying to get me to just slow down and pay attention for once." So they were newly ordained and working their first official ministry job in downtown New Orleans. It was Christmas time and they were directing the women's shelter. It was chaotic that time of year, not only people looking for somewhere to stay during the cold winter nights, but also loads of volunteers coming in and out, as well as local celebrities coming through for photo ops and journalists looking for human interest pieces for the holiday writings, you know,
Mhm.
the hustle and bustle. And on top of it all, they were short-staffed that Christmas Eve. So our writer was busy with work in the shelter that night, just packed.
Mhm.
Come nighttime, the shelter was full to the brim with people looking for a warm place to stay and to get off the streets for the night. So it was like an extra cold Christmas, like like a
Mhm.
really cold snap came through. Because
Ugh.
usually it's not very cold in New Orleans.
Yeah, no, never.
This Christmas
Yeah.
was very cold. They were working the main door, and before the sun even set, they were having to turn people away for the night because they were beyond capacity. Women were not only in the rooms, but on cots in the hallways and in every space they could put someone for a safe night. Though they were calling around to other shelters all evening to try and find a place for these people in need to go, it was like all of the shelters were filling up really fast. In walked a woman with 2 children. They looked to be about 10 and 12 years old, and all 3 of them were dressed in nice clothes. Typically, the people looking for a place to stay in this particular shelter didn't have new coats, and they assumed initially that they were just coming in to perform their holiday good deed.
Mm-hmm.
But when the woman approached the desk and our writer saw tears in her eyes, they knew that this time was different. She explained to them that her husband had a problem with drugs. They had to escape their house quickly without most of their belongings to avoid his violence. This wasn't the kind of Christmas she wanted for her kids, and they needed somewhere safe to stay until she could get a ride to a friend living in Mississippi. They had no family in town, no money for a hotel, and not a single place to stay. When our writer explained to them that they didn't have any room and that they'd have to find somewhere else to stay that night, the woman broke down, telling them that they had already been to several other places, but they were all full. She begged and pleaded to give her a place for her children. She was desperate for help and needed somewhere for her little family to be on Christmas Eve. Calmly, our writer explained there was nothing they could do, but the phone began to ring. It continued on, and nobody was picking it up, so our writer excused themselves for a moment to get to the phone. "Good afternoon, New Orleans Mission. Can I help you?" I answered. The woman on the other end of the telephone said, "This is a strange request, but I have already called all of the other shelters in town, and no one seems to know what I'm talking about. My name is Joyce, and I'm a member of Greater St. Stephen's Full Gospel Baptist Church. I live by myself, and I have a rather demanding job. But yesterday, while I was praying, I felt God was telling me a family was coming to visit me, and that family would need my help to have Christmas. I'm not exactly sure, but I think this family is a woman with 2 young teenagers.
Shut up.
I felt it so strongly that I went out yesterday to buy decorations and presents and food. I usually don't do Christmas that big on my own. And I got my house ready for them. Tree is up, presents are wrapped, ham is in the oven. But I've been trying since yesterday to find the family that God wants me to help. Do you have my family?"
Oh, no.
They looked across the lobby at the woman and her 2 kids sitting closely in a row of chairs, the mother reassuring her kids that she'd find a place for them to stay that night. But tears rolled down her cheeks. Our writer told Joyce to hold on a moment, walked over to the woman and said, "Excuse me, ma'am. I believe this call is for you."
Oh, no.
Joyce ended up picking the 3 people in need up that night, spending Christmas with them safe and sound in her warm home. The woman did make it out on a bus to Mississippi, and from there our writer didn't know what happened, but assumed they were in a safer place. Quote, "But I learned that miracles float all around us, thin places. We just don't recognize them until the situation is desperate, or we just can't solve the problem, or an angel shows up, or calls on the telephone."
I have insane chills right now. I have chills on my scalp.
That one got me.
That's
big
really
time.
beautiful.
Macy was gonna cry.
I hope that that is a true story and not just like a creative writing piece.
I know.
I love that so much. I'm not well right now. Also, you have a piece of wrapping paper,
Oh my God.
or is that a Band-Aid?
My child's Band-Aid.
Oh, poor Macy. Macy has 2 kids. My child's Band-Aid. Oh, poor Macy. Also, sometimes one of Natalie's dogs, sometimes both. She has 2 dogs, Piper and Petey. Sometimes Petey will be laying on her lap. Petey is so adorable.
I was looking at it the whole time you were talking, so like I was emotional, but also I was like trying not to make eye contact with this Band-Aid.
Put it in my pocket.
But that is a
Okay.
beautiful story, and
That's
that
funny.
brings me so much hope. I just hope that one day I can do something like that for someone,
I know.
you know, because like you and I always try to, donate where we can, do what we can, but I've never been able to like offer
your
my home to
yeah.
someone. That's it's gonna make me cry.
What gets me about that story is they received this message,
Yeah.
saying you will need to open your home up to a woman and her 2 children.
And how
She
does
bought
that
the presents.
happen?
She got the house decorated.
How
She
does
just like
that
I know.
happen?
She called all of these shelters. She's like, "I know I sound crazy. Do you have my family? I know that there is a family in need out there. These 3 people. Please
That's
tell
beautiful.
me." Oh,
I wonder if it like came to her in a dream or like what happened. How does that work?
I don't know. I mean, like some people say that when they pray, they can hear the voice of God, like just kind of speaking to them. There are
I've
also
heard
like
that, and
mediums and
I don't
psychics
understand it. Yeah,
who receive messages. So maybe it's something similar like that. I don't know.
just meant to be. Whatever it is.
Ugh, freaking beautiful though. Like I said, now we have some listener stories,
Oh,
some
yay.
little miracle-esque
Yay.
stories. So we will start with Maddie. Hi, Macy and Natalie. My name is Maddie, and I love ghosts.
We're getting Maddie's story. Here we are so far on our bag's end. We are getting ready to open bag number 3. We have a few extra pieces here that we're going to scooch to the side. I don't know if you guys could even just see what I was showing you, but here we are. I'm going to open bag 3. I'm going to open bag 3 before I press play again because it's a little noisy when I open the bags. So, you all are enjoying just hanging out. Hopefully you're spending time with family if you aren't here right now with us. I hope you all, sorry, my fat arms are making my sleeves right up. We're gonna open our bags. Forgot my brother got me a box of the Queen Anne chocolate covered cherries to carry on the tradition from our grandma Ruby. But I can't eat more than like one at a time because they're so freaking sweet. Maybe I'll open it tomorrow. All right, bag 3 is open. Sorry, I'm just checking something real quick.
Ghosties and have been watching the pod for over a year now. I too was lured in by the algorithm feeding me your Appalachia video in fall of 2024. I have always been intrigued by the paranormal, but I get way too scared to watch scary, ghosty movies. So your cozy podcast is the perfect setting for me to get my fix of spooky stories. I wanted to share a story of my own about my great-grandparents. These details are from my parents, as I was only 2 or 3 when this happened. They still talk about this story to this day, and they haven't found a way to explain it, even though neither of my parents are big believers in the paranormal. My dad's grandma and grandpa passed away a few years before I was born, and being the oldest child in my family, neither myself nor my siblings got to meet them. My dad and his parents didn't talk about them to me very often because I was little and it would inevitably lead to the dreaded toddler questions about dying and death. One day, when I was around 2 or 3 years old, my parents were flipping through a family photo album and showing me all the pictures of our family, asking if I knew who was in the pictures and having me guess which family members they were, like pictures of my grandparents when they were young or baby pictures of my aunt, etc. At one point, they flipped to a picture of my great-grandparents and asked if I knew who they were. Without missing a beat, tiny toddler me said, "Yes, they were in our kitchen." My parents were a little perplexed and started to gently ask me more questions about what I meant. I told them that I saw them in our kitchen eating cereal, Apple Jacks, I think. And that was that. My parents asked if I had seen them in a dream, but I told them that I actually saw them in real life with my real eyes. My mom said she was a little freaked out, but that I didn't seem creeped out by it at all. My dad says he wasn't scared at all either, and that he was happy to know I'd gotten to meet his grandparents and they'd gotten to meet me. My parents left it at that, and as I grew up, I would say I was very curious about the other side and developed a very strong memory, intuition, and perceptiveness. I also have synesthesia, which I thought was how everybody's brains worked until the ripe age of 18, so my brain might just be wired a little differently in ways that allow me to make connections and notice patterns. Jumping ahead to when I was around 21, I was home from college for winter break and found myself doing a puzzle with one of my sisters, who was around 19 at the time. We were in our basement, not a spooky one, lol, using a card table to do our puzzle while our dad was on the couch watching something on TV. As we put the pieces together, we started chatting with our dad about his side of the family. He eventually got onto the topic of his grandparents, the ones I saw eating cereal in the kitchen, and was telling us all about their lives, what they were like, and how they died. My dad even got a little emotional recalling the times he found out they had passed, and he told us about how he loved them so much and how much they would have loved us and how he wished we had gotten to meet them. Naturally, we also rehashed the time I did meet them briefly in our kitchen as a little kid, and that seemed to bring him some comfort, joy, and peace. Soon the conversation moved on to something else, and my sister and I were almost done with our puzzle. Except the last missing piece was nowhere to be found. Determined to finish our puzzle, my sister and I hunted around the entire basement looking for this puzzle piece. We looked on the card table we were working on, of course, under the table, through the carpet, under the couches, everywhere. We were two smart, capable adults on our hands and knees scouring the basement for this puzzle piece, and my dad, still lounging on one of the couches, got a bit of a kick out of it. After a very thorough search, the missing piece hadn't turned up, and my sister and I gave up, discouraged, and decided that all but one piece was going to have to be good enough. We stood up from our spots where we'd been looking and went back to the card table to start dismantling our puzzle.
It's the worst. To be missing a puzzle piece, just one.
Only to find the missing piece sitting smack dab in the middle of the table on top of the nearly completed puzzle.
Aw.
We both snapped our heads to each other and asked if the other had been messing with us, had found the last puzzle piece and set it on the table to keep the other searching. We both denied finding the piece at all, and my very practical sister's face looked full of shock and fear and wonder. She was even nervous laughing with these big, wide eyes. We asked our dad if he had found it, or moved it, or seen how it could have ended up on the table in plain sight, and he swore up and down that he hadn't done anything, which I believed as he was laying on the couch on the other side of the basement living area and hadn't moved since we'd gone down to the basement in the first place. My sister and I talked through any possible ways the puzzle piece could have ended up
Maybe
where
you
it did,
flipped it.
and we couldn't come up with any good explanations. But my dad looked at us and said, maybe great-grandma and grandpa heard us talking about them and wanted to help with the puzzle.
Aww.
And that's the explanation we settled on. It seems that my great-grandparents might not be gone forever and have still been around to meet their great-grandchildren, watch us grow up, and help us finish our holiday puzzle. I hope you all enjoyed my story, and I hope that it helps bring some heartwarming positive energy to the pod. Keep up the wonderful work with Ghosties, and I'll see you in the next episode. Maddie. P.S. I work in healthcare and have a handful of spooky stories from the hospital, so I'll try to write those up too. Please do, Maddie.
Please do. That is so sweet. And we've had a couple stories like that recently about people not getting to meet someone and then being like, oh no, I got to see them.
Yes.
I met them in my dreams, or I met them, I saw
Sitting
them.
at the kitchen table eating Apple Jacks.
I love that a lot.
Isn't that sweet?
I love how we started the pod in this room on demons and we're ending on miracles and happiness.
I think that's a
It's
good
like full circle.
fully fleshed out thing.
So we need to go back to demons on the first episode in the new house.
We'll see.
Okay.
There you go.
Our next story comes from Anonymous. Hi, friends. I'm obsessed with the pod, and after I had this experience, I knew I had to share it with you. Feel free to share the whole story or the most important parts. My apologies for this being a long-winded story. A lot happened in the span of 5 minutes or so, and for reference, this was at Christmas. I say that because I'm starting to agree that there's something about heightened spiritual energy during that time of year. I work at Build-A-Bear, and I truly enjoy helping people of all ages make bears they love. Sometimes it gets a little
I haven't been to Build-A-Bear. I would love to go Build-A-Bear, but I've just never gotten around to it. They had a D&D one, I think, and they also had, I think, like a Hobbit one. Or like Lord of the Rings.
heavy emotionally. Guests frequently come in to make memorial bears for loved ones who have passed.
Aw,
Terminally
that's
ill
sweet.
folks will come in to make 10 plus bears with special messages for loved ones, knowing they don't have much time left. I'm
Aw.
incredibly honored to help make those special bears for folks. Typically, I will be told ahead of time that there is a memorial bear to be stuffed. That way I can tone down my happy-go-lucky default work demeanor. I want to be as respectful as possible. This time, I did not know it was a memorial bear. I assumed it was a fun girls' day out, nothing more. 2 teen girls were in line, and I made standard small talk with them as I stuffed their bears. Once the first bear was stuffed, I asked the other girl why they chose the Reed teddy bear as I started stuffing the next bear. Her eyes got wide, and she seemed a little startled. What? I told her the sweet, fluffy bear she picked is called the Reed teddy bear. She and her friend shared a look and started tearing up.
Oh no.
They told me that these are memorial bears for their friend, Reed,
Oh God.
who passed away in a recent car accident. She didn't know the name of the bear she picked. She was simply drawn to it. I got mild goosebumps, and we shared some wide-eyed glances. Sure, Reed and Reed are different words, but it was an interesting coincidence. The 3 of us were talking about what an odd coincidence it was. Then, in mid-conversation, one of the girls said Reed's name, and the sound went off on the bear that was already stuffed. It was a recording of Reed's voice. She hadn't pressed the button. Our jaws dropped, and all 3 of us were weirded out. None of us verbally acknowledged it, but I could tell they felt the same feeling I did, like his presence was there with us. My minor goosebumps swelled into welts. We just sat there for a moment, jaws on the floor and eyes wide. It took me a moment to come back to the present and realize there's a long line. They came to the conclusion that they would continue to freak out more the longer they stayed there. They assured me that their tears were happy tears and thanked me before leaving. Then the emotional whiplash sets in as I let the next group in, who's celebrating a little kid's birthday. Those people also overheard everything and remarked that it was odd. It's good to know it wasn't just us three freaking each other out. It could totally be that the three of us let our imagination run wild after a few strange coincidences, but I've never felt that strongly that a presence was there. It was palpable. It was a positive experience for them, and I think they will cherish those bears. All in a day's work building bears, I suppose. P.S. I've been there 5 months and had a few strange experiences, namely something keeps locking the bathroom door from the inside. It's happened to most of the workers. The door will be locked, and upon trying it, we will hear a coworker say, occupied, or hello.
Hey, Taylor, Merry Christmas. Are
Then I awkwardly wait for someone to come out of the bathroom. Sometimes I'll wait 15 minutes and I'm so embarrassed to face the person who was using the toilet all that time. So I'll go back out into the store and see that everyone is accounted for and the bathroom door will be unlocked. I feel like malls have a lot of residual energy from all the people constantly there. Anyway, congrats on your success with the pod and keep up the great work. Kindest regards.
Thank you. First of all, my emotions roller coaster that whole story.
I know.
Because when you said I work at Build-A-Bear, I'm like, oh, what a little dream! I would love to work at Build-A-Bear. That sounds like such a fun job.
Yeah.
yes, we're watching the ghosties.
Oh my god! I actually, you know what? Maybe I need a seasonal job. I would love to work at Build-A-Bear.
Yeah, that would be a lot of fun.
That's not a coincidence.
The Reed Bear.
Oh god!
And then his voice plays while they're just standing there.
No, just the Reed Bear alone, I'd be like, oh my god.
It's a sign.
That's not a coincidence.
Mhm.
I love that so much.
Amazing.
Just beautiful. I needed to hear that story. I love that.
Isn't
And you
it
said that's
so
from who?
sweet?
Anonymous?
Anonymous.
Dang it. Well, thank you for sharing that. That's really beautiful. And
Yeah, thank you.
also, I'm jealous of your job. I actually really would love to work at Build-A-Bear.
It would be a lot of fun.
But yeah, malls, no. If there's a
not a
standalone
standalone
Build-A-Bear.
Build-A-Bear, yeah. Our next story comes from Christine. Hiya, girly pops. Fellow ghosty here. My name is Christine, and yes, you can say it. Coming to you live from my living room. I've been wanting to tell you this beautiful experience I had, but as a single mama, a lot of things just slip my mind from day to day. I absolutely love your podcast and binge it as soon as I found it on Spotify. You two have the perfect podcasting voices. Thank you.
Yeah, whenever I drive to Texas for work, sometimes if I'm not listening to an audiobook, I'll pull up their podcast and just like re-listen to their podcast on Spotify as I'm driving.
Thank you.
Anyway, let's jump into it since I don't want to take up too much of your time. Trigger warning for miscarriage and cancer. So if that's not something you can handle today, please skip. Back in 2023, I found out I was pregnant. My then husband and I were trying to have a baby, and I was so ecstatic when I saw the lines come up positive on the test. It was sort of a bittersweet thing because in March, my best friend had miscarried her baby. Well, I had found out a month later, the day after my birthday.
Welcome back, Cashew. Merry Christmas again. Okay, here's where we are on our bag end.
That I was pregnant, and it got me thinking, oh no, I conceived when she lost her baby. I stole her baby.
Oh my god.
Silly notion, I know, but I couldn't help it.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that is a sad thought, but
and not true.
Not true at
Not
all.
true at all.
I didn't want to wait long to tell my family, so I had individual ways for telling each member I was pregnant whenever I had a private moment with them. There were printouts of ultrasound photos, bumper stickers, letters, etc. My grandma at the time was in stage 3 lung cancer when I told her I was going to be a mama. I would take her to her chemo and radiation appointments and other overnight hospital stays, basically a lot of things she couldn't do on her own. I was, well, not happy to do it. I was quite angry that it was happening to her to begin with, but I would happily sit with her and wheel her from appointment to appointment. She was my hero, my everything while growing up, and more of a mother to me than my own mother was. We were extremely close on a soul bonded level. Anyway, fast forward to November, things took a turn for the worse, and what we thought was going to be a checkup on her head from a fall had turned into her permanent hospital stay and finding out she was in stage 4 lung cancer now, and she didn't have more than a month to live. She wouldn't be coming home. Me, Being 8 months pregnant, couldn't stay overnight with her like I wanted to, but I stayed as long as my pregnant, waddling body could allow me. The next day, my family came to be with her. We all shared fun memories and inside jokes, and then the serious sadness hit me. I started crying and told her that it would really suck if she decided to go before she got to meet her great grandbaby. But if she needed to go, I would understand because I didn't want her in pain anymore. She looked at me with those beautiful blue-green eyes and smiled and said, "I love you, baby girl," and closed her eyes, falling into a morphine sleep. I needed to go get food and take a nap because I hadn't slept the night before. While in the drive-thru, I felt an unexplainable tug in my chest, like something was being pulled out of my body, my soul, my heart, and I went cold. About a minute later, my cousin called me saying Grandma had taken her last breath the minute before, right when I felt the tug and coldness wash over me. I would never see her eyes again, hear her say, "I love you, baby girl," or hold her hand. But it was the last thing that I saw and heard and felt with her before she closed her eyes for the final time in her life. Fast forward to December 23rd. I was to be induced to get this labor going. I was crying so hard, wanting my best friend, my hero, my grandmother to be there. I was devastated that she could never be there. My sweet baby was born December 25th, 2023 at 12:02 a.m., a Christmas miracle. Well, one of the midwives, who was the same one who delivered my best friend's miscarried baby, was one of my midwife nurses. And it so happened that a nurse of mine was named Olivia, the same name as my best friend's baby. Fast forward to the 27th, I woke up to see a beautiful woman checking my vitals. Her name tag read Ema, pronounced Ema, as I would call my grandma. The nurse looked up at me with the same color and shape eyes as my grandma, my beloved. She was there with me. At this, I started crying and the nurse was confused, so I explained the whole thing as I did above, and she just smiled and hugged me and then left the room. My grandma visited me in my dreams that night, smiling. She told me, "I told you I'd be there. Thanks for all you do for us. We truly love you, girls. Keep rocking."
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Christine, my heart.
That is so beautiful.
I'm so glad that you got that knowing, that moment,
Oh,
and feeling your grandma there, your Ema.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I can't start talking because I'm gonna cry. I'm trying really hard not to bawl because every time I've fully sobbed on this podcast, I look back and I'm embarrassed. So I'm
Yeah, I
trying
know. I feel
really
ya.
hard not to just let myself sob. But that is so beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
And it tells me, and this, I don't know if this is gonna make it worse and make it even more sad, but I feel like a part of your soul went with her whenever whenever she passed, you felt that, like y'all souls were
Bonded.
bonded. Woo! Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
So they have that connection forever.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you for sharing that with us, Christine.
And congrats on your Christmas baby.
Yeah.
That's so cute.
Also, you keep rocking. Thank you.
Yeah,
You're
thank
awesome.
you.
Okay, our last story for today is from Alyssa. Hello, Macy.
And Taylor says, "Jesus, why not rip my heart out?" People who can write and explain things like that so well always get me. Yeah. They've had some stories on their podcast before that have made me get a little teary-eyed.
And Natalie, I found your podcast a little while ago, and let me tell you, I love it. This is the one and only podcast I can actually sit down and listen to. I hope you come across my email and share it on the podcast. So now that I fangirled a little, let me dive into the background of the story. To clarify, this is not my story, it is my grandma's, and I am sure she wouldn't mind me telling this story. My grandma lived in Mexico with her husband, Abraham, and they had 5 sons. They ended up moving to California and raised their sons here. Her husband, my grandpa, ended up dying a few years after they had their youngest son. It was a difficult time for her and her sons. Having to raise 5 sons as a single mom and working in the fields is not easy, but she did it on her own and did a damn good job. For that, I will always admire her.
Me too.
Same. Single moms are some of the toughest people in this world. I know it.
Yeah.
Now, my family doesn't always talk about ghost stories or anything like that, but when we do, they are very unsettling and sometimes make my eyes water from how unsettling and scary they are. But this one particular story made my eyes water for a different reason. One day, we came across the topic of ghosts, and everyone was sharing their stories. And we decided to ask my grandma about any experiences she had. My grandma told us she had many, but that it was time to share this one, as she kept it to herself for years. She said it was during Christmas Eve, and about 10 minutes before the clock hit 12 a.m. for Christmas Day. Mind you, we celebrate the 24th and wait until midnight to open gifts on the 25th. My grandma said she had gone to her room to use the bathroom as the other one was already occupied. My grandma heard her room door close and assumed someone had closed it, but then she heard someone walking around in the room and thought it was one of her grandkids, so she paid no mind. When she was done using the bathroom, she opened the door and saw her husband, clear as day, holding a picture that they had taken on their wedding day. She was in complete shock, and she said he stood there, put the picture down, smiled, and held his hand out to her. My grandma said she took his hand, and he took her to sit on the bed, and he looked into her eyes so lovingly and caring and said, "I miss you so much. I have seen your struggles, hardships, sacrifices, and happiness. I had seen how you raised our sons to be strong and kind-hearted. I am sorry I couldn't be here in person to help you raise them, but I am always here with you. I have loved you then and now and will continue to forever. I love our sons and grandkids. Heaven is beautiful, and one day you will be here with me. Till I see you again, my love. Merry Christmas and happy birthday. I love you." And as he finished, he leaned in to kiss my crying grandma on the forehead, and she said back to him, "I love you too." When she looked back up, he was gone. My grandma then looked at the clock, and it was 12:01 a.m. and Christmas Day, which is her birthday. She states that it was the best Christmas and birthday she has ever had. Thank you for letting me tell this story to you, and I am sorry if I have made you cry. I just thought it would be a nice story to end your podcast on so you weren't scared, and so that it gives you peace and comfort that your loved ones are waiting for you on the other side. Alyssa.
Well, I wasn't crying until that last part.
Oh, my voice is cracking.
Oh, woo. Woo.
That's like one of the most beautiful visits I've ever read, though.
Wow. Merry Christmas, everyone. What a
time.
What a story. What an episode.
Yes, so we hope you're all having a lovely time with your family or friends or your pets or whoever you have by your side today during this holiday season.
Or with us if you're here.
Or
alone.
with us. Yeah.
You're not alone.
Especially
here
hope
with
you're
you.
having a good time here with us. We hope you didn't cry too much, though these were
I did.
so good.
And I'll be thinking about these for a while.
So good.
Mm-hmm.
So we appreciate all of you for being here with us, for getting us through on this, our last filming
Don't say
here
it
in
again.
this space. And hopefully next week we will see you again in a new place with new things. I'm excited about that. And
Merry Christmas.
yeah, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, whatever you're celebrating, whatever you're doing. Even if you're not celebrating, we hope your day is lovely, your night is even better, and we will see you next week.
Goodbye.
Oh, those were sweet. There's a couple here that I haven't gotten to yet. Here's some heartwarming haunts. We'll watch this.
Hi, Ghosties. I'm Macy,
And I'm Natalie.
and that's Petey.
Woo.
And continuing on with our
Yes, we got Petey. Petey.
Hi, Ghosties. I'm Macy,
And I'm Natalie.
and that's Petey.
Oh, look at Petey. He just lays there and Natalie just rubs his belly. Petey is apparently, Petey's gotten into the habit of whenever Macy comes over to Natalie's house, he runs into this room and waits for them to come in. Yeah, so Macy also does research and some stories, but they do a lot of listener stories as well.
And continuing on with our heartfelt theme for the holiday season, we have another episode full of heartwarming and wholesome stories from our listeners.
You should definitely go give them a subscribe. They're wonderful. They're very sweet. And I love listening to them.
I'm excited.
We have several stories today from our listeners who received messages from their loved ones after they left their earthly vessel. Some of these are real tearjerkers, so in addition to your cup of tea, you may want to grab a tissue or two.
Oh no.
But they're good. They're good. Our tea today was sent to us by one of you from Leavenworth, Washington, right?
Mhm.
It's Little Village Tea and Spice Company, Gingerbread Rooibos.
Yes.
I'm
Smells.
very excited.
I'm kind of getting my smell back, and the smell hit me, and I was like, oh, I can actually smell things. So
And it's lovely.
For a while.
I'm hoping I can taste it. So let's go.
That was pretty good.
I
It was
liked it.
A light Because we had gingerbread festival on
Yes.
Thursday. This one was like a lighter version of that. Very sweet.
Because
very
I
good.
think on Thursday I couldn't taste that one.
No, you couldn't.
I kind of have my taste back a little bit. It's very, very festive.
I know we talked about it. We don't like ginger, but we love gingerbread.
Yes, which is very weird.
Yeah. And I don't know what it is. I am a big fan of gingerbread flavored things.
I like it. I think it's good. So thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. It was delicious. Our first story today comes from Nat. Hi, lovelies. I love your podcast. I found it a few weeks ago on my suggested, and I'm hooked. It's so nice to see a live view of the in-between of loving the unexplained while fearing it at the same time. I wanted to share one of my encounters that has stuck with me vividly since age 7. I'm now at the cusp of turning 31. That alone is scary. I grew up never having heard much about my grandmother on my mother's side. We didn't even have pictures of any of our family members either. Chalk it up to maybe it was hard to mail those things back then. I assumed a lot had to do with that we lived in the States and my parents' families lived in Mexico. My mom had an upcoming surgery to which she was going to take time off from work and spend her recovery time in Mexico, taking us with her to experience and meet our extended family for the first time. A few days before we were set to leave, my mom was confirming details with her mom, and I got the opportunity to speak with her on the phone. If memory serves, this was also the first time I had ever spoken to her. We talked a bit, and my grandma told me how excited she was to meet us and that she couldn't wait to love me and have fun. This call gave me so much to look forward to, and at this point, I counted the days before we left. The night before we were set to leave, I had a dream of a woman who took me into an embrace. She was wearing purple and was of short stature, but looked an awful lot like my mom. When I pulled out of the embrace, I called her mom, and she chuckled and told me she was my grandma and that she was so happy she could meet me and that she loved me. I felt so much love and warmth, but the rest of the dream was blurred. I woke up the next morning and ran to my mom to tell her about it. Shortly after the phone rang, and I ran to answer it. It was my cousin who called asking for my mom, who had stepped into the shower. So I told her she wasn't available. She then told me to have my mom call her back ASAP as my quote, Ma Oliva had passed away. I didn't know my grandmother by name, so it didn't hit me the news 7-year-old me was relaying to my mom. The rest of that day was a blur. Between running to find a flight, packing, and flying out, my parents didn't explain anything to us as far as where we were going. We just knew someone had passed away. We arrived shortly past midnight. I remember walking into this unknown house that held such a somber feeling, and I snapped back to reality when I heard a scream so loud that it haunts me to this day. My mom led us to a back room where my aunt was hunched over a casket, inconsolable, so much so that she fainted from lack of oxygen. I was holding my mom's hand as she approached the casket. I remember her grip so tight around my little wrist. When I think about it now, it's as if she was holding all the grief in, almost in disbelief. Once we approached the casket, I realized it was my grandmother who passed away. How did I know at this point, you ask? Not because anyone had told us, but because the woman in her eternal sleep was the woman in my dream, the one who looked so much like my mom in the same purple dress, the one who told me she was so happy to meet me. I carry that with me always, that she made it a point to visit me before she was gone forever. If anyone ever asks me if I met her, I always respond with, I did once. Thank you so much for letting me share. It's a very special experience for me. Thank you for all that you do and for giving people like me a platform to share our experiences. Love, Nat.
That is
It's crazy how she saw her grandma in her dream in the exact same dress that she was buried in. I don't know how we can explain that. I really don't. It's crazy. What do you all think?
so beautiful.
I know,
So beautiful.
heartbreaking, and
You did get to meet her, and I love that so much. That is so cute.
wearing the same dress that she was
Yeah.
going to be buried into.
And that's like adds even more to like the confirmedness of it to
Yeah,
me.
it's like a verifiable thing that
Yeah.
you can point to. That's wild.
I love it. I'm so happy for you. That's awesome.
Beautiful and sad and heartwarming.
Just a good one.
I'm sorry for your loss, though. That is very sad. Our next story comes from Nikki. Hiya, ladies. My name is Nikki, 34 female, and I'm from Wisconsin. I just started listening to you guys a couple weeks ago, and I'm hooked. This story will be short and sweet. My father passed away in June 2021. We had a complicated relationship, but there was always love. He didn't always know how to show it sometimes due to him having a tough upbringing, but I know he was always proud of me. My husband and I decided to hold off on trying for a baby after trying for 2.5 years to let me grieve and get back to healthy. February of 2022, I found out I was pregnant with a little boy. I was mixed with excitement and sadness. I had a very healthy pregnancy, record time birth for a first-time mom, and only cussed once from my water breaking till birth, under 8 hours. Fast forward to March of this year, 2025. My son, now 2.5, giggles constantly at random corners during the day, acts like he's being chased, and will giggle in the dark during bedtime like he's being tickled. At first it was cute, then I started wondering why he could be having these excited outbursts. I started thinking about something supernatural right away, as I've always been curious about it. One day we were laying in his bed after nap time and the giggles started. I had my Spotify playing, my liked songs, no special station. Something in me felt that I needed to ask if it was my dad.
Oh, the question? Oh, just like um how crazy it was that the girl she dreamt of her grandma without even knowing what her grandma looked like, and she was in the same dress that she was buried in. How crazy that is, and what you all thought about that.
I started saying, Dad, I really hope that's you who's been playing with my son. Please show me something. He always loved Steely Dan and cigarettes, so when Hey 19 started playing, I was shocked. I do not have any Steely Dan songs saved, as I sat there confused when all of a sudden, the smell of old cigarette smoke filled my nose. Dad. I just bawled. That was my dad, coming to say hi and play with his only grandchild. It still happens from time to time, and my husband has been around to witness a few times. I miss my dad a lot and wish my son could have met his pop-pop. Thank you, ladies, for a safe space for spooky people to hang out. Nikki.
Oh, but he did.
I'm about to cry right now.
Oh, he did. He did get to meet him. Oh, that's so good.
It's things like that that come up like right after you ask for a sign, you know?
That's like, how can you justify that other than, yeah, it's him, because you're playing your liked songs. Your Spotify isn't going to, I don't believe in coincidences.
Yeah.
Your Spotify's not going to randomly be like, huh, let's just switch over and play this song. That doesn't happen.
You could say like tech weird things could happen. Like that's one thing. Like maybe something strange happened. Maybe your Spotify glitched for some reason.
No.
I don't know. But to couple that with the smell of cigarettes, you just asking your dad for a sign, it like you said, it's too much for even a coincidence.
Agreed.
In my opinion.
I mean, hey, it's our opinion, but it's the truth.
Our next story comes from Maria. Hi, Ghosties. My name is Maria, and I'm a listener from Brazil. My family has a lot of connections to supernatural, and every family member has a different story to tell about some paranormal experience. Today, I'm going to tell you a few stories about my grandfather. Hope you like it. My grandfather passed away way before I was born in the 90s from cancer. It was a very hard death on the family since he was the most loving, lively person to everyone that knew him. He used to take all the cousins on trips when my mom was a kid, and he was just so excited to be a grandfather. Unfortunately, he didn't live to see any of his children become parents. My mom is the oldest daughter, and when he died, she was already an adult and dating my father, so he used to talk to her about how she was going to have a little girl and name her Maria Clara, my name.
Oh.
Years after he passed away, my mom had a dream where she would meet him, and he was rocking a little baby to sleep. The baby was blonde, and he called my mom over and gave the baby to her, thanking her for letting him meet Maria at least one time. A few days later, she found out she was pregnant with me. I was born with jet black hair, but as the months passed, my hair turned blonde, and I started looking just like the girl from the dream.
Oh my God. Are you about to cry?
Yes.
That's really cute.
He handed her over. It was
Yeah.
like, here's your baby. I'm so glad I got to meet her.
This is
Now
too
I'm
much.
giving her to you.
This is too much.
The second story is about my brother. My grandma never got over my grandfather's passing, and she once went to a psychic looking for some closure. The woman said that my grandfather was about to get into her life again, closer than she thought. My mom then found out she was pregnant with a little boy, and when she told my grandma said to my mom that she had this feeling that he was going to be my grandfather's reincarnation. Since my brother was a toddler, he had strange mannerisms that my grandpa used to have. The way he sat, the way he liked to sleep, the way he moved his hands when trying to talk, everything was just like him. Then, one day, when driving to school, my brother, who was like 3 or 4 years old, said to my mom, "Mommy, did you know I once took care of you? I used to take care of you, but then you started taking care of me. Then one day I went to sleep, and I woke up Miguel." We were shocked, to say the least. When my grandpa got sick, my mom was the one to take care of him, since her mother had to work, and he died with her in the room. As my brother grows older, he's now a teenager, he becomes every day more and more like my grandpa used to be. He knows details about my mom's childhood that nobody ever told him, and the whole family believes he is my grandpa reincarnated.
I love it.
I've just been reading stories of past lives, and that one really got me. That was a good one.
Past lives. That's one of my favorite topics
I know.
ever.
They're
Ever.
interesting.
So good.
It's so interesting. The last story is about me and the most recent one. The year after he passed, my grandma went to a spiritist center, I don't know if I'm saying this right, and got a spirit letter from my grandpa. She didn't believe it fully, but she was doing anything that helped ease her mind. As the years passed, things would happen, and she would remember the stuff he said in the letter. It was all little things, until 2023. In July of 2023, I came out as a lesbian to my parents and introduced them to my girlfriend, who is still with me. My grandmother lives on the other side of the country, so I was okay with not telling her until I had to, because I was scared of her reaction. We went there on holiday at the end of the year, and my mom told me it was a good idea. It was a good time to tell her, but I just couldn't. My mom offered to talk to her in private, so that if she had a bad reaction, I wouldn't be there to see it or have to hear any bad things. A few days later, my mom and grandma came to me with the spirit letter that she still keeps and told me to read it. I'm paraphrasing, but basically it said that a very close member of the family would come to her and tell her something that she was not going to take well. He told her to please be loving and accept it and keep that person close for him, because he never got to meet her and my grandma could not throw the chance to have them in her life away. She told me that when my mother said about my girlfriend, she knew he was talking about me and knew instantly that it was okay for me to be who I am. I'm the oldest daughter of the oldest daughter. I was the first grandchild, and I know how much he wanted to meet me. I'm a very skeptic person about religion, but I believe in the love he had for his family, and I believe that he found a way to meet me, to keep me safe, and to be present in the only way he could. I miss him, and I feel like I do know him, even if we never crossed each other. I hope you liked these stories, and I hope it wasn't too long. I love your pod, and I wish you all the best.
I'm blown away. I'm blown away. What?
That's sweet.
Also,
Isn't that insane?
how do you get one of these letters?
I know
Who
that
does
would be
this?
that would be cool. That would be cool.
That is, I've never heard of something like that before.
Me neither. And I would like to look into that somehow.
I'm really, really
letter?
intrigued. How would he know these things?
That was
You've been listening, you've been not looking, and now you see a dog. He's just like, yes, that is Petey. That is one of Natalie's dogs, and he just kind of lays on Natalie's lap as she just rubs his little belly, and he just looks so relaxed.
very interesting.
How would he know? And that brings me back to my whole
Look at him just all laid back as she just rubs his little belly.
mind confusion of are our stories written for us, or
Petey is always just so chill.
do we choose?
Each choice we make, yeah.
Oh, Petey, just laid back, relaxing.
I don't know.
I'm blown away.
I don't know.
I've never heard anything like that. That's crazy.
That's insane. And I'm so glad that he did say that to her. So
Yes.
you didn't have to have this gut-wrenching moment with your grandma. She came to you and was like, I knew something was coming and I love you.
Love it.
That's
don't make me cry.
beautiful. They also ended the email with beijos y abrazos do Brazil.
What does that mean?
It means kisses and hugs from Brazil.
Oh,
and I was
cute.
afraid to say it, but I hope I said it properly.
Okay.
Man, I'm these are getting me. I've been emotional the
Yeah.
last couple of days. Whew.
That was a really good one.
Our next story is from Kalissa. Or Kalisa. I'm going to say Kalissa. Hey guys, I wanted to give a lighthearted paranormal story for Natalie. Since the last one I wrote has me a little bit spooked, so we haven't gotten to the last one yet because we're pulling from, jumping around. FYI, I do talk about the death of my Nana, a really spiritual woman, like I said in my last story. My Nana was a medium, and so was her mom. I never got to meet her mom because she died before I was born, but my Nana and I have always been super close, so when she died, I was really heartbroken and upset to the point where I was getting a lot of failing grades. I didn't even think I was going to graduate high school. You know how you have this pending feeling of doom or something that's going to happen? A couple days before her passing, I was feeling off the entire time until the night before she passed. I had a dream about her. We were sitting in her house, the same one that I live in now, and we were talking in her room over some tea, something that we really love to do. And she told me in that dream that I didn't need to be worried about anything and that I was going to be taken care of. I was confused, so I asked her, what are you talking about? I'm already taken care of. And then I woke up. When I woke up, I went to the bathroom and I came back to my phone ringing. It was my mom. She was calling me to tell me that my Nana passed. I believe that she came to me in my dream because she knew that I could feel whatever she felt. I just didn't know what. After I got the news, obviously, I was super depressed, super upset, and I remember crying the entire day. I remember nightfall came and my mom and my dad had to leave me in the house to go do something for my Nana's funeral.
He's adorable. He is adorable. If I get reincarnated like these stories, I'd definitely take that dog spot. I know. Just so chill. Her other dog, Piper, is a little chaos gremlin and won't let Petey rest. So there'll be one dog or the other sometimes, but never both of them because Piper will just be a gremlin.
And the whole time, I just felt like she was watching me. So I said out loud, Nana, I don't know if I'm going to be okay. I don't feel okay. I didn't want you to leave just yet. I wanted you to see me graduate, and now I'm not going to graduate because you're not here. While I'm sobbing, I turned around to see her standing in front of me, watching me cry like a baby. She was happy, and she had a cup of tea in her hand, and she said,
I can't find the fourth one of this. There's supposed to be 4 of these, and I can only find 3. And I'm getting a little frustrated.
thing to me. You're going to be okay.
Oh,
Please dry your tears. I don't like when you cry. And after she said that, she vanished in front of me. Of course, I cried some more, but I cried because I knew that she was here and that she was never going to leave and that she was going to be watching over me for as long as I'm here. Thank you so much for listening to my story. I'm sitting here crying again as I look at her picture. I can just tell in her last moments I saw her that she was her healthy self again and she wasn't in any more pain. I also gave y'all a picture of how I saw her in her last moments. Rest in peace, my beautiful angel. I know you're having a party up there. She taught me to be strong and confident and to never be scared of things that I don't understand. Thank you all for listening to my story. I really appreciate it. I really hope I make it on the pod. Love, Calissa.
Oh, that last little bit almost got me.
My angel.
Yep, it almost got me. Let me see this
Yes.
picture. Oh,
Pretty lady.
Oh, okay, that makes it so much worse. I wish I wouldn't have even asked. Because
Like
now I'm
having
like,
a face with a name.
yeah. Oh gosh. Anytime I see the people or the pets or anybody that y'all are talking about in these stories, it makes it so real. And then I'm like, that's my Nana. Like, that's my dog. Like, you know?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And I like that they saw Nana like youthful and like how she looks in this photo.
Yeah.
Just like lively and young and, you know,
and
healthy.
not in pain, not sick, anything, just
Yes,
healthy.
Exactly.
Oh, I love it. And she is with you.
So good.
We know that.
Our next story is from Sam. To backtrack some, one afternoon, my long distance BFF and I were texting about the EVP app Ghost.
So the neighbor's dogs, you can hear them barking. They are out in the backyard. Why can't I find this piece? I'm going to look at my extra pieces that I have, and maybe I have one that's similar that I can use. I cannot find this piece. My goodness.
Tube. For me in Southern California, it was sometime in the afternoon, so still light out and safe from all spooky specters. However, my friend is in Spain, and for her, it was nearing midnight. Her husband was out of town. It was just her cat, and whatever spirits were in the ancient apartment building. It didn't take any convincing for her to download and boot up the app. If you're familiar, it turns your phone into an EVP device and lets spirits speak to you. Immediately, it starts saying things. She is terrified and filled with regret, but we can't help ourselves, and she stays on. I'm laughing my butt off with each terrified voice note of some nonsensical phrase her ghost says. Not much came from her session, just some silly slumber party type scares. She closed the app, said a prayer, and told anything near that it was not welcome here. I mocked her fear and wished her good night. There's no scaring me, not at 1 p.m. on the sunny West Coast. That attitude quickly soured as it came to my turn to be enveloped by night. Done with my nightly doom scroll, I flicked off my lamp and sunk into bed. I sleep with my door open for my 2 dogs, and from my vantage point, if I look towards my feet, I can see the front side of my open bedroom door. On the back of my door hangs my towel and bathrobe, or was it? My room was barely illuminated by a nightlight. The bit of fabric sticking out behind my door gave me pause. I sat up on my elbow, not breaking eye contact with what looked like half an adult's head and shoulder peeking out from behind the door. I clicked on my tableside lamp. A towel.
Oh,
I
thank God.
I clicked it off. A human-shaped bust. Not convinced. I remember my friend earlier that day telling her ghosties they are not welcome. And I do the same. You cannot be here. You are not welcome. You need to leave. Only my loved ones and pets can be around me. I lay back down, but get to thinking about these loved ones and pets. In December 2022, I suddenly lost my 7-year-old girl, Sloopy, to a spinal cord injury. 8 months later, my 10-year-old, Petey, was diagnosed with cancer and in 2 short weeks was reunited with his pal. I know.
That's that's the name of Natalie's dog that's on her lap, Petey.
How dare you?
I truly believed he might have died of a broken heart and find comfort in the tiny signs I see that remind me of them. I think of them often, but this night I decided to speak to them out loud. A quick, I love you, I miss you. A little later on, as I'm drifting off to sleep, there was a clatter across my room. I assumed one of my lotion bottles had fallen off of the desk. They are always so precariously placed. My dog hurried over to see what had tumbled down, which wasn't out of character, but he is a little chicken, so I was kind of surprised he didn't jump and run. In the morning, I looked over, but saw nothing out of place. However, looking around the floor laid the tiny clay Sloopy paw print that came with her remains and baggie of fur. Now, I can't say gravity doesn't exist. I can say I have had her and Petey's things on this shelf for 3 years, and nothing has ever fallen or rolled or moved, even with fans and earthquakes and anything else that would possibly jumble a shelf haphazardly nailed to a wall. I carefully replaced the paw print and said hi to my loves.
That's enough. That's enough. Don't look at me.
There's more.
Nope. Okay.
They said, bonus.
Okay.
They literally spelled that out.
Okay.
I love spooky, scary paranormal things. I am the creepy weirdo watching ghost movies at night all alone. This particular night, the autopsy of Jane Doe made me its victim. If you haven't seen it, you should, but there's a part where the ghostly entity begins banging on doors and walls, etc. With that in mind, I'm knee-deep in REM sleep. Don't even know what time of night it is when a soft knocking wakes me up. I lay there listening to try and catch it again, thinking my ears were playing tricks on me. It knocks again. This time I'm a little more awake and I think I can pinpoint it coming from the wall inside my closet that's perpendicular to my bed. The other side of the wall is just open living room. I hear more knocking, but from the far wall just in front of my closet connecting it to my door. Now, I am completely conscious and every scene I had just watched from Autopsy of Jane Doe came flooding to the forefront of my mind. I lay back down, ready for the witchy spirit to take me, as the end must be nigh. The banging starts back up. This time louder, frantic, pounding my closed door, demanding entrance. The bangings mixed with a sickening scratching of claws on the wall at the end of the hallway just outside my door, like a manic beast attempting to dig its way through the wall.
Bunch of baggies here of extra pieces. I'm going to see if I can find something that I can use in place of the piece that I'm missing until maybe I find that piece.
It stops. I lay there emotionally and physically numb, but realized it isn't the movie's antagonist. It was just my 110-pound dog in his bed at the end of the hallway, right outside my bedroom door, scratching himself and his fat paw hitting the wall.
Dude, I freaking knew it. Oh my gosh.
Hopefully those weren't too long. I tell everyone about your podcast. You guys rock. I'll attach their shrine and some doggy photos to cleanse your palates. Feel free to share Sam and the dogs.
Oh, please do. But I'm also distraught. I am very distraught. Oh.
Petey, Sloopy.
Oh.
Puppies.
There's Benny and Goosey.
Goosey. That name is so cute.
Look at that. Look at that costume.
Oh.
He's reading tarot.
That is
That's
so
hilarious.
cute.
Look at them.
Oh my god.
And there's their little shrine.
Oh, I'm
That
gonna
little
cry.
paw, I guess, is the one that fell.
I'm gonna cry.
That's so cute. Look at those pictures.
I don't want to cry.
That's adorable.
That is really cute.
Thank you, Sam, for sharing these with us. We need that.
Also, fantastic names for your dogs, I must say.
I would say so. You might be a little bit biased for one of those.
I think PD is a great name. I am distraught, but thank you so much. Your dogs are adorable and I love them.
We'll move on.
Give them pets for me.
Yes, please. Our next one is from Jude. Hi, Ghosties. I enjoy listening to your podcast at work and at home, unwinding with my pups. It seems more often than not, Natalie feels like she's going to throw up. I hope this story eases your nausea.
Thank you. Wow. So considerate.
I moved to North Carolina when I was 13 due to my family running into financial hardship. We moved into a house owned by one of my mom's cousins, her generation. It had a screened-in porch out the kitchen door, and the door was across from the hallway that went through the house to all of the bedrooms and the living room. One night I was doing the dishes. I had the door open to let in a nice autumn breeze. As I stood there with my hands in the sink and my back to the door, my dog came running in the house. I could hear her nails hitting the floor as she scurried to the hallway, and as I turned around, I saw a woman chasing her. But this woman wasn't scary by any means. She looked as if she were trying to play with my dog. She had beautiful, long, dark hair, a white spring dress, and a warm smile. I ran to follow them to my living room, but when I got there, it was only my family sitting on the couch.
All right. I cannot find this piece. I can't find it. I'm just going to use an extra piece like this until I can find it, just to give it the space that it needs. But that's frustrating because it looks like it's an exterior piece. And you can see it from the outside. Do I have anything the same color that might work? You are the same color from my chess set. You're not the right shape, but you're the same color. So we're going to use this extra piece until I can find the right piece. If I'm able to, because I don't know. I don't know if I can do this. I don't know if this is going to work. I don't know if this will. All right, we're just going to have to do that. Do I have another piece? Oh my goodness. You know, maybe I can do this. Let's do this. All right. I'm going to finagle something here. It won't look right, but it'll partially look okay. It'll have half of this shape, but until I can find the actual piece, we're going to do that.
Couch. I explained to them how there was a woman that was playing with my dog, and we searched the house only to find no one. I sat down with my mother and explained what the woman looked like and what she was wearing. She pulled some photos out of an old box she had, and there she was, the woman from the kitchen. The cousin who owned the house had a sister who had passed away only a few months before we moved in, and I described the outfit she was buried in to a T. She was actually moving into the house and had an accident at her old house that led to her early death. The funny part is, my mom's cousin has a dog that is also a Yorkie, and her sister loved to chase her around. Some things worth noting: I hadn't seen this part of my family since I was a toddler, so I couldn't remember them. I was also not at the funeral, so I had no way of knowing what she was buried in, nor did I know that she was moving into this house at the time of her death. I hope this story reaches you well, and keep up the spooking. Jude.
I love it. That is so cute.
Still getting to play with the pups.
First there's a PD, then there's a Yorkie. What's next? I'm not doing well.
I can tell.
How dare you do this to
I
me?
told you to get a tissue.
This is so good.
Our next story is from Kay. Hello, besties. I absolutely love watching your guys' videos. I have only been watching for a few months, but have somehow watched all of your videos. I love watching while doing dishes or cooking. I'm very sorry if this story is all over the place. I'm not the type to write stories. I have not had many paranormal experiences or unexplainable things happen. One thing to know about this story is me, call me Kay, and my granny were super close. We lived within 5 minutes of each other. When me and my boyfriend, now husband, call him Z, were looking to move in together, she wanted us to move on her land with her. Sadly, the house we were going to move in needed way too much work. So we ended up renting a house down the road from her. Within a week of us moving, she ended up having a stroke and having to be hospitalized. I ended up taking off work. I was sitting on the couch at my house, and out of nowhere, our lamp started to flicker. Mind you, it was a new lamp with a brand new light bulb. I went to my room to get my purse and dog to leave since it freaked me out. I walked into the kitchen to blow my candle out, and to my surprise, it was already blown out. There were no fans or air or anything blowing to cause it to blow out. My grandma passed away a few days later. And around a few weeks later, my cousin, call him D, was spending the night with us due to his parents working nights. Z had to wake up very early in the morning for work. D was sleeping on the couch, and I was asleep in bed. Z woke up, took a shower, and was eating breakfast at our kitchen table. The way our table was set up, you could see the living room and down the hall. Z heard something while eating and looked up. He said he could see the shoulders and face of an older woman with curlier hair. He said she looked just like my granny. Z said she was at the beginning of the hall, and they were both just looking at one another for a good 5 to 10 seconds. He looked down and back up, and she turned around and walked into the bathroom. He heard the water in the bathroom start to run. Once he finished eating, he left and went to work. I woke up around 7 to get D up and ready for school. He barely talked, just got up, got ready, and pretty much ran out of our house when his parents pulled into the driveway. I didn't know about what Z had experienced until this afternoon when he came home from work. I was freaked out, so I didn't tell anyone what he told me. Later that afternoon, D's mom called and asked, "Is y'all's house haunted?" I played dumb and asked her why. She went on to tell me that D told her while he was asleep in the living room, he heard someone moving dishes around in the kitchen, but he was too scared to turn and look. Eventually, he got up and came into our room, and me and Z were both asleep in bed. We can't help but think this was our granny just coming to visit and check in on us. Another sweet but weird thing that happened was in the house we lived in after the house that the story took place in. We were moving out of it. The lights flickered as we got the last of our things out. When we moved into our current house, the first day we were moving in, the lights flickered. I think it was my granny just letting me know she was with us. I hope to hear my story on the podcast. I know it's not too scary, but more of a sweet story. I'm sure Natalie will love it.
And I do. I also think it's really cool that they saw the granny for like 5 to 10 seconds, because that's a long time. That's a really long time to be seeing something paranormal.
Yeah.
Because normally it's like a flash.
But they looked back or looked down, back up, still there. She just turned and walked into the bathroom.
That, and honestly,
that's crazy.
If I were to ever encounter something, it would have to be for that long. Because
believe it.
Not even just to believe it, for my eyes to adjust. Because like I can't focus. So like if I saw something and it was like a split second, I'd be like, oh, I didn't really see anything. But if I saw it for like 5 to 10 seconds, then I'd be like, oh yeah,
a really good look. Our next story comes from Shelby. Hi, Ghosties. My name is Shelby, and I'm from a small town in northern Vermont. I've been listening to your podcast nonstop and love the way you tell paranormal stories with humor and heart. Listening to your Wholesome Ghost Stories episode made me want to share my own. I wanted to tell you 2 experiences, one of mine and one of my grandmother, that have stayed with me since childhood. Both involve my grandpa, who passed away very suddenly when I was 11. Shortly after my grandpa passed away from a sudden aneurysm, strange things began happening with a touch lamp in my parents' bedroom. It had never turned on by itself before, but all of a sudden it started lighting up at random times throughout the day. My mom believed it might be my grandpa trying to let us know he was still around. My dad didn't believe in anything paranormal, so without us knowing, my mom said out loud before bed one night that if it was him, he should turn the lamp on for my dad so it would be on when he got home from work around midnight. Maybe then he'd finally believe it. One night, shortly after this, I was lying in bed trying to fall asleep. My room faced theirs so I could see straight into their bedroom, and I always left my door open. My mom had already turned the lamp off after winding down for the night. I closed my eyes for what felt like just a few minutes when I suddenly felt like I needed to open them. When I did, I saw their whole room suddenly light up from the lamp turning on. I waited, listening for my mom to get up, but the house stayed completely silent. I called her name softly, no answer. I did it again, nothing. Finally, scared out of my mind, I yelled for her. When she answered, still half asleep, I asked if she had turned the lamp on, but she said no, she'd been asleep the whole time. Later, she admitted that she had asked my grandpa to send a sign, but after seeing how frightened I was, she spoke out loud again before bed that night and told him, okay, we know you're here, but you're scaring the grandkids, so you need to stop now. And the wildest part, the lamp never turned on by itself again.
Sweet.
That's cute.
Love it. That's really cute. And I like that she was willing to say, like, all right, cool it.
The
The
grandkids
kids
are
are scared.
Yeah. Yeah. My grandmother had her own experience not long after his passing that she shared with us. She cared for an elderly neighbor and would often come home super late or early in the morning. One morning around 3 or 4 a.m., she came home to grab something. My grandpa had always kept a police scanner on. It was his thing. And even after he passed, she kept it running out of habit. As soon as she walked in, the scanner suddenly blasted loud static and noise. It had never acted up like that before. She said she immediately knew it was my grandpa, so she started talking out loud, spitting and sputtering, telling him there was no reason to make that much noise so early in the morning. She walked over to it, and as she knelt down to switch it off, the scanner shut off on its own. Then the screen flashed a single word, goodbye.
Oh.
She had never seen that message before and was so surprised because she didn't even know the scanner could display anything like that since they never shut it off. This story still chills me every time I tell it. That's cute. It also made me think about, this is totally unrelated, when we used to work at the pizza shop.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
There was a lady and her daughter who worked there, and she would always bring her police scanner all the time. And
And
then she'd
guess
be
what?
like calling her daughter, like, girl,
Loved
guess
it.
guess whose address I heard on the scanner?
Love.
It was
I was
so good.
thinking the exact same thing. I love
You gotta love a small town where everybody's up in everybody's business.
when people are just nosy for the sake of just being just cuz.
the small town busybody.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Love it. I'm obsessed actually.
Oh yeah, I loved working with him.
I love that that's where your mind went to because that's immediately what I
I'm
was
glad
thinking
yours did
about.
too. Looking back all these years later, I truly believe those moments were my grandpa's way of letting us know he was safe and at peace. Now that my father has passed on too, I think he remembers how much signs like the ones my grandpa did for us used to scare me. So instead of anything overwhelming, I believe my dad sends me gentle reminders. His favorite song suddenly playing on the radio, his favorite number popping up everywhere. Small moments that feel like a soft nudge from the other side. If you ever felt like diving into it, I think an episode about how people receive signs like these from the universe, spiritual guides, or loved ones could be such an interesting one. It's such a fascinating topic, and so many people have stories like these. Thank you so much for taking the time to read my stories, and feel free to share. I love your show, and I'm wishing you all the success in the world. P.S. My dad's favorite song just started playing as I was writing this. A tiny wink from him, I think.
Oh.
There's more.
Oh no.
So I emailed Shelby back and let them know that we would be, reading their email on the pod. They responded, I have to share. I recently asked my dad to send me a sign by helping my stories about my grandpa, which is his father. I just realized that I didn't mention that before. Find their way into one of your episodes quickly, since I know it can usually take months. So hearing they'll be on this just a couple of weeks was honestly so overwhelming in the best way. I also just got married on the 7th. So this feels like a little gift from both of my favorite angels who couldn't be there with me. Thank you again, Shelby.
Oh my God.
I teared up when I read that email. I was like, oh my gosh, using us as a sign is like incredible. And I love it. Like, please, everyone use us
That's the
as a
second
sign.
one. That's the second one.
Maybe more.
I'll remember this forever. Oh my God. I love that.
Thank you for sharing that with us, Shelby.
I love that so much.
It's amazing.
I also like the idea of like their dad being in your ear, like, pick that story, like, do it now. Like, I love it.
I know. That's hilarious. And a little scary.
No, I
the way
love
you
it.
said it was scary.
Well, yeah, I said it threatening. They were probably just like, hey, pick this one.
Gentle nudge, as Shelby said. Our last story today is from Leanna. Hi, guys. My name is Leanna, and I found your podcast when I started my freshman year of college this past fall. It's brought me joy and comfort, especially through the rough transition of starting college out of state, and I look forward to every episode, so thank you for that. This story isn't scary and could just be a comforting coincidence, but here it is. For a little background, my dad passed away during the middle of my sophomore year of high school. As you could imagine, this was the toughest experience of my life, especially as milestones kept passing by. My dad and I always talked about my future and what it could look like at the college we had planned for me. So opening acceptance letters and graduating high school were some of the hardest milestones to get through without him. All I can imagine during those times is what he would have said to me and how badly I wanted to hear him say he was proud of me. This all translated to a very hard transition to a college 900 miles away from my home and family. My experience slowly began to get better while in college, but these feelings still weighed heavy on my heart. All the feelings of wanting to hear him and have him by my side during this time. With that being said, one day during my winter term, I was sitting outside a cafe doing homework and I realized I needed a specific photo to add to my writing. I attempted to look for the photo, but it would not show up anywhere, including my gallery, where I was sure it would be under the date I remember taking it. I knew I had also sent it to some friends and my brother, so I attempted to search for it through my messages. I entered keywords I would have used to describe the photo in text into the main search bar in my messages. I was searching for so long that I was very irritated at this point and possibly mumbling curse words at my phone because I knew I had taken this photo. As I continued my search, I scrolled down under a keyword that I still cannot connect to the message itself. And at the very bottom was a text that my dad had sent me. I'll include a screenshot of it and feel free to read/show it on the pod if this gets included. It says, "Just wanted to say goodnight, Mama, and that I love you with all my heart. If you feel overwhelmed, it's okay. You are doing an amazing job with all of your schoolwork. We are very proud of you. And if you feel like you need a break, it's okay. Do what you can and chill. Don't let it get to you. Enjoy the rest of your night. Smile. And life is too short to be upset over things we can fix or do later. Enjoy the time with Mama and watch Criminal Minds or something. I miss you and you guys all into your shows. Daddy loves you."
Oh no.
I'm about to cry.
Oh no.
After reading the message, I was in tears. I was so shocked that I came across this message that somehow felt like my dad was telling me everything I have been begging to hear from him since I lost him. From him saying he was proud, to him telling me to take a break and not be upset. It felt like too accurate of a response for what I had already been feeling, as well as how I was feeling in the moment over my assignment. The last part where he mentions he misses me is what threw me off the edge too. It felt so real, and he somehow said everything I needed to hear in one message. After this happened, I called my mom and told her what happened, and her, being her hippy dippy self, mentioned how the planets were aligning in a rare, specific way that day or something where our deepest desires would come to light. She can be very spiritual, and she mentioned how this could have possibly been his chance to finally reach me. She brought up the multiple times I would cry to her, asking why I couldn't see him in my dreams or feel him around me like she or my brother would, and believed that this could have been my deepest desire, and the universe granted me it. I'm not a big believer like she is, but I acknowledge it could be a possibility, or just a coincidence. But either way, it felt like it healed me a bit and felt a little spooky at the time. I debated on emailing this experience to you guys, but I decided there's no harm in sending it. So I hope you guys enjoyed the story, and I hope I didn't ramble for too long. Thank you guys again for reading this, and I hope you guys continue to grow and get the recognition you deserve. Sincerely, Leanna.
Oh my
I
god.
sent another email, but we can talk about this one first.
Well, I mean, if you needed a sign, there it is.
It came up when the keyword that they were searching didn't match at all.
That's insane.
Like if they were searching for, like, I don't know, my lunch. And,
Yeah.
and then like this popped up.
I mean,
That's
like you said,
crazy.
like, oh, it could be a technological glitch, but I don't believe in that.
No,
I don't.
It feels like they said they got everything that they needed from
Yep.
their dad in that moment.
And it was 100% sent from their dad at that moment. Yep. Oh my god.
It's beautiful. That one made me cry real tears when I read it the
That's a good
first
one.
time.
That's a really, really good one.
Hi again. It's been
All right, this says the small round windows of bag end are the first Lego window elements to feature circular openings. Aw. Here we go. We have our little round window of bag end, if you all can see that. So here is where we are so far on our bag end. I'm going to make another window.
been a while since I sent my first email, but I thought I'd write about some more interesting encounters and possibly visitations from my dad that have happened since I sent the first email. Like I had mentioned before, my dad passed away a few years ago, and since then, some strange things have happened that I think are kind of spooky, but cool nonetheless. This first encounter is something my family and I are still puzzled about to this day. To start, I have two younger cousins, Daniel, who is 7, and Emma, who is 4, and they are siblings. Daniel was about 3 years old when my dad passed, and Emma had just been born. I think Emma had only met my dad once before he died. Since Daniel had a few more years with my dad, he would always ask me and my mom about his Tio Mario and where he went after he had just passed away. And we would tell him that he went to heaven, and he would ask us when he would come back.
Oh.
So it wasn't a strange occurrence for him to bring up my dad. But one day, he didn't just bring him up or ask about him. He told us that he had played with my dad in his room the night before. We were all shocked to hear this, and so we asked more questions about what they did. And this is when he also decided to mention that he would always see him and talk to him in his dreams, which is why he would ask where he was. This has happened a few more times over the years as he got older, and always intrigued us because Daniel was so young when my dad passed away. We somewhat became used to it, and I think we all kind of agreed that my dad was still around and maybe it was just easier for Daniel to see him. We recently just had the shock come back all over again, though, because now Emma has told us that she sees him too. She mentioned how he came to her and they played together, but the
Aw.
creepiest part was that she said they danced together. And when she showed us the dance that she said they were doing, it was this one very specific dance my dad was notorious for doing to make people around him laugh. We were all in disbelief about it because no one but him ever did that dance, and no one has done it, especially around Emma, since he passed away. We tried to think if maybe Daniel had told her about my dad, but we realized that this dance was something Daniel never mentioned either, so we have no idea where Emma could have learned it if it wasn't from my dad himself.
It is.
That's cute.
That is so sweet. And like, I do think, yeah, he's been around. He's still there, but I guess, kids are just more
They have
open.
the sight.
Yeah.
I mean, we
Wow.
talked about that before. Like kids often will
Yeah.
see things that we can't.
That's insane.
In my previous email, I mentioned how my dad and I had always dreamed about me making it to a specific college, and this had been the case since I was very little. I'm talking this school was on my 3rd grade project about what my future looked like. So when the time came to open acceptance letters to colleges and my dad wasn't there, it was rough. To make matters worse, I got rejected from the school that we had always planned for me to go to. I was in shambles because it felt like I had let my dad down and that I couldn't fulfill this dream that we had always had. During this experience, the only people I had
Taylor, you're cleaning and just listening. It's fine. Hey, if I can just keep y'all company on Christmas Day here, then that works for me. Y'all don't have to be chatting. I'm not being very chatty either. I'm just listening to Macy and Natalie tell these stories right now as I'm building the Shire. So it's all good. We're all just hanging out.
told that I was rejected were my mom and my brother because I didn't want to tell anyone else for the time being. The next day went by like normal, and when my mom got home from work, she took me to get ice cream as a sort of pick-me-up since I was pretty devastated. While we were eating ice cream in the car, she started to tell me that a client came into my mom's office that day, and she said she had abilities to speak with spirits. She said that there was someone waiting to talk to her and that she had a message if she wanted it. My mom said that the client told her it was my dad, and that the only thing he kept saying was F UCLA. And something along the lines of, it's okay, she didn't need them.
Oh.
This sent me into a laughing fit because this did sound like something he would say if he was there when I opened my letter from them. He was a huge UCLA fan, but I guess he didn't like that they rejected me. I was amazed by this because there was no way for that client to know what had happened just the day before. My mom also mentioned that the client told her that he had been following her all day to make sure she got that message from her. She said that he made sure that she forgot to put her protective crystals back on her after her shower that morning so that this medium would be able to read her, which I believe because my mom has never once forgotten to wear her crystals before. But yeah, safe to say, hearing that my dad didn't feel let down and was still supporting me from wherever he is
Second
felt
window.
really good.
I mean,
That's so cute.
From the inside.
how do you explain that?
He was so insistent. He was like, this message needs to get to my daughter.
That is just I'm blown away.
I'm
I don't even
amazed,
like
too.
I don't even know what to say about something like that.
I love stories like that where mediums or people will like
Dude.
get such strong readings. It's like, I don't know what this means. I hope this means something to you, but I like.
My book says, we hope you're enjoying your building journey so far. Well, we're on step 65. And we're not even through book 1.
They are telling me I have to tell you this.
Okay. I don't want
Oh, that's crazy.
Did
people
I-
close to me to pass away.
I'm wondering if I've missed any steps because I have pieces here that I think they gave me the wrong color of a piece. I think they gave me a black one instead of a brown one. I don't think I've missed any steps. No, I think it's just an extra piece. Oh, shit. The wrong color. I used the wrong color. I do have the right piece that I needed. But I used the wrong color. It's supposed to be the black one that goes there. All right. Hello, Maggie. Glad you could join us. I hope you had a good time with your family. Sorry, I'm just correcting a mistake here. You all hear the neighbor's dogs? Oh, they're barking because my neighbor's outside. Denny's outside. He always takes them some treats whenever he's in the backyard. So that's why they're barking right now, because Denny's going down to the fence to take them some treats. So that is why they are barking.
Okay?
No,
But I want something like that to happen to me where someone comes up and goes, I have a message for you. Because guess what? I'm taking it. I'm saying yes.
Bossy Rain and Legos eavesdrop. I used the wrong block. I did. I used the wrong block. Little magpie. Yeah. So I wear noise canceling headphones all day whenever I'm working. So I can't hear all the neighbor dogs.
Yes, tell me.
I'm
Even
trying to
if it
get this
doesn't
piece
resonate,
off.
I'm going to think about it and be like, how do I connect this?
Connect the dots.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, that could lead to.
Yeah. Well, that's a little crazy, but
yeah,
I would be so like, yes,
that's
tell
crazy.
me.
Especially like people, like random people off the street. Like they don't know
Yeah.
you. They haven't been sitting here reading you, things
Yep,
like that.
they just show up.
That's wild. This last one is another possible visitation from my dad. I know these emails are long, so I apologize, and I swear this is the last story, but after writing the first one, so many things are starting to pop up in my memory. So this story takes place the day right after my dad passed away. I was sleeping in my room and I had a dream with my dad in it. In my dream, I was in my room and my dad was standing right outside my open door, almost like he couldn't cross over or something. I stood up from my bed and approached him, and I just remember I was crying and I felt heavy. It was strange because for some reason, I knew that he was gone already in my dream. So when I approached him in my dream, all I remember is him saying that I can finally take all his clothes and hoodies while he smiled, then pulled me into a hug that felt like a goodbye, and I woke up soon after that. When I woke up and began to process what happened in my dream, I laughed because I realized that he meant I could have his clothes because I was always stealing his shirts and hoodies to wear to school. Even now, as I write this email, I realize I'm wearing his shirt.
Oh,
That was the only
Aw.
time I have ever dreamed about him, and I can't help but think that it was him saying goodbye to me before he moved on, especially because we have a belief in my family and culture that when someone who has passed away appears in your dreams, and if you are aware that they have passed away
back
even
door.
in your dream, then it is them visiting you. Otherwise, if you are not aware that they are gone, then it could be more of a memory, but I was definitely aware in my dream. Thank you guys again for being a space where I can relax and feel comfortable during my hectic weeks. I look forward to every upload because it makes my day a little brighter to listen to you wonderful ladies talk about all things spooky. If you guys decide to include any of my stories on the pod, I hope it's a story you guys read last so you guys can end on a bit of a happier and not so scary note. All the love,
Oh.
Leanna.
Oh, that's perfect. Love it. Wow.
This
wow.
episode was so good.
You guys just have some of the best stories I've ever heard.
Literally incredible stories.
Thank y'all for sharing them
mind-blowing
with
stories.
us.
I feel here's
Honored.
my obligatory like once monthly Sapfest, but I am
Yeah.
honored to receive your stories. All of these stories today, especially were like very emotional. Like you had emotional ties. These are people that you've loved and lost, pets, you know, people who are like closer to you than anyone else, and you've
Yeah.
lost them and you've had these experiences. And I'm so grateful and thankful that you wanted to share with our community. And
Agreed.
it just makes me so happy to hear these.
It's so good. I love it. Thank
Yes.
y'all.
So thank you so much for trusting us with your stories. We hope you enjoyed this episode. We hope you didn't cry too much.
I came very close several times.
Yeah.
But I think I'm just in my my sick phase still. So I'm like just
Okay.
in a daze
fog.
currently. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, if you have stories that you'd like to share with us, you can email us ghostieспod@gmail.com. Please like this video if you liked it. Share it with your friends if you feel compelled to do so.
Yes.
And subscribe for more. We've got
There we
another
go.
episode coming on Thursday. It's themed. You're going to love the theme. Leave your guesses
Ooh.
in the comments what the theme is. Our patrons know. Our patrons know the theme.
Oh, they do? Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, well, if I had bothered to check Patreon, I would know. We've missed you too, Maggie. I hope you had a good time with your family. Back on your couch with the kitties. So jealous. I can sit on my couch eventually once I take my vertical blinds off and put them back up here behind me. You all can't see what I'm pointing at because my camera's down too low.
because I didn't look yet.
You didn't look.
I'm
You
not
don't
gonna
know.
look.
Our patrons are and me are the only ones that know. So leave your guesses in the comments. It's great.
I'm really excited.
You're gonna want to see this one.
I'm really tempted to go look right now.
Don't do it.
I'm not.
Don't do it. Be excited.
I won't.
Be surprised. You can follow us on Instagram at Ghostie'sPod and TikTok as well. If you'd like to join our Patreon and see before the episode comes out, you can go look for that. It's patreon.com/ghosties. Other than that, we'll see you Thursday. Goodbye.
Yeah, so my blinds need to go here. My blinds are on the couch. They've been taken down while the doors were being replaced. And then while I was waiting to get the screen door replaced because it wasn't shutting properly. So now that that's all done, I can put my blinds back up. So then I won't have people able to see inside my house. Even though I'm mostly above ground. It did. It was just very overstimulating, but I do love my family. We're all just a group of neurodivergent squirrels. I get it. All right. Do we want to watch more? Do you want to watch more ghosties? You want to watch something else? We only have, so Rosie hasn't uploaded her second. She hasn't uploaded her second one yet for Christmas, but I think it's supposed to be a 3-parter. So because I know just watching me build Legos isn't very exciting, so we can listen to something else. So there's a couple that I haven't listened to yet just because I've been busy. The Ghost Caught on Camera. I haven't seen this one yet. This one may require I think this one actually has visuals.
Always looking for it.
So, Merry Christmas, Rob. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful day. Thank you so much for being a part of the community. We love having you. Thank you so much for popping in and saying hello. I hope you have a wonderful Christmas. The cookies you made look delicious. The cookies looked wonderful. Goodness, I'm yawning. Today's just a Lego building day for me. I'm just chilling in my dining room. Oh, playing with toys like a big kid. Yeah, my Discord says. Okay, let's watch Real Ghost Caught on Camera. Just a little bit bigger. I think the dogs went inside. That or Demi went inside. I can't tell. No, I think the dogs went inside.
I'm Natalie.
And we often hear stories of people seeing or hearing something unusual and supernatural, but we don't often experience this with them. What we are always looking for is proof that there is something here with us. So today, thanks to our patrons over on Patreon, we are bringing you a few stories with evidence of the paranormal.
Thank you. Oh my gosh. This is our, if this is good, if these are good evidence, photos and pictures and videos and whatnot, this is about to shoot to like one of my top favorites.
Really?
I love, because that one video,
The door.
shaking the door of the pantry,
Yeah.
got me good.
That was good.
When I was
It's
editing
creepy.
it, I tried not to watch it. I'd watch it in 2x and be like, because I was scared.
It was so spooky.
It was good.
Yeah.
I
for real.
love evidence.
Well, the last story in EVP in particular is
Oh.
really chilling. Really
with
chilling.
EVP.
So grab your cup of tea and probably turn a light on while we look
I
through this
have,
proof of the paranormal.
I have my cup of tea. I do have lights on. I put new light bulbs. I did have smoky glass Edison bulbs in my dining room, and I had Edison type bulbs in the kitchen area as well. But I switched to Govee lights and Govee light bulbs here and in the kitchen where I can change the warmth of them. So as much as I love the look of the old-timey bulbs, I can't see anything. So I opted to replace them with more white light so I can see more. Also, between the dining room and the kitchen, there isn't any light. So there's kind of a dark area. I'm thinking I would like to put some lights above the bar in the kitchen, but we'll see. I don't know.
Paranormal. Our tea today is Harney & Sons Nutcracker Blend.
yes.
Very festive tea.
Ooh,
And we did our loose leaves for like 40 minutes, so it's cold.
what's that
So,
taste like?
Let's go.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
No, it's not bad. The
It's a little
smell,
chocolatey.
I was like, I'm not gonna like it, but
Chocolatey.
it reminds me kind of like the chapstick that tastes like chocolate from years ago.
Huh.
You know what
I
I'm
don't
talking
remember
about?
what brand, but yes.
Maybe like lip smackers or something like that from a long time ago.
Yeah.
Chocolate
Like,
flavored lip balm.
Interesting.
like 20 years ago.
I was gonna say like 2005, 2006.
Yeah.
Wow. We're getting up there, brother.
Our first story today comes from Jenna. Hi, Macy and Natalie. My name's Jenna. I've been a listener for a few months and I really enjoy the podcast. You guys are great storytellers and pick such interesting topics. I hope this isn't too long, but I think I have some stories you guys will like. To get into my experience, I grew up in a really old house in Central California, aka the middle of nowhere, that was built in the early 1940s. We had no neighbors as the original owners were grape farmers, and the house was built in the middle of a small grape vineyard a little ways out of town. The owner sold my parents the house when I was 5, 2003, and the owner's mom died in the house allegedly.
Oh,
And it's a small town, so my parents knew him pretty well and got a really decent price for the house. The owner wanted to continue to grow his grapes, so the vineyards stayed the entire time I grew up there. Small, weird things happened throughout the entirety of my life there. Noises throughout the house, like someone was walking around in the kitchen. Sometimes we could have sworn someone opened our side door, and when we went to go look, nothing was there. Sometimes it just felt like someone was watching you. Normally, we chalk it up to being an old house, and my family has and continues to have amazing, happy memories there. But there are some things that we just can't explain. Once my sister and I
You've been watching a lot of different versions of the Nutcracker. You forgot how much you love it. I've never seen the Nutcracker. Never seen it. That shouldn't be surprised to anybody.
had a sleepover, and all of our friends were in the kitchen having breakfast with my mom. There was an empty orange juice bottle on the counter, and out of nowhere, it violently shook like someone was shaking it, and then literally flew across the kitchen and crashed into the wall. Everyone was at the table having breakfast, nowhere near the empty orange juice bottle. My mom, sister, and all my friends were there and attest to this. So weird.
That is creepy, but I also love the idea of growing up on a vineyard.
Vineyard.
That is so cute.
It's very Parent Trap.
Yeah, it just feels cute and magical.
Agreed. Years later, my dad told me his story. It was literally the first night we moved into the house, and he was going through all the rooms, turning the lights off to go to bed. We have this super long, skinny hallway that is actually terrifying at night. We all joke about it. And as he turned off the light and started walking to his and my mom's room, he felt a cold breath blow into his ear, like a really strong breath of air right beside him. He was so scared, he sprinted to their room and got under the covers and didn't open his eyes until morning. His words exactly. I have more stories, but what I really wanted to show you guys is the video evidence of something my dad caught on our security cameras. Before you watch, though, let me explain exactly what you're looking at. So, this is our backyard security camera, overlooking our patio and the window into the billiards room and entryway. We don't have any blinds or curtains on those windows, so you can see into that part of the house perfectly from the camera. This footage was recorded at 3-something in the morning, and my dad caught it reviewing the tapes the next day. He was a cop with a teenager in the house at the time. My sister and I were in college when this happened. My brother was at home. And sometimes he quickly skimmed the footage each night to make sure everything was fine. Well, as you'll see, that night, around 3 a.m., my dad saw that our back porch lights suddenly go out on their own. They're supposed to, and usually did, stay on all night long. Just 2 seconds later, you can see what looks like a white, glowing apparition of a woman in a nightgown floating through the entryway towards the kitchen. Again, we have no neighbors and live out in the country, so there were no car lights or anyone out there that we were aware of to make this light or reflection. I would slow down the video after the lights go out and watch the apparition in slow motion to better see the shape of her, it, I don't know.
Oh God, okay.
My dad sent this clip to us immediately after he saw it. It still scares the crap out of us, but I really just think it's the previous owner's mom. It never felt malicious or anything like that. It really just felt like someone else was living there with us. Maybe she just didn't want to leave her home. Sorry that was so long, and I hope it made sense. Tell me what you guys think. I'm a big fan.
Okay, well, let
What
me
gets
see.
me is this video happened around the kitchen, which is where a lot of their,
The orange juice
activity
thing
happened.
Yeah, maybe she either spent a lot of time in the kitchen or maybe she like died in there.
Oh, no.
You never know.
Oh,
Oh
Okay,
gosh,
so
okay.
here
see
is
it.
into the billiard room. You can see the pool table right in
On the right side,
here, on
yeah.
the right side through that window. I
Do we get to
believe
see
what
it,
they're
Macy?
talking about is kind of in the dead center of the video, like through that window.
Okay.
You'll see. And again, remember, no lights, no cars, nothing. They're in the middle of a vineyard. No
Okay.
one's out there. 3 a.m. Pitch black at night. Okay.
Oh, here we go.
All right. You can see like a spider web or something over there. Lights
went
out. Did you see that?
Oh, like in the
Oh.
house.
In the house.
Oh
Okay.
my god.
I saw something.
What?
If you pause it,
I saw
if I can get to it.
something.
Oh my god.
Like,
What?
Did you see that?
Oh,
you
like
see
in
that
the
flash?
house.
In the house thing over there.
Lights
Lights
went
out.
right here.
Did you see that?
Oh, like in the house.
Like a spider web or something over there.
went
Lights out.
out.
Did you see that?
Oh, like in the house.
In the house.
Hmm.
Oh
Okay.
my god. What?
And if you pause it, if I can get to it, it almost looks like the shape of a dress at the bottom.
I see it.
Do you see that?
Oh.
It took me a while to realize what they were talking about, but
Uh-huh.
once I saw it, I was like, "Oh yeah, that's weird." Because it almost looks like a car light. You know, when you drive
It
a car
looks
light
like
and it
a car
reflects through the
light.
glass and
But
stuff.
it's only in that one
But it's
spot.
only in that very small
like
little
in
sliver.
the house.
Yeah,
And she turned off and the lights turned off.
and the lights turned off right before, and they don't do that.
Yeah. That is so scary. Yeah. This is starting off good for me. Oh my
It got very bright,
gosh.
and then suddenly it's gone.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't. It's not like a slow fade, like if it were a car light.
And
you
there's
know?
no other lights around or anything.
Nope.
That is a ghost. Wow. Amazing.
Very creepy, isn't
Natalie,
it?
that is a
Love.
ghost.
Yep. It's only amazing because it didn't happen to me. If it happened to me, I'd be really scared.
You would leave the house immediately.
Yes.
Yeah, that's very spooky. I don't know what it is, and I hope that it is the previous owner's mom.
If they said it never felt malicious and stuff, so I would believe.
Just still bopping around.
She's
in
just
there.
there.
I like that.
As long as she's not doing anything scary.
The dogs are still outside. And I can hear neighbors. Maggie says, in the previous house we lived in, I remember seeing the shadow of what I believed to be a man wearing a bowler hat, and I had a lot of interactions with it. Really? It's interesting. Ugh.
Fine.
I also am a little freaked out that the lights are out, and
Yeah, I don't like that part.
maybe
though.
maybe she was like the kind of mom that always is like, "Ugh,
turning the lights
turn
off.
these lights off.
The electric
Electricity."
bill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also kind of like that lore, like that we just made up. Like,
Yeah.
I love
We
that.
come up with her own story.
Okay, our next story comes from Rachel. Hey guys, just want to start by saying I'm so happy I found your podcast. Something you said in a video a few weeks ago about how much it means to you for listeners to share their experiences through sometimes very emotional periods of their lives inspired me to share with you today. You guys are awesome. On to the good stuff. My story starts in 2017. My older sister and I had just rented a townhome together. It was 2 stories. I took the upstairs and she took the down. There was an almost immediate darkness when we moved in, is the best way I can describe it, particularly upstairs.
You look
It was
like
as
he was
if,
either from late
as soon
1800s or
as you reached the
1900s.
top of the stairs, a feeling of absolute dread and fear would wash over you. I ignored it the best I could, trying not to dampen the excitement of moving into our new place. It wasn't long before it was near impossible to ignore. It started with knocks and bangs, at first easily chalked up to neighbors surrounding us. My sister has a son who was 7 at the time, so it wasn't uncommon for him to stomp up the stairs to my room. However, the stomping up the stairs began to happen when he was at school and I was home alone. I'd go and check who it was to find an empty stairwell. One night we finished a puzzle, sliding it onto a thick poster board and setting it on the table to keep it safe until we were ready to glue it together and frame it. She asked me to come down one day in a worried tone, and I headed downstairs to see the puzzle flipped over face down on the poster board instead.
Oh
How the
no.
puzzle managed to flip itself over and keep fully intact the entire time, we can't explain.
It's interesting.
That is really strange, and I've never heard something like that happening.
I've been doing a lot of puzzles lately with my kids.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
And it's very hard to flip a puzzle over.
Yeah.
Especially a big one.
Okay.
My nephew's toys would often light up or play sounds unprompted, and kitchen cabinets would be found open. Again, these were things we were trying to rationalize by faulty batteries or being forgetful. Things became harder to rationalize, like my nephew telling us of the woman who watches him sleep.
Oh,
He
that's
said she
creepy.
will hum songs and play with his hair at night.
Oh.
He said sometimes she will just walk up and down the hallway. This made us come to terms that we were living with a spirit.
Yeah, nice
It was an
at least.
incredibly hard time. I felt like I was going insane. I worried I couldn't trust my own senses and feared my own head was playing tricks on me. It was some comfort to have my sister who was also experiencing this alongside me. We ruled out some things that could cause us to believe we were experiencing, such things like a gas leak and our own mental health. This period of small experiences and feelings lasted about 2 years. It almost became normal and easier to ignore. It wasn't even necessarily scary anymore, more so just annoying to have to close drawers and fix tilted pictures. It just became something we lived with. The last few months we lived there were by far some of the most traumatic times I've experienced. The feelings of dread upon entering my bedroom were sometimes paralyzing. It felt as if I had been interrupting someone. Like the room wasn't mine at all, it was the spirits, and they made it very clear that I was not welcome. I felt like a zoo animal. Lying in bed or hanging out was anything but relaxing when it felt like you've got a pair of eyes locked on you at all times. I was woken out of my sleep most nights by huffs of angry breath in my ear or my bathroom light turning on.
That's
I
not
started
fun.
experiencing sleep paralysis, feeling unable to move in my own body as it felt like a person sat on my bed. I would hear angry breathing, almost a growling right next to my face. I once felt like my body was buzzing uncomfortably with electricity before a loud clap laugh startled me fully awake. I'm just thankful in all of those times of sleep paralysis I was never able to open my eyes. I had a few guitars in my room, but never really played them much. My sister texted me one night about how my guitar playing was so good, and she was impressed. I replied back to let her know I was at a friend's house that night.
Oh,
no.
my god.
My sister would get bumped
Oh,
into
no.
often by something unseen, as if something was trying to push her aside. She started sleeping with her son in her room. We both felt drained, unreasonably angry, and sad all the time. My mind wanted to rationalize these feelings so badly and to believe we were just depressed or perhaps something had gone unchecked in our mental health. I just knew deep down it was this ghost. It was draining us of all energy and happiness.
This feels demonic.
Yeah, seriously.
Because whenever we hear things of like demons being in people's homes, they get like angry with each other or they're mad all the time for no reason.
It's like sucking all the happy out of the air and leaving nothing but dread and sorrow. And
suddenly I don't want to see whatever proof this is.
It's very creepy.
Is it bad?
It's very creepy.
Okay.
For obvious reasons, we decided not to renew the lease. We both had our own places lined up and had a few weeks left. I felt like the spirit was more angry than normal that we were leaving. It was clear from the beginning whatever this was did not like my sister and I at all, and loved my nephew. I genuinely thought the activity would lighten up once it knew we were leaving, but I was wrong. Here's where my photo evidence comes into play. My friend was helping me pack up my room. She had known about all this going on, and we had felt uneasy just being upstairs. We made silly YouTube vlogs for fun often, so to lighten the mood, she started recording. This picture is a still from her video. She caught it during editing and called me right away. In the reflection of my mirror, it looks to me like a woman made up of white mist with a ponytail. From her position in the mirror, she would be staring right at where my friend and I stood. I showed my sister, and we were horrified. A weird mix of relief somewhere in there to have proof we weren't just crazy this whole time. Do you want to see it, or you want me to finish reading first?
Finish and then show me.
Okay. I didn't sleep at all.
Taylor says, Maggie, was he a nice ghost at least? Maggie says he was. He never bothered me or my parents. He was just chilling. I think he liked that we all enjoyed music and artistic things. Taylor says, that's good. I only had creepy, scary spirits at my grandparents' from my house. My grandparents' house was the worst. Oh, that's not good. Mars says, does anyone here have any experience with clairvoyance? Means some family members feel like we're a bit clairvoyant. Interesting. And Maggie says, oh no, it'll never hurt any of you, I hope. Taylor says to Mars, I've definitely had some dreams that happened later in my life. I know not everyone believes in that stuff, but these dreams were the exact situation. So cool when it happened. That's interesting, Mars. What have you experienced?
The last night there, the room was somehow more eerie while completely empty, and the seething anger from the thing was palpable. It was screaming without words for me to get out, like it was harnessing all of its energy to push me out quicker. I even said aloud at one point of the night, I'm leaving tomorrow, please stop. In the end, I moved out just fine to my apartment and was thrilled to no longer feel that presence. I was so worried it would follow me. However, our other sister took the mirror home with her while she was helping us move out. We showed her the picture and seriously tried to talk her out of taking it, but she didn't care at all and just wanted it. Long story short, she threw it in the dumpster after pictures on her walls were knocked down and doors were opening on their own. Thanks so much for taking the time to read my story, and I can't wait for the next episode and tea drop.
Okay, so
not ready.
was this thing attached to the mirror, we think, not the house?
I don't know, or it attached itself to the mirror afterwards.
Oh god, okay, I see you pulling it up. I'm nervous. Okay, just show me. Oh no.
Okay, do you guys see that? What are you doing, dogs? This is why I wear headphones all day. I need to use the restroom. Maggie says, Taylor, I have two. That's insane. Taylor says to Maggie, no, thankfully, nothing like that, just creepy sightings. Taylor says, Maggie, I think a lot of people have these dreams but won't say because they're so quick to dismiss them. True. Maggie says, exactly, teardrop. Mars says, yes, we've had that too. I've mostly had experience with predictions of things, big family events like pet deaths and celebrity deaths too. Oh, that's interesting. Maggie says, same here. That's wild. What are the dogs? What is going on outside? Ugh. Oh. Basset hounds I'm hearing. Maybe it's Scott and Liz's dogs I'm hearing. I don't know. I need to go pee again. play.
Oh, isn't that sickening? It does. It does look
Like
like
a
a woman with a
ponytail.
ponytail. Just standing there watching them.
No. Oh,
Staring them down.
I don't like it.
And you know what? I have chills all over my body. What's really creepy about this is they always felt like they were watched.
Yeah.
So this, whatever this is, was always just standing there in the background, watching, waiting for them to leave.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
And you
Thank
can kind of see that part of the wall a little bit, like down in the parts of the video.
Uh-huh.
There's obviously nothing there.
There's nothing there. Oh, wow.
Very, very creepy. Like, look at that.
That is sick. I don't want to look again.
Look at that.
That is sick.
That's so sick. Okay. Our next story comes from Natalie, but not this Natalie.
Oh,
Hi, Macy and Natalie. I'm Natalie, 36, she, her, and I really hope you read this email on the pod. I randomly found your podcast, and every time I'm listening, I keep telling myself I need to send them my stories. They will be shocked. My husband and I recently went on a road trip, and I binged all of your episodes for 15 hours, so I decided it was time to sit down and write to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to your husband for sticking with you on that too. I know this will be long. You have the liberty to omit anything you'd like. I did not. Attached is a 90-second video of a full body apparition, the original photo from the cemetery, and the side-by-side comparison picture. I've had so many experiences, full-bodied apparitions caught on video and still image, orbs, fairies, voices. I've experienced so much. So let's go.
Oh, no.
I'm originally from an island off the coast of Maine. There are a few things about the island that I think impact its supernatural powers. 1. Native inhabitants can be traced back to the early 1500s. It's very common to find arrowheads and pieces of pottery embedded in clay streams on one end of the island. I think this long history can add to the island's energy. 2nd, the island is geologically composed of solid pink granite with high concentrations of quartz. You both know how quartz and other elements can impact supernatural connections.
That is so cute. Diva Island. I'm obsessed. I actually want to know where this is.
Of pink granite?
Yes.
3rd, the community on the island is deeply ingrained. What I mean by that is people tend to live their entire lives there. Generations of families have been born, lived, and died on the island. In fact, I am 7th generation islander on my father's side. Also, there are many cemeteries with graves from the 1600s to present. This long history only adds to the validity of my experiences. Now that you understand the background of my hometown, let's get to the good stuff. In the early 2000s, my parents were building our family home. The land on which it was built was passed down to my father from his uncle Harry. My father and Uncle Harry were very close, but unfortunately, Uncle Harry was killed tragically in a snowmobile accident on the island. He was riding full speed and mistook the distance to the end of the field that ended at a cliff on the shoreline. Sometimes tidal areas can cause optical illusions, and coves and coastlines can blend into each other. That's tragic. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's really awful. I'm sorry.
Uncle Harry was found at the bottom of a rocky 20-foot cove. Being that he was 20 feet down, my dad and a couple of his friends had to climb down the rocky embankment to recover his body. I think this experience made Uncle Harry's spirit attach itself to the family land. But I digress. My parents finished building the house and we moved in. I always felt like there was someone around watching us, but it wasn't a bad feeling, and my dad always joked that it was just Uncle Harry. He would often yell out, "Come on, Unc, show us that you're here." He didn't take it very seriously, but I've always believed in spirits and have been able to feel energy. One time, my parents and I were away for the weekend and I returned home before them. When I got inside, all of the dining room chairs were upstairs on the landing to the second floor.
No worries, Cashew. Just pop in whenever you can, hang out for a bit. Taco casserole sounds delicious. A lot of people had prophetic dreams. Yeah. Yeah, Taylor's popping in and out too. Mars says the weird thing in my family is that we all have doppelgangers that live near us, but we've only seen each other's and never our own. Yeah, I've heard it's like you shouldn't see your own doppelganger. You're resting before you go or before you get up to put away all your new toys. What new toys did you get, Maggie?
Thought it was odd, but returned the chairs downstairs and didn't think much about it. Another time, my dad was home alone and taking a shower. He was almost finished when he said he heard a loud bang very close to him, almost in the shower. He looked around and found a quarter inside on the shower floor near the glass door. Obviously, he didn't bring a quarter in the shower with him and he didn't have any clothes on. It wasn't until many years later.
You've never met your doppelganger. The whole family has them. I don't know about that. You got your espresso machine. Awesome. Hand mixer and an emulsion blender. Sweet. I love new kitchen gadgets.
When we were talking about Uncle Harry, that my dad mentioned his birthday was December 25th. A quarter is worth
Christmas.
25 cents. I think it was my Uncle Harry saying hello. Uncle Harry was a charismatic man, always playing pranks on people and raising hell. This feels very fitting for his personality.
Okay, that's actually kind of cute.
That's kind of cute.
It would scare me, yes.
No doubt.
But, okay, Uncle, that's kind of cute.
Back to the stairs. You walk up 11 steps, make a 180-degree left turn, and go up 9 more steps. In my bedroom, I'd often hear someone walking up and down the stairs, stopping at the top briefly, expecting them to go straight to my parents' room, right to mine, or left to the office with third-floor access to the catwalk, TV room, and laundry room. The footsteps never went in any direction, and I'd eventually forget about them and continue on whatever I had been doing. I'd mention it to my
Uncle
parents,
Harry.
and we'd joke that it was just Uncle Harry. Flash forward to present. My parents have gotten a divorce and moved out, leaving the house unoccupied. My dad set up a security camera, and the house was quiet. Last week, my dad messaged me and asked me to look at the activated times on the camera. I was shocked with what I saw. Several entities can be seen morphing out of the walls and ceiling of the staircase. At one point in the video, a figure is clearly seen walking, zooming, floating up, turning the corner, and going up and down the stairs several times. It has defined legs, torso, and shoulders. The camera captured several minutes of the entity moving around. This video is 90 seconds of the entity manifesting, changing shape, morphing into a human shape, and zooming up and down the stairs on both sides of the wall. When I saw the video footage, I felt so validated. I knew there was something running around on the stairs all those times. I heard it from my bedroom. Maybe this is a spirit that moved the chairs upstairs. I don't know if it's Uncle Harry, but it's proof.
Okay.
Are you ready for this?
What?
It's very spooky.
All right.
I'll get that
All
in a
90
second.
seconds of it. Let's go.
Okay, here are the stairs.
Okay, to the right.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
You can kind of see like this weird orb.
Little white.
You see
Okay,
that?
that's
thing?
weird. There it goes again.
Okay, the
They're
orbs
just like
back.
upstairs, kind of.
Yeah. Weird.
So it could just be something like a bug or something flying near the camera. I mean, could be. And it just is moving up in the corner. Damn doppelganger getting you in trouble. That's my fear. I had a girl who looked similar to me and we had the same name. She ended up doing corn and people thought my Facebook was hers. Oh no. Oh. And Mars's doppelganger is making her aunt think she's skipping school.
Weird.
It's like this, like long, tall body.
Mm-hmm.
Just give it a minute, more comes.
Okay, there's
Oh,
an
it like
orb.
flashed. Okay.
Yeah, like out of nowhere. No one's in this house. Like it's locked
No.
up. No one's in here.
See, and these are the types of videos with like orbs
Could
and
be
stuff
just
that
a
are
bug.
very,
More convincing.
yeah.
So it looks
See,
almost
can you-
like a light coming in from somewhere.
Think like maybe it's something rotating around, but it like
It's
it moved
showing up
back a little bit. You know?
randomly. Oh,
Huh.
whoa.
Like what even could that be?
Oh,
you
I
see
saw
it?
like the body. Oh, it's kind of fast. I don't like that it was fast. Okay.
See, look at that.
Okay. Ooh. Oh. Okay.
And like it went upstairs. It looked like.
Okay.
So it's not like something rotating around or anything. You know?
It's like walking around.
It looks like a reflection. It looks like a reflection coming in from a window somewhere is what it looks like to me. Okay, now this piece goes right here. All right. Looks like we got a nice little fireplace over here.
Around. Oh, that just gave me a chill. With the orbs at first, I was like, all right, like cool. Oh,
Interesting.
it
but
turned
then-
into a full body.
Yeah, that was weird.
Oh, I didn't like that one.
That was weird.
Yeah, there's glass panels over on that door. It could be from that. Yeah. I can't see the door, but looks like there might be a window back here. I mean, I can't see the door, but it looks like there's just, but it looks like a reflection from outside or something to me.
Just gave me a chill. With the orbs at first, I was like, all right, like cool. Oh,
Interesting.
it
but
turned
then-
into a full body.
Yeah, that was weird.
Oh, I didn't like that one.
That was weird.
I didn't like that one at all.
I hope it's Uncle Harry.
That was creepy.
Just hanging out. Couple that
The way
with
it moved.
the chairs somehow ending up on the second floor.
I don't like the way it moved. I was cool with like the orbs. I was like, oh, that's interesting.
See, I'm supposed to have stickers. Where are the stickers? Oh, there's supposed to be stickers in here? Oh, there they are. Found them. My bad.
When it like extended into like a body
Yeah, it did look like a body.
and
for
it
sure.
like ran.
If I can get
Oh.
this on here straight.
I don't like it.
Do you think it was the same thing moving the chairs
I mean,
and
sure.
walking around upstairs?
I guess. Yeah, it just likes to run around. Oh.
Creepy. Okay, well, this next one's even spookier.
Oh no. Okay.
Another awesome encounter I have is at a cemetery on the island. This cemetery isn't one of the oldest, but there are headstones from the late 1800s and lots of veteran graves. Many of my family members are buried here, including my dad's parents, whom I was very close to. I no longer live on the island, so I make it a
Fair
point to
enough.
visit them every time I'm home. I will bring peanut butter and Fluff Ritz cracker sandwiches, my Gramps' favorite snack, to their headstones and hang out, telling them about my life and such. I was taught to be utterly respectful in graveyards, to keep a somber voice and volume, to watch my step as to not walk across graves, and to act as a visitor. It didn't feel appropriate taking pictures normally, but I hadn't seen both my Nana and Gramps' headstones side by side. Nana had passed several years before Gramps, and they refused to be laid to rest separately. And I wanted to take a picture of them finally at rest together after 75 years of marriage. I quickly snapped a couple pictures, locked my phone, and put it in my back pocket. I finished my visit and left. It wasn't until later, when I was looking at the pictures, that I found something very strange. The camera roll had the pictures of my Nana and Greb's headstones as normal. Then I noticed a picture I hadn't
On the right side.
here
Yeah.
on the right
My
side through
bad.
that window, deeply ingrained. What I mean by that is people tend to live their entire lives there. Generations of families walk up 11 steps, make a 180-degree left turn, and go up. Look to you can kind of see like this weird. It's like
Sorry.
Flat.
back.
Fast. What's so? Oh,
now.
it was cool.
I'm veteran graves. No longer live on the island, so I make it such. I was taught to be utterly respectful in graveyards, to keep a somber voice and volume, to watch my step as to not walk across graves, and to act as a visitor. It didn't feel appropriate taking pictures normally, but I hadn't seen both my Nana and Gramps' headstones side by side. Nana had passed several years before Gramps, and they refused to be laid to rest separately. And I wanted to take a picture of them finally at rest together after 75 years of marriage. I quickly snapped a couple pictures, locked my phone, and put it in my back pocket. I finished my visit and left.
Some
It
logs.
wasn't until later, when I was looking at the pictures, that I found
Logs
something
and-
very strange.
Mhm.
The camera roll had the pictures of my Nana and Greb's headstones as normal. Then I noticed a picture I hadn't taken. My phone somehow had changed to grid mode, a mode I'd never used and still to this day can't figure out how to turn on. In the picture was a black figure. I've zoomed in and cropped the
Grid
image.
mode.
You can clearly see a black figure crouching next to a grave with its hand extended towards the headstone. It looks like a woman wearing Victorian mourning clothes from the 19th century. I've attached a side-by-side image of what was captured on my phone with an image of 19th century mourning clothes. I was shocked, and I definitely think I captured a woman visiting her lost loved one.
Oh.
I posted the picture on my Facebook page, and a member of my community commented and said that she had seen the exact same figure on the road by her house, about a half-mile from the cemetery. Another friend said I had captured an image of the Black Mara, a local island fable. I feel privileged to have whatever it was visit me and leave proof of its existence. They have one more story, but I'll go ahead and show you the picture before I
Yes,
move on.
please do. Please do. I'm interested.
Okay. So here is the full image.
Okay,
Right? Just
grid mode. I
How do
see.
you do that? I don't know.
I don't know either.
Not sure how to go into grid mode either. It looks like over here is the figure.
Oh,
Look, that does look like a hand reaching for the grave, wearing black,
yes, it does. I see the hand.
and no one was there.
Oh,
When they were there, no one
think-
was there.
good lord.
Am I looking at the right spot? Over on the right hand side over here?
Oh,
And
next
there's the
to
morning clothes, doesn't it?
Whoa,
Doesn't it kinda look like
yeah.
someone's like crouched over there?
Actually very
creepy.
convincing. I'm not gonna lie. It does look like the hand is extended because there's that little like
The blur.
whiteness
Yeah.
sticking out. Oh wow.
Very creepy.
Oh, that would make me sick. That would make me so sick. Even if okay, yeah, hopefully she's, some kind of just normal
A loved
lady,
one.
whatever. I still don't like it.
Still.
I still don't like it at
Too many
all.
scary movies I've seen.
Yeah.
My last story
Oh, I don't know. Am I muted? Can you not hear me? No. Should be good. It looks like the mic is still working. I think it's just you, Taylor.
story for this email happened in Kansas City, where I live now. We
Oh,
were pet
Kansas City.
sitting our friend's dog Archie at the time. This dog is the most chill dog ever. He never barks or growls and is basically just a fluffy pillow. He was
Aw.
laying on my bed while I showered. It was almost dusk, but it was still light out. From my bedroom, you can see our backyard and fence line, which cuts off my yard from the neighborhood park and wooded area. As I got out of the shower, Archie lifted his head, stared out the windows towards the
Taylor.
park/woods, and started to growl. A low, deep growl. His hackles stood up on his back, and his growl continued as I traced his line of sight out the window. There, on the fence line, hovering about 5 or 6 feet in the air, was a bright, purple, blue, silvery ball of energy. It was a cylindrical ball, about 6 inches in diameter and swirling around, contained within itself. It looked like Glinda's bubble in The Wizard of Oz, and the inside was like the 90s squishy tube toys that have shimmery liquid inside. I hope you know what I'm
Whoa.
talking about.
I do.
I know exactly what you're talking about. The orb, or what I think was a fairy, bounced slowly in the air several times and faded away. It was visible long enough for me to ask myself if I was really seeing this or not. But after it faded,
You turned down your volume by accident. It happens. No worries. Step 88. The bag end is coming together.
I looked at Archie, whose eyes were huge, and he looked at me as if to say, "Yeah, I saw that too." Even though Archie is a dog, our eye contact was direct communication, and I know he saw it. I have other stories that I have experienced on my own, hearing disembodied voices, seeing shadows, and lots of other strange experiences, but none with actual proof like these ones. I can send them along if you'd like. Sorry this is so long, but I hope I freaked you out thoroughly.
You
I-
did.
You did, definitely. I'd love to hear my stories on the pod and get your feedback. I love you guys, and I love the positive attention you're bringing to the paranormal world. Congrats on all the success, and you've gained a dedicated listener for life. Stay spooky, Natalie.
Oh, thank you, name twin. That's really sweet.
I wish you would have gotten a picture of this
The fairy thing?
tube fairy.
I thought you were about to tell me that
thing.
we had one, and I'm so
No.
excited.
No picture.
But either way,
Archie saw it. That's proof enough.
I'm good on the evidence from this person. I'm good. I'm good.
Spooky.
I'm thoroughly spooked. Yes.
There's still more. There's still more. Just prepare yourself.
Oh no.
There's more.
Okay.
But these were good.
These I'm feeling scared. I don't like I say like, "Oh, I want to see it." I don't want to see it.
It's the picture taken accidentally, like it was meant to be
Yeah.
taken almost, you know?
Yes.
Like they just put their phone in their back pocket. It just happened. What is that?
Did she want to be seen,
Yeah, that too.
or did her energy just draw from the iPhone? It's like making it glitch out.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Ugh, I don't know. All these ghosts are demogorgons. Bro, I can't
Not.
wait for Stranger Things, like the second
I still
part.
haven't caught. I'm not in the new season yet, so do not ruin anything.
Oh,
for
I'm
me.
not. But
I haven't seen
I
any
am
episodes
very
of
excited
I'm
Stranger
still
about
working
Things.
my way through.
Never
Our
seen
next
an
story comes
episode.
from Caroline. Hi, ghosties. My name is Caroline, and I love y'all's podcast so much. I love to listen in while I'm drawing at night, and it's honestly a nightly routine for me. I have always been extremely interested in the paranormal for as long as I can remember. I apologize in advance for the long email because I figured I'd share all of my experiences I've had. I moved into my home when I was 10 years old, around 2017. While the house itself was built in 1975 and has only been owned by one family, I couldn't help but feel strangely unwelcome when we first moved in. The
Hmm.
one room in this entire house that I am honestly still very scared of is my dad's office on the first floor. Around our first month here, I remember me and my dad were talking in the hallway leading to his office when we started to smell an extremely foul odor,
Hmm.
like rotting fish.
Ew.
But what was worse to me was that it seemed to be much stronger around the entrance of his office. We began to look all around the room, hoping to figure out where the source was. But after checking every crevice and corner and finding nothing, my dad decided an animal must have crawled into the vent and died. Adamant to find the source, as we don't want something decaying in our house, we took
Yeah,
apart the
really.
vent and began to search around. The weird part about it, however, was the smell did not seem to be strong around the vent,
I
and
need to
nothing
get
was
my
found
vents
in it.
cleaned. My
After
air
that
vents
day, we never smelled
cleaned
it
up.
again.
What?
That sounds demonic.
I was about to say, what? Because, like, sulfur is,
Well,
the
I've
demon smell.
fish-
I've heard stories of like rotting meat and
Mm-hmm.
like other just rot, just
Yeah.
gross, nasty smells,
Oh,
and they
my
usually
gosh.
like appear out of nowhere, have no discernible source, and then will disappear almost as quickly as they appear.
That's horrifying.
It's really scary. Not to say you have a demon in your house, Caroline. Just
Fingers crossed, at least.
Okay, that's
my
just
second
living in your
experience
house.
in this house was definitely the most terrifying experience I have ever had. I know it doesn't sound too scary, but to me as a child, I was scared straight. I was about 11, and for reference, I have a smaller room with 2 windows looking out onto my roof, with a laundry basket sitting in front of the far left one. It was nighttime, and I am someone who hates having my blinds open at night, as it makes me feel vulnerable. However, this night, for some reason, I kept the blinds of one of my windows open. I was sifting through my laundry, likely looking for a piece of clothing, when something in my window caught my eye. I still get uneasy talking about this 7 years later. About a foot away from my window was a faceless head. Or at
Ugh.
least that's the closest I could describe it. It had no human features. Besides the head shape, its face was a light peachy color, and it had no recognizable features like a neck or shoulders or even a body. All I could see was what looked like a floating head almost. I stared at it for what felt like ages, even though it had to have been just a few seconds. But God, this part still sends chills down my spine. I was absolutely frozen in fear and couldn't avert my eyes from this thing. As I was looking directly at it, it slowly slinked to the side of my window until it was out of view, almost as if acknowledging I had seen it. Once it was out of
Hmm.
view, I snapped out of it and absolutely booked it down the stairs. It was all in a blur of how I managed to get downstairs, but I was going so fast it felt like I didn't even touch a single step. Before I knew it, I was in my dad's office, bawling my eyes out, trying to tell him what happened. Once I was finally able to explain what I had just seen, my dad, understandably, laughed, thinking I was playing a prank on him. Despite me being 11, I was far past the age of being scared of ghosts and was even obsessed with them at the time. But I truly have never felt more fear in my entire life than the terror I felt that night. My dad chalked it up to being some kind of animal, like a barn
Bad
owl,
not being able
but
to find a
I
piece
know what I
that I
saw,
need.
and it was unlike any animal I have ever heard of. Safe to say, I didn't open those blinds again for almost a year, no matter what time of day it was.
Boarded up. Board up the
Oh,
window.
God.
Anything on a second story window is just a big no-go for me.
I've been
automatically.
traumatized about that since, and this was probably 2 years ago at this point.
It was.
When you told me this story of the thing like peeking in the second story window
It
from the
was, yeah.
top.
Oh, God.
I can see that in my mind's eye, like it happened to me.
I gotta find that. It might have been in our first Halloween episode, like just scary stories for Halloween.
It was
I have
just
to find that.
horrible. Just horrible.
It's very spooky.
Have I
The
used
third
the wrong
experience I had
piece
in my home
again?
wasn't actually my own, but my little brother's. When we first lived here, my little brother was convinced there was a man in his vent. He said it kept him up at night, and he was terrified of it. I never really knew if it was a feeling or if he actually saw him, but needless to say, that was terrifying for the poor little dude. For some context, the
Look,
women
I
in my
did.
family are extremely
Back in May.
spiritual and are often sensitive to the paranormal. However, I would say my grandma is definitely the most connected to the spiritual world out of our living family. My mom called her about a week of my little brother insisting there was a man in his vent to check it out and see if she felt something. The very moment my grandmother stepped into his room, she said there was a negative spirit in there and suggested we buy sage to cleanse the house ASAP. Honestly, it was terrifying how certain and serious she was, as she is a very lighthearted person and normally loves to fool around and laugh. But the look on her face was more serious than I had ever seen. My last paranormal experience is definitely shorter than the others, but the only one I have solid proof of. It was my 16th birthday, and my family had taken me to Charleston, South Carolina because they knew I loved the paranormal things and wanted to make it a birthday to remember. We spent the weekend going on ghost tours, going to cemeteries, eating lunch at
Sounds fun.
supposed haunted restaurants, and we found nothing. Honestly, it was such an amazing vacation, and I was so happy I got to spend some quality time with my parents. But I was a little disappointed we hadn't experienced anything yet.
Front pieces
It was our
on.
last day there, and my parents wanted to get one last location in. I can't remember the name of the hotel, but I will update this if I find it. I remember it was very large and pink with a black roof. Anyways, this hotel had been known for being a paranormal place, and we wanted to get coffee at the cafe and explore one last spot before leaving that afternoon. After getting our coffee, we set out exploring. Next to the cafe around the corner was the ballroom, and at the end of the hallway leading to the ballroom was a huge mirror. Me being me, I was snapping countless pictures of the place, hoping to capture something. It wasn't until we had left the hotel and were driving home that I reviewed the photos, and when I did, my stomach dropped. Standing behind me in one of the mirror selfies was a black mass, but not just any mass. In this photo, it looked like the shadow of a man was standing directly behind me. I could tell it wasn't an actual shadow, however, because it was way too black and it had a clear outline of a head, shoulders, and an arm. My dad was with me exploring. However, he was not in the hallway at the time and was wearing a bright pink/orange shirt. I'm going to attach the photo of the shadow and then one of my dad walking in the room, and there is a clear difference in him and the shadow. Thank you so much for taking the time to read this. As I know it's insanely long, I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your days and keep up the amazing work, girls. Caroline.
Thank you. Show me the picture.
I'm getting to it. All right, let me show you the one with dad first. Okay.
Okay.
So here it is. You can see dad walking up behind.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
like an orange
There's
pink
another-
color.
There's another guy.
Yeah, you can see it's like a distinct person, but the color is like orangish pinkish
Yeah.
colored, right? There's the shadow.
I didn't
Oh.
expect it to be so creepy.
It's like much bigger than her. You can see it all the way around her. There's like the head is
Oh.
like almost a head taller than Caroline.
I don't like that there's a hand.
Yeah.
can see
The
the
hand is what gets
hand,
me.
Mm-mm.
Oh my god.
And there was no one in there with her.
That is horrifying.
No one.
I would die.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't even want to look at it anymore. Get that off the screen.
You know what? It's better that it was on your drive home and not while you were there. Like it's bad enough to know like I was in the vicinity. It was there. Something was there with
right
me.
next to you.
But like you're far enough removed that it's like almost a little easier to comprehend, you know?
it's sick. Oh
Ugh,
wow,
looking
that's
at that
horrifying.
picture again makes me
I can't.
like chilled. Have fun
It is
editing
coming
this.
together.
Yeah, I know. I'm scared.
I might have to edit this one
Oh
out.
my gosh. Honest, I'm genuinely like really spooked right now.
All right, well, we have I think 2 more stories.
Really?
Yeah, I think
I'm going to try to get through book 1. And then book 2 and book 3 will have to be later. We are slowly making progress. Although we have, we have, oh my god, we have like 50 more pages to go. Damn.
so. Thank you for sending that in, Caroline.
And
That's
4
horrifying.
hours.
Also, your house is very scary.
Some of these Legos take a very long time. They are hours and hours of enjoyment. If I weren't streaming with you all, I would be listening to an audiobook. But I'm enjoying watching these videos with you all. Let's see if Rosie's uploaded. No.
Oh yeah. I don't even want to think about that.
Snap
Actually,
some pictures around your house.
I just had a scary thought.
What? Say it.
What if the thing that's in their house was at the hotel?
Followed them to South Carolina.
Mm-hmm. It's just attached to the
Caroline?
family.
Oh,
I'm just kidding. No, totally kidding. That's not
it's
true.
No.
That's not true.
No.
It can't be.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not.
Okay.
Our next story comes from Six. Hi, girls. My name is Six. I've been listening to your pod for a while now, and I thought I'd write in just in time for Halloween. Since the moment I was born, I've always had something attached to me. I've always seen stuff and experienced a lot. A gift I never asked for. My mom would always say that from the moment I was born, she started experiencing stuff when she had never had any experiences with the paranormal before. When I was around 11 years old, my mom went to a witch of some sorts, and she came to tell me about her experience. Now, me being young, I didn't believe her because to me, a witch was some old lady riding around on a broom, so she took me to her to prove it to me. My grandma had passed the year before, and I was still in a lot of pain since we were super close, and that's when the lady told me that my grandma was there with us,
Aw.
saying that everything was going to be okay. It did make me feel better, but I was still a little bit sus about her. My mom had gone, so I just thought that she had mentioned something about her, but that's when she started telling me stuff that was only between me and my grandma. While she was talking about my grandma, she suddenly stopped and looked straight at me, eyes wide open, and said, "Your grandma isn't the only one that is with you. I can see and feel something dark and evil that wants to do harm."
I would die on the spot.
Well, that's
Cardiac arrest.
unpleasant.
It attached to you when you were born. It means no harm to you or your loved ones, but towards other people or ones that do wrong by you. I just sat there in shock and confused, thinking, cool, I have a friendly demon with me protecting me. So I named him Temtem. I don't know why, it's just
Really? Like, oh, it's attached to me, it's evil, but it's protecting me? All right, cool.
the name that came to me, and it just felt right.
Wait, what's
Now
that
that I
name?
am Temtem. I don't know why, it's just the name that
Temtem?
came with me protecting me. So I named him Temtem. I don't know
Temtem.
why, it's just the name that came to me, and it just felt right. Now that I kind of laid out some backstory, let's get on to some of the scariest things that I have gone through.
I should have let you finish.
Because now you're like, maybe?
The revenge demon.
I knew you'd like that. I did.
I'm into it, actually. Just kidding. I don't
Rebuke
want
all
any
darkness,
bad stuff
yeah.
around me.
No darkness, no negative spirits, love and light
Interesting.
only in this home, in
But
this
it is
family.
funny. But it is funny. I will give you that.
It is a little Tim Tim. I like the name Tim Tim also, by the way. First story. This story isn't really about me, but more of my older sister. Still pretty spooky. Yami, my older sister, and I are 5 years apart and always have been pretty close. This happened when I was around 8 years old, so she would have been 13 if my math is correct. We were running around my grandma's house playing tag. She has this super long hallway that basically you need to take to get anywhere in the house. The first part of the house is one room, the kitchen, dining, and living room. The other part of the house is the restrooms and bedrooms. The house is connected by that one long hallway. We were coming from the part of the house that has the bedrooms, now at the end of the hall. It's that one room. If you go left, is the front door. If you go right, it's the kitchen. Yami was it, so I was running from her, and I tried pretending that I was going to go into the room, and last second cut to the right to go into the kitchen. When I made the cut, I just saw darkness. I thought it was someone coming out of the kitchen, so I leaned forward and put my hands up to get ready to make impact with whoever was there. But I just slammed straight into the ground. While I was on the floor, I looked back at my sister, and she was white as a ghost, eyes glossy. I was like, "What happened?" And she didn't say anything. Then she just burst into tears. My mom comes running out and was like, "What did you do to her?" And I was just confused, and I told her I didn't do anything. I was still laying on the ground. Later on, during the day, when Yami calmed down, she told us that when I turned the corner, I had gone through a tall man, all black, with
Oh,
no face and a hat. The man had turned to her, and even though the man had no face or eyes, she felt like he was still looking straight at her. Then he just put his hand on his hat, tipped it, and disappeared into thin air.
Oh no. That's creepy.
It's spooky. They both saw it too.
Mm-hmm.
They both saw it. Story 2. Fast forward a couple of years later, I was 14 and we were staying at my cousin's house. Let's call her Gabby. We had a brother now, but he never wanted to go to Gabby's house.
all right. Get this door in place. So we have our little door to bag end with the doorknob right in the center. I love it so much. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. And it does swing open.
He would say that he didn't like going because the little girl was mean to him. Gabby is older than all of us and didn't have sisters at the time. My
Bag
sister
5.
Gabby and I are extremely close since we are the oldest in the family, so we would stay over at her house a lot, to the point where my uncle turned the guest room to Yami's and my room, even getting us bunk beds. Now,
Oh.
as exciting as that was, since my parents never got us bunk beds, it turned dark real quick and completely ruined it for us. Yami had the top bunk since she won the argument because she was older. I woke up in the middle of the night. Now, I always sleep facing the wall because I don't want to wake up looking at the open room.
Sorry, I'm going to pause while I'm dumping these out. It can be a little loud. Okay. Slowly making progress. Some of these builds can take a really long time. We may not make it through this book. We may stop after bag 5 here for a while. Come back to it tomorrow or something. And I'll take a break and I don't know. Do something else. Do some dishes, clean the kitchen, I don't know. Have dinner. It's been 4.5 hours.
Room and seeing something, but that night, something in my body was telling me to turn around. When I turned around, there was nothing. On the other side of the room, my uncle put a nightlight, but the light was not that bright. I was just staring at it, playing with it, kind of like when you're in a dark room and the longer you stare at lights, it gets surrounded in the darkness, then you blink and it goes back to normal. I was just doing that, hoping I would fall asleep soon. When I was staring at the light, hair drops down from the top bunk and it fell directly in front of the light.
Oh,
I thought it was Yami peeking at me, seeing if I was awake. I was still staring at the light through the hair, just watching the hair swing from side to side.
No.
that's
After a
creepy.
while, I thought to myself, this is kind of creepy. She hasn't said anything. She's just staring at me. I call out to Yami, saying, can you please stop being weird? You're creeping me out. But still, the hair was swinging side to side. Again, Yami, cut it out. Silence. I reached for the light switch that was right above my head, and as soon as I flicked it on, the hair disappeared. I was in shock, and after a while of just sitting there thinking what that could have been, I checked the top bunk and the bed was completely empty.
Oh
I
no.
got the courage to get up and run to Gabby's room, and I laid in her bed. Gabby said, what, you too? I didn't care and just laid there, eventually falling asleep. The next morning, I went to get breakfast, and when I walked in, my uncle laughs and says, why did I get you guys bunk beds if you're just going to sleep with Gabs? I told him what I saw. He just stood there and says, huh, Yami went to sleep with Gabs because she said she saw a little girl messing around with the nightlight.
Oh.
The
What
little-
are we talking
The
about?
little girl was mean to their brother
Oh.
or bothers them.
Oh, my body's been numb this whole time.
The hair just leaning upside down, staring at them, sleeping in bed.
Yeah, no. That's too
I'm
much.
like lightheaded.
Too much. And you know what? I was just thinking the other day when because I've been looking at furniture and stuff. I'm like, you need to get your kids bunk beds. Don't do it.
No,
Don't do it. Because I was like, like your daughter would love to be like on the top bunk. They would have so much fun.
not after this.
Don't do it.
Not after
This is horrifying. That's like one of the scariest ones, and there's no proof. There's no evidence. There's
There's
not
no
a photo
evidence.
of that.
But there is for this next one.
Oh no. I don't want a photo of that first one though, by the way.
Oh no.
I would have never.
No,
I wouldn't
no,
accept
no.
that.
Just no, delete.
Mm-hmm.
Story 3. In the city where I live, there is an abandoned orphanage. I had gone there
Oh.
before with some friends, but didn't experience anything, and it's supposed to be
I'm sure the abandoned orphanage is probably going to be haunted as fuck.
super haunted. I looked into it, and there were quite a few children that were mistreated and lost their lives there because of how
Sure.
badly they were treated. I was telling my mom that I really wanted something to happen there, so she suggested I go by myself. Now, any normal person would be like, absolutely not, but I am not normal. Also, I've seen and experienced a lot and have kind of become desensitized to a lot of it. I still get scared, but after 30 seconds, I'm like, oh well, add it to the list and forget about it. I waited till after midnight to go. I grabbed my flashlight and gun because the house is in the middle of the desert and a lot of people go there at night, and I am more afraid of a living animal and people than ghosts.
I don't
Correct.
blame you.
When I arrived to the house, I first looked around to make sure that there were no other people there. Once I was certain it was clear, I walked in and instantly it felt cold. It was pretty windy outside, but the moment I walked in, it was like I walked into another dimension. The house instantly became quiet and felt like the wind had just stopped. I walked around, phone in hand, taking pictures and using the flash to light up and lead the way. Nothing interesting happened, no noise, no nothing, just silence. I headed into one room upstairs where it is said that it belonged to this little boy named Danny. It is the one room in the house where it is not dirty or destroyed, and people bring stuff, and it is set up like a little boy's room.
People
I
respect
sat
it.
in the bed for around 5 minutes, waiting to see if anything would happen or if I could hear anything, but again, nothing. I got up and headed to the corner where they had this one mirror. I ducked down and began taking pictures in the mirror, and after a couple of pictures, I got my stuff and I left. While I was walking out of the house, I thought I heard this faint voice of a little boy saying, "Please." Now, I don't know if I actually heard it or if it was just my mind wanting to hear something, but once I got home, I completely forgot about the picture until the next morning when my mom wanted to see. Nothing was in any of the pictures, just a creepy abandoned house. Only one picture had something. Standing behind me, and that picture was in the mirror. Out of the 5 pictures I took, you could only see it in one. I've attached 2 pictures, one with no circle and one outlining the figure standing behind me. You can clearly see a person standing behind me. You can kind of see its face, but it's transparent. The whole body is see-through. You can see the wall behind it. It doesn't look like a kid, but I don't know. Let me know what you think.
Okay, I'm scared.
Okay, here is without the outline. Do you see anything?
It's behind them
You see
Oh,
that right there?
oh, I
a little
do.
bit. Yeah.
I do see. Do you see right here? There's like a face here, and then the torso and legs. There's like, oh, that's creepy.
Yeah.
All right, I'll go to the outline and you can clearly see it.
Oh God, I'm scared.
You see it's like a face right there?
Oh, oh,
Look.
oh.
It could
That
be
just scared
pareidolia,
me.
but yeah.
I don't know what noise just came out of me. I like growled and screeched.
Yeah, but look at that
Oh.
without the outline. That you can
Oh.
clearly see there's somebody there. It doesn't look like a kid unless it's
It
like
looks like a grown man,
like a teenage, like
like a
late
17-year-old,
teenager, yeah.
18-year-old. That looks like a man. Oh my gosh.
And only in one of the 5 pictures they took
Mm-mm.
just there, like probably like a repetitive,
Like
one after another,
reposing and
consecutive,
taking
yeah.
a picture. This is
Chilling.
yeah. I did not like the face. I didn't see it. I really didn't see it at first.
I saw it immediately. I knew
Mm-mm.
exactly what
But
they were
once
talking
you
about.
outlined it and then went back to that first picture, yeah, I could see it easily. Oh my
Sick, right?
goodness. It is sick.
Sick.
It is sick.
Okay, last story. This is my last and scariest story. It's also my most recent experience. This happened to me around 2 weeks ago, and I still think about it a lot because what I saw, I don't think it was human. And I feel like it's just always around now. So I have a computer in my room. It's a gaming PC, so it has RGB lighting. It's bright, but not too
Mine
bright
do
to bother
too.
me when I sleep. I woke up in the middle of the night, not sure what time, and I felt like something was in the room with me, staring right at me. I didn't want to check at first, but I did, and I regret that I did. When I opened my eyes, I was looking at my wall. But when I rolled over to look forward, I came face to face with it. I just lay there frozen with fear. At the foot of my bed, there was a woman, pale white. Her skin was so white it looked like it was emitting or reflecting light. Big eyes sunken into her eye sockets with black covering most of the eye and a very slight outline of white. A sinister grin going from ear to ear. Head almost bald with just some patches of hair in her head, a couple of strands falling in front of her face. The very little bit of hair pitch black, wet, or greasy looking. There she was, just there
Was it
at the end of my
Rosie?
bed with her elbows resting on my bed. I felt the weight of her by my feet, sinking the bed, her chin resting on the palm of her hands, with each hand on each side of her cheeks.
I just gagged. I'm sorry.
The fingers were long with the big nails almost touching the top of her head, and she was just there, smiling at me, tapping each finger one by one,
Stop
moving her
talking
head
about
from
fine
side to
pieces.
side. Felt like she was just taunting me.
There it is.
My body was frozen in fear. No matter how much I wanted to kick her, I just couldn't move. It wasn't like sleep paralysis. I've had that before, and this was a different feeling because I was awake, fully awake. After what felt like 5 minutes of just staring at each other, she was still there, just tapping her fingers one by one on her cheeks. I felt like she was waiting to see what I would do. Then she just stopped tapping and moving her head. her head stuck, tilted to the right. She reached out her hand, palm up, fingers out. Then she began bringing each finger back, starting with the pinky, again, just one by one, until she had just her index finger pointing at me. Snapping her wrist back, she pointed at the ceiling and stared, making the come here movement with her finger. She then stopped again, her movement like a stop-action movie. She then began to start slowly ducking down behind my bed until I couldn't see her anymore. I don't know what happened next because I woke up in the morning. I ran to my sister to tell her about it, but she suggested it could have been a dream or sleep paralysis. But when we went to my bed to recreate the scenario, what I saw sent shivers throughout my entire body. We found a couple of strands of black hair on the floor in bed. That's when she believed me because no one in our house has black hair. Not my sister, she's brunette, and not my girlfriend, she's blonde. Thank you for reading my stories. Hopefully you girls enjoyed them again. Sorry for the long email. I have many, many more stories to share, from dreams to aliens to ghosts, or even how Tim has done some stuff to people that did me wrong. Let me know if you would like to hear them. I'd be happy to write in again.
Let's hear the
Also, you
Tim
guys should look
stories.
into the Kimberly story and talk about it on the pod. I feel like you girls and the listeners would enjoy it. I've linked it down below. I hope you guys have a wonderful day and a good Halloween 6. I'll watch that video later, the Kimberly story. I don't know what that is, but maybe we can talk about that.
I am disgusted.
The hair.
The hair. The hair.
Finding the hair.
What is she? Why is it physically manifested?
Why did it want
I'd be scared for my
6 to
life.
follow it?
That is disgusting. I'm scared. I'm actually horrified. The visual of all of that.
Sickening.
That was disgusting.
Horrifying. Okay, our last story is from Ashley. Hey girls, love the pod. It's cozy and spooky, which are two things any 30-something-year-old loves. Anywho, like the title says, I have a story and I have proof of it. It's so scary, it still shakes me to my core and goosebumps that I've been praying every night for protection. This all happened over the course of a weekend, and not sure if they all relate, but it's still freaky. So back in September, I took a small gummy to help me stay asleep through the night. However, during my time on it, I swear I heard a voice saying something like, "You're almost mine," or "You'll be mine soon," which freaked me out.
You
I
dozed
tried to
off,
calm
Maggie.
myself down and go to sleep, but lately, I've been seeing things through my mind's eye as if it were actually happening. And in that moment, I saw through my mind's eye a black creature in the shape of a man crawling up on my bed. His eyes were black and face pale, and his teeth looked like a piranha's. If you've ever seen 40 Days of Night, the main vampire guy is the closest thing to what I saw, but with clothes. This gave me a panic attack and anxiety that lasted for days. I hate that. I feel like we get a lot of stories of people, like, they don't see it, but they see it
yeah.
through something else.
Mm-hmm. And that's like almost scarier, I think.
I don't know. The next day, I was still on edge, but tried to get over it by saying my mind was playing tricks on me. I was planning on going to a friend's party that night and wanted to focus on that. This part is still crazy to me. When I left for the party, going down the stairs to my apartment, I take a turn and a voice right in my ear whispers a word. I'm not sure what it said exactly, but in a rapt whisper tone, it sounded like a variation of "for," "more," or whatever with "or" in it. I literally jumped out of my skin. It scared me so bad because there was no one there. And if they were, they would have had to be standing an inch away from me to whisper in my ear so loudly. I was on edge the entire ride to my friend's house, and I kept thinking, what if it was that creature thing I saw the day before? Now, here's where the proof comes in.
Oh no.
A couple days passed, and my friend told me about our mutual psychic was doing a special deal for close friends and family. I hadn't talked to her in over a year and a half, so I wanted to see what she'd say. Before anyone judges me for talking to a psychic, I do have to say she is legit and has predicted so many things about me without seeing me in person. I've only done phone calls with her because I always live in a different state from her. During these calls, I like to record the conversation because my memory isn't always great, and I like to go back and hear what she says. She tells me that there is someone there who died near me and kept asking if I knew him, but had no idea who she was talking about. She said it was a man who died in
Cashew. Oh, whoops. I clicked on the wrong button. Maybe it was whore.
a car crash and knew someone I knew. I know, vague, but she wouldn't let go of it, even when telling her I didn't know them. We eventually ended the conversation.
Weird.
When I watched over the footage, that's when I heard it. In the middle of this conversation, I caught the whispering voice on camera. You can also see when I'm listening to what she is saying and it gets dark and the whisper comes in loud. It didn't get dark at all when I was talking to her, and I didn't hear anything except for her in real time. I never thought I would ever catch something like this, and ever since I've shown it to anyone who will listen, and their reactions are all the same as mine, freaked out and curious to what it says. It's not very clear and still haunts me. I hope you like my story, and if you have any clue what it says in the video, I'd love your input. Anyways, thank you for listening to my story. I hope it was spooky enough for the pod. Ashley.
All right, thousands of people, everybody, turn your headphones up. Let's listen.
Yes, volume up. Let us know what you think this is saying, because I
will-
could not figure it
I
out.
will not shriek.
And going, no, not yet. I'm putting it away. And it's like, no, I want it out. I need it out. I need to move on. I need to regress. I need to do this. I need to do that. Like, now that you have had some kind of consistency.
I heard something. I heard a whispered voice say something.
Like, now that you have had some kind of consistency, you're like, okay, it's time to move on. It's time to move forward.
And
It's
for
time.
the video
It's
to get dark
leveling
like
up.
that immediately
And
after.
they're
Let's
not
play it
ready
again.
for that. I need to do this. I need to do that. Like, now that you have had some kind of.
One more time.
I wonder if we could if somebody would be able to isolate that voice and see what it's saying. That is creepy. Cashew, ooh, it gave me the heebie-jeebies. Yeah, that's creepy. It gave me chills too.
Now that you have had that, like, now that you have had some kind of consistency, you're like, okay, it's time to move on. It's time to move forward. It's time. It's leveling up.
Okay. It's really weird because it sounds like a breathy word, but
Yeah.
you can see in the video they are not breathing. They breathe after that word.
Exactly.
They take
exactly.
a big breath, but you don't even hear the big breath.
No, exactly. That's what I was
Oh,
thinking too. I was showing Jake these and I was like, how do you debunk this? Like, how, please tell me, because this is so spooky. And like, I'm watching
and they're locked
watching
in.
Ashley's breathing.
They're locked in. They're looking at the thing. They're just taking it all in. It's not like they had a reaction like, oh, there was something happening.
And then the lighting changes immediately after the voice. I'm going to listen one more time because I really need to know what, like, try to listen to see if you can hear what the
Okay.
word says.
Being completely silent.
I need to do this. I need to do that. Like, now that you have had some kind of.
I don't know,
It's
but
like
I heard
two little whispers. It's like
I heard the first
Yeah,
part
there's
that
two.
time more clearly.
Do that. Like, now that you have had some kind of.
yeah, it's like two. It's like
Oh, I don't want to edit this.
Poor Natalie. Sounds like it said out. I don't know. There were two, definitely two. There was a shorter one and then a longer one.
Do that. Like, now that you have had some kind of.
yeah, it's like two. It's like
Oh, I don't want to edit this. Oh
Poor
no,
Natalie.
I'm scared. I'm gonna have to hear that really loud and make sure it sounds good on the video. So if it sounds bad,
just know Natalie had her ears closed.
go to our Instagram. Maybe if we can post it there, because I am sick.
Also, tell me what you think it says, because I can't figure out what it says. I listened to it so many times. I had to turn it off one night because
I don't
was
want to
getting
hear
really
it anymore.
freaked
I'm
out.
scared.
And then I went back during the day and listened to it. I can't. It's a whisper. It's like
So Sammy sounds like it says out. Mars hears the word lock second. It's so hard to hear. I don't know if I have any audio programs that I could use to try to make it louder. Yeah, that's creepy. That's really creepy.
it's saying two words.
Yes, I heard. I didn't hear the first word the first time you played it, but that second time I heard the ch.
It
Like-
almost sounds like it's saying off a little bit,
Like get off.
something off, maybe. But I don't know if I'm just being like influenced by the light kind of dimming and turning off
I don't
at
know.
the same time. But I don't know. It just sounds so clear.
Oh, that's sick. Tell
Like,
us what
there's
you think.
Clearly something there talking into the microphone.
I'm ready to see the comments on this video today. Oh my gosh. I can't wait for everybody to watch this. It's what, Monday when we're filming this?
Mhm.
Oh my God, we're gonna have to wait like 3 or 4 days for everyone to see this.
I know I need everyone to tell me.
I get so excited. That's something so weird because this podcast started out with just me and you being like, oh my gosh, ha 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 ha. And now I look.
It's not for the third. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. What do the comments say? Where's our comments? Where's our comments on the video? Where are comments? Why can I not see comments? Why is my bell not rung? Okay, it is. Why can't I see the comments? Here they are. Yeah, 22 to 18. Yeah, the one that we thought maybe was something else. It said spider webs. Let's see. So this person says it sounds like get off. They heard a shut up. 4738, why the ghost fine. Okay, this one heard too long. This one kind of heard shut up. This one sounded like, huh. Can also hear too long. This one heard get out or run. No, I didn't hear that. It's Paris Hilton in an alternate reality saying, that's hot. But after a few more times, I started catching the same vibe and feeling it on my upper mid-back between lower portion of shoulder blades. It sounds like gets hot, just hard, just stop, or just odd, or just off. I heard Jessica or just gone. I don't know. Definitely an O sound. That is creepy. Let me back it up here and see. Let's back it up.
Like influenced by the light kind of dimming and turning off.
I don't know.
At the same time, but I don't know. It just sounds so clear.
Oh, that's sick. Tell
Like,
us what
there's
you think.
Clearly some. I don't know. It's like.
Oh, I don't want to edit this. Little silent.
I need to do this. I need to do that. Like, now that you have had some kind of.
I
It's kind of a.
says.
Being completely silent.
I need to do this. I need to do that. Like, now that you have had some kind of.
There's maybe kind of a sound at the end, like off.
I don't know,
It's
but
like
I heard
two little whispers. It's like
I heard the first part that time more clearly.
Do that. Like, now that you have had some kind of.
yeah, it's like two. It's like.
Oh, I don't want to edit this. Oh no, I'm scared. I'm gonna have to hear that really loud and make sure it sounds good on the video. So if it sounds bad,
Just know Natalie had her ears closed.
go to our Instagram, maybe if we can post it there, because I am sick.
Also, tell me what you think it says because I can't figure out what it says. I listened to it so many times. I had to turn it off one night because
I don't
was
want to
getting
hear
really
it anymore.
freaked
I'm
out.
scared.
And then I went back during the day and listened to it. I can't. It's a whisper. It's like it's saying two words.
Yes, I heard. I didn't hear the first word the first time you played it, but that second time I heard the ch.
It
like-
almost sounds like it's saying off a little bit,
Like get off.
something
Yeah.
off, maybe. But
Yeah,
I don't know if I'm just being like influenced by the light kind of dimming and turning off.
I don't
At
know.
the same time, but I don't know. It just sounds so clear.
Oh, that's sick. Tell
Like,
us what you
there's
think.
Clearly something there talking into the microphone.
I'm ready to see the comments on this video today. Oh my gosh. I can't wait for everybody to watch this. It's what, Monday when we're filming this?
Mhm.
Oh my God, we're gonna have to wait like 3 or 4 days for everyone to see this.
I know I need everyone to tell me.
Ugh, I get so excited. That's something so weird because this podcast started out with just me and you being like, oh my gosh, ha 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 ha. And now I look forward to hearing seeing what
people
everybody
think.
else has to say.
No, definitely me too.
I get really excited to share, like, especially the creepy things like this.
Yes.
I'm ready for everybody to see it.
I'm definitely excited for this one because there's so much like proof and evidence. So, with that being said, please in the comments let us know if you can debunk any of these. If you
Please.
if you have any idea
For my sanity, please debunk them all.
Yes, we want to know what y'all think. I know there are some people in the audience that have like sensitivities
Yeah.
and like can get feelings and stuff. So if you get that too, I'd like to know what you think about like some of these images and videos.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm intrigued
Very.
to say the least.
Oh my gosh.
These were really scary. So sorry we had to take a little break from our wholesome December.
No, I
for
like
some
it.
Horror.
I've missed the scare.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
So like I said, leave in the comments what you think. Like this video if you liked it. Share it with your friends if you feel compelled to do so. Please share. That would be so nice. And subscribe for more. We've got more holiday haunts coming next week. I'm very excited about both of the episodes next week.
I don't know what they are, but I'm ready.
They're really good. You can follow us on Instagram, as Natalie said. We'll probably post some of these pictures, videos,
Everything that we
videos,
can get on there. Yes.
Yes, to our Instagram. It's at Ghosties Pod, and you can join our Patreon and be a part of the crowd who picks topics like these.
Love Patreon.
Yeah, it's really fun over there. Patreon.com/ghosties. We'd love to see you there.
We would. And if you've made it this far, leave the little like screaming face emoji, like like the really scared emoji, because that's how I felt this whole time. Also, while you were talking earlier, I found it very ironic and weird that you're telling us the most scary, horrifying things you could ever hear, and I'm wearing a pink penguin holiday blanket and a bluebell shirt, a green bluebell shirt. I'm just like the complete opposite of what we're doing right now.
I think that's just the vibes of Ghosties. Like, that's just who we are.
Kind of, I guess. I guess that's a good example. I'm wearing my bluebell ice cream shirt and my penguin blanket.
I love it, actually.
It is who I am.
It is, truly. So we appreciate all of you for sticking around this long, and we hope to see you back on Monday. Goodbye.
Oh my goodness. See if Rosie's uploaded a second video yet. Not yet. Let's see what else we got from our ghosty girls. Let's see. Listen to some horrifying. I don't know if I've heard this one.
Hi, Ghosties. I'm Macy.
And I'm Natalie.
And welcome back to part 2 of our patron stories.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
Yesterday was a good one, and
It was.
I'm really excited about this one because Adelaide's story, we mentioned in the last episode, it just got me. It got me really, really bad.
It's a good one.
This should get me through this bag here.
I'm excited, but it did have a
Maybe we'll
palette
take a
cleanser
break.
at the end.
There were a
Yes?
couple.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we are ending. We have 3 stories total. Well, 3 people total.
Several stories.
Several stories. But we will end on a good note
I'm excited.
after this first one that's just pure horror.
It's disgusting. Yep. I'm ready for it though.
All right, my
That's
tea today, since this was unplanned, we just kind of grabbed what we wanted. I have Bigelow vanilla chai.
I have water with
Oh, what do I have? Oh, mine's Bigelow vanilla almond.
a side of pre-workout because I will be up all night to get
She has water with a side of pre-workout. So Natalie actually is a gym girly. She's actually quite buff. Natalie over here on the right. That's so funny. Water with pre-workout.
with a side of pre-workout because I will be up all night to get this to you Tuesday.
Yay!
Woo, woo, woo.
Yep, I
All right,
know,
so
right?
let's go.
Okay, so as promised, we're starting with Adelaide.
Need a fork
Hey,
and a
beautiful
spoon.
girls, my name is Adelaide. Let me start off by saying I love you guys so much. You're the only podcast I listen to religiously, and when I get an episode, it's genuinely the highlight of my week. I downloaded Patreon solely to support you guys. You girls are the relationship I aspire to have with my siblings, and I look up to y'all so
They were the first Patreon that I ever joined.
much. Thank you for being wholeheartedly yourselves and making me laugh, gasp, shudder, and smile. I hope you know how much your little ghostly community adores you. Thank you so much.
Oh, stop.
And we adore all of you. Like, we couldn't have this community without the kindness that
Yeah.
exudes off of you guys. So thank
real.
you. A little bit about me and where I'm from. I live in northern Utah in a small town. I'm the oldest of 7, and my whole family is
I don't know why we're putting a fork and spoon in the chest, but we have a fork and a spoon in the chest. Sammy says, I'm dozing on and off all day. Work has me exhausted. I turned down every invitation I got, so I'm in and out. FYI, no worries. I'm glad you're able to just kind of hang out and rest and sleep. I love that. And I need to put a sticker on something really quick that, you know, I think, oh, this is Bilbo's mithril shirt. Maybe the fork and knife are from the elves too, along with the gold bar. Okay, hold on, I need to put this on straight. Let me take my glasses off so I can get close here and see it closely. Okay. We're gonna try to get this as straight as we can. Okay, that's pretty good. All right. So, my old ass. All right, we're gonna put the mithril shirt in here, and we have a gold bar in our little treasure chest.
very active in the church. Yes, we're members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints,
Oh,
aka
boy.
Mormons. I know, we are the stereotype of a Utah family. Due to my religious upbringing, I have
We
been in
Mormons.
a small town. I'm the oldest of 7, and my whole family is very active in the church. Yes, we're members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, aka Mormons. I know, we are the stereotype of a Utah family. Due to my religious upbringing, I have had a basic understanding of spirits and the
They didn't
spirit
say
world
gay.
my whole life, though it's not talked about near the same amount in my church as in other Christian religions. Thanks to this, my
Okay, so we have our little treasure chest put here in the house. You can open and close it. Aw, poor Maggie. You're also exhausted. You didn't sleep well at your folks' house last night, so you're catching up now. Well, I'm glad you all are just hanging out with us and getting some much deserved rest. You can see the sun starting to go down a little bit. It's getting a little darker outside.
sensitivity to spirits and such has been interesting to navigate. Listening to the pod has given me a lot of peace and clarity, knowing I'm not alone in my crazy. I emailed you with 3 stories earlier in February this year, but I just listened to your Summerween episode and thought I'd send in this story, as well as tell you about those. Take your pick. The first story, Adam, come here. While I was re-listening to your 2024 Halloween listener stories, the one about the nurse seeing something in an upstairs window reminded me of a story a family friend has told me. This family friend is active in the military and has all sorts of wild stories from his service, including probably the scariest ghost story I've ever heard in my life, including the ones y'all have shared on the pod. The minor details of this story are kind of muddy, as it's been a couple years since he told it, but it scared me so badly that it's burned in my brain.
And it is burned in ours as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
And forever shall be.
Yep.
We'll call this family friend Adam. This story occurred early in his service when he was in his 20s, which they did comment later and said that they forgot that Adam was actually a police officer at this time and not in the military.
Oh, I
So
didn't know that.
it was like around the time where he was
in
in
the
either
service
or.
of some way.
He was servicing his community in some way. I don't remember exactly where he was stationed.
Oddly
I can
put,
find out
Macy.
for you if you'd like, but I'm pretty sure it was in the States. While attending to his usual duties later in the day, Adam got a call from his sergeant saying there was a disturbance at a hotel. The police and fire department had been called, but they required extra backup to keep said disturbance from getting out of hand. Am I privy to further details? Adam asked. There's a woman. She's gone mad, was the response. Just one woman? Why were the police, the fire department, and the military needed to handle one woman? The situation was strange, and he felt oddly disturbed. Adam obeyed his orders, however. He got in the car with a couple of his buddies and drove to this hotel. It wasn't a long drive, but his unsettled feeling got worse and worse. As he pulled into the parking lot, he saw law enforcement vehicles had already arrived. Then, as he put the car in park, he got the strangest feeling to look up. He did, and made direct eye contact with a woman standing in a window on the 3rd floor.
Oh.
Her hands clutched the curtains, holding them open as she stood there, unmoving. He
Thank you, Taylor. Aw, Sammy, happy you can get some rest too. Having Elizabeth streaming is very comforting. I'm glad it's comforting to listen to ghost stories. Taylor says, thank you for streaming. I'm prepping for dinner, so I'm happy to have your stream to listen to during it. I'm doing the most tedious job of getting all the thyme leaves off their stems. Off their situation type deal. That does sound very tedious. Sorry, let me get this coat rack on, or this hook on here. There we go.
somehow knew that the moment his car had entered the parking lot, she had been watching him. She kept staring at him, expression blank, eyes unblinking. She looked unwell, skinny, her hair wild, clothes dirty and stained. Adam was frozen, held hostage under the woman's gaze. Then her hand twitched, the curtain swaying as she swung her head around to look over her shoulder back into the room. Abruptly, she snapped the curtain closed, breaking the strange tension. A little unnerved by the weird encounter, Adam and his fellow officers entered the hotel. The secretary at the front desk nodded them through upon seeing their uniforms, her eyes wide and face pale. The police and firemen are already upstairs, she said in a half whisper. Her eyes flickered around the room nervously. She's on the 3rd floor. The men started to walk towards the stairs, only to startle as a scream split through the air. Adam's gaze was distant as he told me this part of the story. It was like no scream I'd ever heard, he said. It sounded as if someone was dying, like someone was being tortured. It sounded like there was a woman screaming in fear and pain and rage, and like something else was screaming with her. Something inhuman. The men looked at each other before hurrying up the stairs, bypassing the elevator. Adam led the bunch, on high alert as more horrible screams and the sound of things crashing and breaking through the hotel atmosphere. The screeching and sounds of a scuffle got louder as the men reached the 3rd floor, rushing to where neighbors peeked into the hall with wide eyes and policemen guarded an open door. As Adam reached the doorway, he saw the source of the commotion. A woman stood in the room, back to him. She was facing the 5 firemen and policemen standing alert around her, prepared to contain her. At the sound of Adam's footsteps, she jerked around to face him, glaring at him. His heart thudded as he recognized the woman from the window, but now that he was closer, he could see that her pupils were so dilated that her eyes were black. Or maybe those weren't her pupils, and her eyes were just that, pitch black. Her arms were covered in scratches and cuts, her cheeks hollow and eye bags pronounced. The room was a disaster, bedclothes strewn over the floor, pillows torn in half, furniture splintered, glass shattered in the carpet, scratch marks on the walls. Adam said it looked like a wild animal had been set loose in the room, bent on destroying everything in sight. Her black-eyed gaze never left his. He felt his stomach curdle as a sick grin started pulling on her lips, and then his heart dropped into the floor as she said, Adam, 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 come here, Adam. Her voice wasn't normal. There was a woman's voice there, yes, but speaking along with hers was a deep, guttural one, growling out the words. She took a step towards him, and the men surrounding her started forward, a policeman barking a command for her to stop. She became angry, yelling the words, Adam, come here, Adam. She suddenly rushed forward, barreling toward him, mouth open wider than a human mouth should be able to open, and another guttural scream. The officers intercepted her, multiple men catching her arms and legs. Adam watched in shock as 5 strong men grunted, muscles straining to hold down the emaciated 5'4" woman. Her head jerked, black eyes rolling back in her head before fastening on Adam again, this time looking scared. Her voice came out raw and hoarse, sounding just like a woman's. Don't listen to him. Don't listen. Don't listen to... Then she started screaming again, the other voice beneath hers roaring, "Come here, Adam, come here, come here." She was thrashing in the men's hold, and it was all they could do to keep her contained. Adam didn't know what to do. There were tears streaming down the woman's face, but she didn't seem to notice them. Her screaming paused, her voice coming out natural again, her body going limp in the men's hold as she stared earnestly at Adam and pleaded, "Don't let him touch you. Whatever you do, don't let him touch you. Please, don't let him touch you." She started shaking and screaming again, that other demonic voice screaming along with hers, demanding that Adam come here. Adam knew that he needed to leave. Something was in control of that woman.
Oh, Petey's here. Hey, Lizzie. And Taylor, you ought to be getting the hell out of there if that lady knew my name. I know, right? It does sound demonic. But we have Petey.
And for some reason, it wanted Adam too. He told me that he has never felt more strongly about anything in his life than the feeling that he needed to leave that room as soon as possible. Like the woman said, he knew that whoever him was, Adam could not let this him touch him. Adam told me I requested permission to leave immediately. Those at the scene agreed that it was for the best, and I left that hotel like it was on fire. I think it was, just not the kind of fire we can see. The hotel was alight with hellfire. I realized that I should probably leave y'all with a palate cleanser after that, so here's 2 shorter, sweet stories for you. The palate.
I'll read that in a second. All right, we have the coat rack put in over here, if you can see that. And it says, an ornate coat rack is a fine place for visitors to hang their cloaks. The Lego pin element was recolored in white to represent candles dripping with wax. Well, that's kind of cute. It'd be these things here.
Palette cleanser is absolutely necessary. Yes, it's not like it got less scary the second time.
No, I was even getting choked up reading this. Like, I'm trying to be in the mood and I'm like getting scared. I have chills.
I think we talked about it in the thing. What is like Adam's connection? What does he know? What does this thing know about him? Why him? Of all the men in there.
I don't know. Maybe it's something about who he is. And I don't know if he has some kind of spirituality that is stronger than the others that were there. And then whatever was, I don't know, within the woman could sense him even just pulling upon the premises of this hotel.
Yeah. And I think I said it last time too. The second I saw this woman looking at me and got that feeling, I'm not going in.
Door's locked.
I'm not going in. Like, I would just be like, oh, suddenly I'm very ill. I have to leave.
Yeah.
That is so scary. But give me the palette cleanser, please.
All right.
I'm horrified.
Story 1, Roses. When I was very, very little, from around ages 2 to 6, I had an imaginary little sister named Rose. I remember playing with her in my backyard and talking to her all the time. I would save her a seat at the dinner table and say goodnight to her before I slept. My parents never really questioned it. I had and still do have a very active imagination, and they assumed it was just my way of entertaining myself. As I got older, I slowly stopped playing with Rose until I literally forgot she existed. And my mom kept having kids, and to my continued distress, they kept having boys. After my 3rd brother, I had practically given up hope. So when my mom came back from an ultrasound to tell me that I was finally going to have a sister, 10-year-old me literally started crying with happiness. So now, obviously, we had to name her, right? We were throwing girls' names around until my little sister was born. But the number 1 name my parents loved was Rosalind. And sure enough, that became her name. It wasn't until years after my little sister...
Oh no, Rosalind, that's Rosie's name. It's quirky love Rosie's name.
Sister Rosie was born that I remembered my imaginary little sister named Rose. I now wonder if my imaginary friend was my real little sister visiting me before she came to Earth. I like to think so.
Yeah, I 100%. It's still so sweet.
Emotional.
It's really good. It's really, really good. They've always been together. Oh, sisters.
Story 2, Grandpa. A couple months before my parents met, my grandpa, my dad's dad, died in a tragic car accident,
Aw.
leaving behind a widow and 7 children, ages 8 to 24. I never got to meet him, and I've always been very sad about that. Despite never meeting him, I've heard many stories and learned lots of things about him. He loved to play the guitar, sing, and tell silly stories. He loved his wife so much, and my dad always wanted to have a relationship like
Everything in the
theirs.
world. I
Whenever
know.
I go to my grandma's house, I love looking through photo albums to see their wedding pictures and following photographs of his life and his family. It's kind of crazy how much my dad looks like him, and my brother does too. So, even though I've never seen him face to face, I still see him in the faces of my family and in the way he changed the lives of every single person in my family. Though I've only ever heard his voice in recordings or seen his face in pictures, I feel like I know him. Not just, oh, my family looks like him and they tell stories about him. No, I know him. I don't know when I realized this, but I've known him my whole life, and he has always been here, serving as some sort of guardian angel for me. I remember a moment when I was going through a really hard time. I was sitting in my room crying on my bed, and I was praying to know that I was seen and I was loved. At that moment, I felt my grandpa's presence in the room. I couldn't see him, but I could pinpoint that he was standing on the side of my bed, smiling at me. This overwhelming sense of peace and love filled me, and I heard a voice in my head say, I've always been here for you, and I always will be. I am protecting you, Adelaide, because I love you. Multiple times since then, I've been able to sense my grandpa's presence. I'll often whisper quietly, Hi, Grandpa, when I feel him near. I also know that he's protected me in many scary situations. This is my testimony that those who pass on are nowhere near gone forever. The physical world and the spiritual one are intertwined, and you're never alone, even when you feel abandoned. Those who you loved before this life and those you loved during this life who left it are still checking in on you and watching out for you.
More of these.
Love you, ladies. Thanks for creating this awesome space. I'm praying for you, and I hope you have an amazing rest of your week. With love, Adelaide.
I didn't even think about it when we were talking about this yesterday or
Day before?
2 days ago now.
Yeah.
She had a connection with her sister before she was here and her grandpa after he was here.
Yeah.
It adds to my belief / hope, like deep hope, that all of our souls just
Remain
stay together. All the
yeah.
people you're supposed to be around just always are.
with you.
Yeah, and I hope that that's true.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel we've had a lot of stories like that where people
Mhm.
feel these like strong connections with their family members,
Yeah.
whether before or after they've been earthside, you know. Our next story comes from Gwen. Hello, guys. I recently found your podcast, episode 80, and binged all of them in a 2-week period. You guys are so cool. I have many stories, so I'm sorry if this is long, but I am saving the palate cleanser for last just for Natalie. And there's also a dream for Macy to interpret. Again, I did not bring my
forgot your
dang
book.
journal.
And you knew this time.
I knew this.
for a
Like,
second time.
I've read this story like 4 or 5 times at this point.
Well, someone tell us.
I'm sorry, Gwen. I failed you and everyone else here. I'm so sorry. Okay. Number 1, the house. When I was young, my mother remarried. Our family quickly grew, and we had to build onto our house because of it. My mother's husband is the kind of man that is a danger to little girls. Yes, it is exactly what you are thinking. I bring this up because I am a firm believer that the darkness in our home led to an unworldly darkness being attracted to our house. I am not certain if there was one entity or more, but I am sure there was something because multiple things happened in this home. It's important to note this house was the first house on this property and freshly built when they got married. Also, it was off of some back road of a side road. Our house was surrounded by woods on all 4 sides. Unfortunately for me, my only bedroom window overlooked the front woods. I never wanted to look out at those front woods from any windows, especially at night. Anytime I did look out, I was filled with an overwhelming feeling of fear. I never saw anything, but they were terrifying. Mind you, I was a child who regularly played in the woods until this house. The times that I was brave enough to go into the woods was on the back side of my house, and it was never very far. I stayed well within view of my house, and my heart was racing the whole time. But that's where I found some bouncy balls. They were clear with writing from some business I'd never heard of before, and about the size of a fist. I found so many of them, I began collecting them. In the small patch of woods I was brave enough to go into, they would appear. It wasn't every time, only sometimes. Every time I thought I had collected them all, there would be another. Eventually, I had 2 gallon-sized Ziploc bags full of these bouncy balls that came from seemingly nowhere, and I was still finding more. You know what? I didn't think about this when we first read this story. This is some, like,
I'll pick those up
glitch,
later.
like some kind of weird bouncy ball portal.
Dude, I don't know.
Ball
Weird.
portal.
Because I wasn't really thinking too much into it either last time, but what's going on with that?
To like go into the woods, every time you go back in, there's like more.
Another one. Like, that's very strange.
It's just weird.
That's just a weird thing to happen in your life.
I
And
like
then
I like
the
to
amount.
yeah, that mini. I'd like to imagine like this strange portal that opens up every once in a while. Like every time you lose a bouncy ball, like it bounces
ends up in
into
their
the ether,
woods.
it ends up there. Anyway, sorry. We had a second level in our house that held most of the bedrooms, another living room, and a bathroom. I used to wake up at 3 a.m. every single night after moving into that upstairs bedroom. It started in the room, and it still happens 15 years later. Although not very often, and I can fall back asleep now. But back then, falling back asleep was almost impossible. By 3:30 a.m., I would get out of bed and hide in a spot outside of my room where not a single window in the house could see me. I also turned all the lights on, and that's where I would stay until someone else woke up. During those 30 minutes where I tried to fall back asleep, footsteps on the stairs could be heard.
I have to
My
get
mom blamed the dogs, and
now.
our dogs refused to ever go upstairs. The upstairs bathroom was shaped like a Jack and Jill bathroom, but instead of a door at the other end, it was a wall. This wall had my bedroom on the other side of it. That second door, typically used in Jack and Jill bathrooms, was placed in the center of the bathroom, splitting the toilet and shower off from the two bathroom sinks. There were lights on both sides, but one switch. In a house with 5 women, this was going to be essential. However, the light on the side with the toilet and shower never worked properly. It either blinked with an audible static sound or just didn't work at all. Just a reminder, we built this part of the house. There's no reason why it shouldn't work. One cold winter night, as things were settling down for the night, my mother let our dogs out. We had a big dog and a medium to small dog. They started going crazy, barking and growling. They wouldn't stop. She flicked the patio light on towards the backyard/backwoods and started screaming. I was the first downstairs to inspect as my room was next to the stairs. It was only a matter of 30 to 60 seconds, but whatever creature was there had vanished. She swore it was some sort of possum-type creature, but we live in the far north where it was too cold for those animals, especially in the winter where temperatures easily hit 25 below zero. We let the dogs out to inspect and defend our property, but at this point, their barking and growling had stopped. The creature was completely gone. It never happened again.
He's just looking for the bouncy balls.
Maybe.
Those are his.
Our small dog was a true warrior of the house. This dog had lived through it all. Near miss with a semi, picked up by large birds and dropped, pushed by a snowplow down our road, a BB pellet lodged inside him from a crazy neighbor. Basically, you name it, it probably happened to him. Shortly after the creature incident, this dog would growl while he was eating for seemingly no reason. No visitors would be over, no animals in the yard, no one near his food bowl, again, seemingly no reason. His food bowl was at the entry. The entry faced those woods. A few months later, a lump on his jaw formed almost overnight. The doctors called it cancer, and my mother put the dog down. If you still don't believe that there was something in that house, here is where it gets really spooky. We had 2 sets of kitchen cabinets in that house, like most houses do. One set held the counter, and one set that was above the counters, about eye level and higher. The set above the counters had a little shelf on top. This shelf had a little lip on it to keep things from falling off. Our crock pot sat up there. If you have ever held a crock pot before, you know they are heavy and almost indestructible. My brother was cleaning the kitchen counter one night when the crock pot fell and shattered around him. He's okay, don't worry, not a single mark on him. Remember the lip I mentioned? This crock pot didn't just fall, it was pushed hard. It completely shattered around him. Imagine throwing a plate at the wall as hard as you can. That level of shatter. Something pushed it onto him. One night, late into the night, I felt my sister climb into my bed. The room got very cold all of a sudden. Our upstairs never had heat. It was always cold, which is interesting because heat is supposed to rise. But this night, there was a distinct drop in temperature. And then as quickly as she snuck into my room, she snuck back out and the room got warmer. I woke up the next morning to hear why. It was midnight and she was struggling to fall asleep. She rolled over in bed to see a full body, black shadow figure hovering in her room at the foot of her bed. She ran out and crawled into our other sister's room, but it followed her. She ran out and came into my room, but once again, it followed her. She sprinted out of my room, down the stairs, and into my parents' room before it stopped following her, and she was able to fall asleep.
I forgot about that one. That one is actually terrifying.
Horrifying.
It like, you can't get away. That's supposed to be your safety. It's like, okay, I'm scared in my room. Let me go to sister's room. Let me go to mom's room. Something.
Yeah, and
It's
it just
there.
kept coming.
Hate
And
that.
like it is so much more real in my mind. Like, it's not just like a little kid seeing things in the night. The whole like room's temperature just plummeted when the thing came in.
Ugh.
I hate
I can't find the piece I dropped. I don't know where it is. Oh. And there isn't an extra of it. I may have to pause my build until I figure out where the piece I dropped went. Gotta be here somewhere. I just don't know where. But bending over just made my sinuses drain. Ugh. I have to pause our Lego build while I find 4, 6, 8, yeah, until I find the piece I dropped.
Hate it. Number 2, school theater. I graduated high school in a different state than where we lived with that haunted house. I was in the high school theater. I was not allowed to go home and eat dinner before rehearsal because my mom would not drive me back. So I stayed after school for 4 hours and was most often the only one in the entire school building until rehearsals. Occasionally, we would have a bat flying around the ceiling of the auditorium, which sounds normal, only that bat was
Thing is, the color of the piece that I dropped is very similar to the color of my flooring.
wasn't there when I was waiting for 4 hours.
Someone said it's a vampire. And I like that. I like that theory.
I forgot about that, yeah. Story number 3, sleep paralysis, a dream, or astral projection. During my time at that house, story number 1, my mother was very close to another family. Their home became a second home to us. The type of friendship where you don't even knock, you just enter and hang out because you can. News broke about who my mom married, and her friendship inevitably ended and we moved states, story 2. I went back to visit while I was pregnant with my son and spent the night. That night was the only time I have ever experienced this.
Right. We'll watch the ghosties later. Well, we're gonna call that good. I don't know where the piece went that I dropped. And that makes me sad because there isn't an extra of it. But it has to be here somewhere. It may have bounced a little further away than what I can see at the moment. But we'll find it eventually. I just can't find it right now. My nose is runny. Ugh. But, all right. I know, I gotta find it. I don't know where it is. I'll have to look for it. I'll move my bench and stuff out of the way. We'll revisit it. But we've been streaming for almost 5.5 hours, and this is the progress we've made on Bag End from part of the Shire build. That's the front. This is inside. So, but I'm missing a piece because I dropped it in the floor. 2 pieces, actually. But one of them I do have an extra of. So, maybe later tonight, maybe we'll play some video games. I don't know. Maybe we'll come back in a few hours and we'll work more on our Shire build. if Ilya doesn't stream tonight. We'll see. But I can... Hopefully I'll find the piece. I mean, I could go on without it for now. But we've been going for 5 hours, and we're going to take a break. So maybe we'll see you later tonight. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your Christmas. I hope you have a wonderful day. Sammy, maybe I should go take a shower and wake up. It's only 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. for you, maybe even. But yeah, thanks for hanging out with me, watching some videos. And I hope, yeah, good, Mars. I'm glad we could help you feel a little less lonely today. That was the goal for people that don't have anything to do today or just chilling by themselves like I am here. I hope you all have had a good day. And I hopefully you've been able to enjoy hanging out with us for a little while. And we'll be in the Discord still too. But yeah. Thank you all so much. And yeah, we might see you a little bit later if I find that piece that I'm missing and decide to work on this more tonight. So yeah, whenever I end the stream, it just ends, just so you all know, because I'm using StreamYard and not Streamlabs, and I don't have intro and outro video set up. So yeah, ghosties are great. I really enjoy their podcast. They're fun. So getting dark outside. So hope you'll have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your night, and we'll see you a little bit later. And until next time, be safe and take care.